starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, The Captured Hostages. Uehara under duress. Uehara Kisuke's thoughts were actually very thorough, because the intelligence he got from Soul Society was quite detailed. Uehara Kisuke considered the possibility of the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama Senju appearing, before Hashirama and Tobirama Senju showed up. Uehara Kisuke had communicated with the masked Shinigami Corps, hoping that they would show the power of hollowification so that the Uehara clan would not dare to act trashly against them. After all, after obtaining the power of hollowification, a group of captain-level Shinigami such as Hiriko Mako have broken through the limit, according to Uehara Kisuke's idea, not to mention being able to defeat Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. At least they could entangle with them for quite a while, letting the Uehara clan know that they, the expelled ones, are not beings that can be manipulated by anyone. However, the masked corps was defeated too quickly, or it could be said that the Uehara clan's 13 Deadpools were too powerful. After this battle, even before the direct battle lasted a few minutes, the entire masked army had been completely defeated. When Hiriko Mako was defeated by Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama also relied on his tyrannical strength to defeat Hirashita Bakujin. The entire masked army was easily captured alive. In this battle, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama did not use their Zanpakuto at all. The gap between the two sides' combat power was so great that it was a bit helpless. Compared with the battle on their side, the battle on the other side was also about to end. Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to suppress Shifengyu and Yoruichi in the form of the Black Cat Vanadas, and captured the woman he had captured again, on the entire battlefield. Uehara Kisuke no longer had any advantage. Uehara Naraku glanced at the masked Shinigami who were all captured alive, and said softly, "It seems that they are no match for Mr. Hashirama and Mr. Tobirama. I just don't know where you hide the one who attacked me and Captain Aizen. That person should have nothing to do with the masked corps." Uehara Kisuke frowned slightly. According to the news from Soul Society, a young man wearing a hollow skeleton mask assassinated Uehara Naraku and seriously injured Aizen Sosuke. This kind of thing can only deceive ignorant people. Aizen Sosuke is not such an easy person to deal with. How could a guy who can directly release Dankan without chanting be easily attacked and seriously injured by a masked Shinigami? However, this is very effective, because Aizen Sosuke was injured to protect Uehara Naraku. It is for this reason that Uehara Naraku, the young head of the family, spared no effort to track down the real culprit, and the entire Uehara clan also supported his actions. If everyone were naive and ignorant, the Uehara clan, a powerful family in Soul Society, should actually owe Aizen Sosuke a favor. Now, Uehara Naraku acted as if he owed Aizen a favor. "Mr. Uehara." Uehara Naraku frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I can't tell whether what you said is true or not, but according to the information I know, you are the only sinner who has conducted the hollowification experiment of the Shinigami in recent years." Wait. Uehara Kisuke couldn't help but interrupt Uehara Naraku. "Isn't this a bit of an accusation? What do you mean by the only sinner who has conducted the hollowification experiment of the Shinigami in recent years? Are you, the Uehara clan, clean?" Such a large and powerful clan must have conducted forbidden techniques experiments in private more than once, right? Decades ago, when Senju Tobirama met Uehara, he admitted that their Uehara clan had already conducted the hollowification experiment of the Shinigami. However, before Uehara Kisuke could explain, Uehara Naraku shook his head to stop him from saying anything, and his face gradually became serious. "There is no need to explain, Mr. Uehara. Please don't force me to do something rude to you." "Huh?" Uehara Kisuke couldn't help but tighten his cane. In his cane was his Zanpakuto Benyame. When the spiritual pressure on Uehara Kisuke was about to riot, the figures of Akaya Ibito and Akaya Uchi suddenly appeared from a vortex of time and space, floating beside Uehara and Naraku to protect their head. Urahara Kisuke had to suppress the thoughts in his heart, because he was not sure of winning against this group of people. What's more, Shiryu and Yoruichi and the masked army had been captured by the Uehara clan. Young master, it's useless even if you catch us. Urahara Kisuke played with his palms, slowly reached out to hold his hat, and whispered, because I don't know who the masked man who assassinated Aizen is. We are just innocent people living in seclusion in the world. Urahara Kisuke seemed to have given up on himself. Even in front of Uehara and Naraku, Urahara Kisuke didn't mind playing the victim. Huh? Uehara and Naraku frowned slightly. At this moment, he seemed like a newcomer who was at a loss, and didn't know what to do with Urahara Kisuke. After all, he has always been a kind person. Urahara Kisuke looks indeed quite innocent in this matter. The next moment, Uehara's expression was a little weird. Isn't this nonsense? Of course Urahara Kisuke is innocent. The assassination was originally just a show of acting between Uehara and Naraku and Aizen Sosuke. Urahara Kisuke was just a victim who was inserted into the assassination. He happened to have a grudge against Uehara and Naraku and Aizen Sosuke, the two masterminds behind the scenes. Uehara and Naraku really thought of a way to deal with it, but he really couldn't be the bad guy. Uehara and Naraku frowned, and his face seemed to be a little hesitant. His fingers slowly stood up in his sleeves. The next moment, Senju Tobirama flew over under his control. If you don't want to hand over the murderer, then force him to hand it over. Senju Tobirama's figure floated beside Uehara and Naraku, and snorted coldly. Although Urahara Kisuke doesn't know who the murderer is, he is the most suspicious. Let's take all his companions away first, and when he finds out the truth and hands the murderer over to us, we will release his companions. If you are really innocent, then show us the evidence that you are innocent. This. Uehara Naraku showed some hesitation on his face. As the head of the family, what are you still hesitating about? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but want to curse. Uehara had manipulated him to be the bad guy, so why was he playing the good guy here? When Senju Tobirama wanted to scold Uehara Naraku, Urahara Kisuke also wanted to scold Senju Tobirama, the fifth official. He was indeed a person that his teacher Kabuto Yakushi once respected. He was really despicable to a certain extent. This group of people couldn't find the real murderer, so they came to trouble him as a suspect. Is this what human beings do? Urahara Kisuke's eyes suddenly turned cold. His voice suppressed anger. Mr. Tobirama, what you mean is to use Yoruichi and Haiku to threaten me to help you find the murderer, right? A serious look flashed across Urahara Kisuke's face. He stared at Uehara Naraku, and said as if questioning, is this the attitude of the Uehara clan to treat innocent people like this, huh? Senju Tobirama turned his head and looked at Urahara Kisuke. A look of contempt flashed across his face, and he said in a cold voice, who do you think you are? You used to be a disciple of Kabuto Yakushi, and I could still look up to you. Now you are just a traitor and abandoned child of the Uehara clan. Senju Tobirama looked at Urahara Kisuke, who was furious, snorted coldly and continued. If you are not the real murderer who is behind all this, then find out the evidence of the real murderer. I can spare your life today because I think you still have some humanity in you. A little kid, go find out the murderer and then come to Soul Society to exchange for your companions. There are only two ways in front of you now. Senju Tobirama stared at Urahara Kisuke and said in a cold voice, if you can convince the Central 46 Chambers and the 13 Deadpools, then go to Soul Society with me to stand trial. If you want to save Yoruichi Shifengyuan and a group of masked imps, then bring the murderer who tried to assassinate Naraku to Uehara Castle to find me. Urahara Kisuke would definitely not go to stand trial, because once he goes to stand trial, no one will save him this time. This is also Uehara Naraku's plan. It is of no help to capture Urahara Kisuke here, because Urahara Kisuke is indeed innocent in this matter. It is better to capture Yoruichi Shifengyuan and the masked army, and force Urahara Kisuke, a reclusive person, to take action and find trouble with Aizen Sosuke. In the case of the assassination of Uehara Naraku and Aizen, according to Urahara Kisuke's mind, he can definitely guess that Aizen Sosuke is the mastermind behind the scenes. Just let these two guys go and touch it. I know. Urahara Kisuke stretched out his palm and stroked his hat, whispering, "I will find out the truth and hand the murderer to you. I hope you won't regret it after knowing the truth." It seems that there is no better choice. What's more, Uehara Kisuke already has a guess. No, or there is no need to guess at all. Behind this matter must be Aizen Sosuke, who also secretly conducted the hollow experiment, as long as the truth can be found. It seems that it would be good to let the Uehara clan recognize the true face of Aizen Sosuke. It just so happens that there is an irreconcilable hatred between Uehara and Aizen Sosuke. Then use this opportunity to reveal the true face of Aizen Sosuke. I hope that the arrogant guys of the Uehara clan will not regret their performance at this moment in the future. If they knew that the murderer who assassinated Aizen, who they are going to find out at this time, was actually the person manipulated by Aizen Sosuke behind the scenes, when the truth is revealed, the faces of the guys and the Uehara clan will definitely be very exciting. I hope they won't feel too much regret and shame. I will find out everything as soon as possible. Uehara Kisuke raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku, and softly asked, "But before that, Yoruichi, Hiko and others are in the care of the young master. Please don't let them fall into the hands of the central 46th room," except for Uehara Naraku, who was praised by teacher Kabuto for his kindness. Uehara Kisuke didn't trust anyone else in the Uehara clan. It's a bit awkward. Chapter 652, Uehara Kisuke's Trump Card, another product of the Hogyoku, White Zetsu. Outside Mogi Town, Akaya Bito and Akaya Chi captured all of Uehara Kisuke's friends, including the Masked Core and Yoruichi Shiyuin, into the Kami space, leaving only Uehara Kisuke alone. After all his friends were captured, Uehara Kisuke sat alone on a rock outside Mogi Town, looking a little depressed. Now Uehara Kisuke's mood is more complicated than when he was framed by Aizen Sosuke in the past, and his situation is even more difficult than before. Uehara Naraku stood next to a space crack, looking at Uehara Kisuke on the ground, and couldn't help but chuckled and said, "It seems that the intern we once wanted to recruit seems to be in a bad mood now. How can he be in a good mood after experiencing such a thing?" Senjudo Bairama floated beside Uehara, snorted coldly and said, "What a bad act, taking away all the ties around him. This guy is really a fool again." Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly, chuckled and continued, "That's wrong. If we don't capture all his friends at this time, how can he trust another friend?" "That's a friend." Senjudo Bairama couldn't help but grind his teeth. How on earth did this guy have the nerve to say that? "Let's go." Uehara Naraku took a last look at Uehara Kisuke, his fingers slightly raised, and whispered, before leaving, "Let's send him another rain. I hope it will make him feel better." Before the voice fell, the sky slowly accumulated dark clouds. Sparse rain fell again. Uehara Naraku, surrounded by Senjudo Bairama, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Akaya Bito and Akaya Chi, turned around and entered the space rift. As for Shiba Ishin and the Shinigami of the 10th Division, they had already returned to the Soul Society to report to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, hoping that Yamamoto Shigekuni could negotiate with the Uehara clan and take back the former Shinigami captains such as Hiroko Makoto to the Gotai 13 for imprisonment. Motai Town. After everyone left, a white figure slowly emerged from the ground, approached Uehara Kisuke, holding a huge banana as an umbrella to shield him from the rain. "You look unhappy, Uehara, huh?" Uehara Kisuke slowly raised his head, looking at the white figure that appeared under the brim of his hat, and couldn't help but say, "Yoichi and Hiko were all captured by the Uehara clan. It would be strange to be in a good mood at this time." "Sorry." The white figure grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "If my power could be stronger." "Forget it. I still feel that even if I become stronger, I don't have the confidence to resist the monsters of the Uehara clan, so I'd better not go and die." "Your words of comfort are really low." Uehara Kisuke shook his head helplessly, sighed softly and said, "I wonder if other White Zetsu have the same low EQ as you." White Zetsu, a byproduct obtained by Uehara Kisuke when he made the Hogyoku, because the materials used by Uehara Kisuke to make the collapsing jade are the souls and spirit particles of hollows. When he first saw the creature White Zetsu, he even thought it was a newly born hollow. Later, Uehara Kisuke discovered that White Zetsu was somewhat different from the Hollow. White Zetsu's combat ability was not strong, and its only ability might be to be good at hiding. No, there is one more thing, that is, it can reproduce through the spore technique. After Uehara Kisuke first got the White Zetsu, he found that the White Zetsu's spore technique can absorb spirit particles to quickly reproduce other White Zetsu. He was almost shocked at the time. If White Zetsu can reproduce infinitely with the spore technique, and no one can restrict them, this creature can even occupy the entire world. Fortunately, White Zetsu's IQ is very low, otherwise, I really don't know how much harm these guys will cause. Now standing in front of Uehara Kisuke is the original White Zetsu. After being born, the White Zetsu thought that Uehara Kisuke, who created the collapsing jade, was its master, and has been working for Uehara Kisuke. Unfortunately, even the White Zetsu itself, its intelligence does not seem to be very high. Its combat power is far inferior to that of the masked Shinigami. Therefore, except for occasionally wanting to find out information, Kisuke Uehara rarely uses White Zetsu, but this also provides him with great help. It is because of White Zetsu, Kisuke Uehara found out some secret information about the Uehara clan. For example, the spiritual pressure of the young head of Uehara Naraku was very strong when he was practicing, and what special little habits did Akaya Madara, the head of the 13 dead waiters of the Uehara clan, have. These secrets are sometimes quite interesting. It was because of the information of White Zetsu that Uehara knew that the young head of Uehara Naraku was really kind by nature, so he believed that Uehara Naraku was deceived by Aizen Sosuke. And it was also because of the information provided by White Zetsu. Kisuke Uehara dared to agree to it, and tried every means to find out the real murderer of the assassination of Uehara Naraku, and find evidence that Aizen Sosuke manipulated everything. This time, Aizen Sosuke wanted to take the opportunity to attack Kisuke Uehara and the Masked Corps, who knew about it, and it was also an opportunity for Kisuke Uehara. Uehara Kisuke has long wanted to find an opportunity to expose the true face of Aizen Sosuke, but he has never had the opportunity to intervene in Soul Society. The Uehara clan wants to use him, and he also wants to take the opportunity to use the Uehara clan to return to Soul Society. After all, it is not an easy task for a sinner who was once expelled from Soul Society to return to Soul Society to overthrow the captain of the 5th Division of the Gotai 13, especially since the entire Central 46 Chamber may already be under the control of Aizen Sosuke. If you want to bypass the authority of the Central 46 Chamber, you can only use the wealthy clans that are comparable to the power of the Central 46 Chamber. Originally, Uehara Kisuke wanted to use Kabuto Yakushi and the Zero Division to get rid of Aizen Sosuke, but unfortunately his teacher Kabuto Yakushi was completely disappointed in him and completely cut off contact with him. This is also something that Uehara Kisuke regrets most. Uehara, do you need me to do something now? White Zetsu looked at Uehara Kisuke, not knowing what Uehara Kisuke was thinking. He just smiled and continued. If I am asked to rescue Miss Yoruichi from the Uehara clan, it will be very difficult. After saying this, White Zetsu scratched his head again and said with a smile, if I am asked to monitor Aizen Sosuke, it will also be difficult. There is also a nemesis of mine beside him. I know. Uehara Kisuke nodded slowly and whispered, it's the guy named Black Zetsu, right? That's the accessory he got from making the Hogyoku with the soul of the god of death. This world always has an opposite side, or it can be said to be light and dark, positive and negative, yin and yang. No, it can be said that it is not an absolute opposite, but a complementary relationship. When Aizen Sosuke used the soul of the god of death to create the collapsing jade, he obtained a monster called Black Zetsu. When Uehara Kisuke used the soul of the hollow to create the collapsing jade, he obtained a creature called White Zetsu. Each creature has its own advantages. The Black Zetsu under Aizen Sosuke seems to have a powerful force. Whether it can restrain the existence of White Zetsu, it can not only devour the hollow, but also devour and fuse the creature of White Zetsu to make itself stronger. Unfortunately, there is only one Black Zetsu. However, The white Zetsu under Uehara Kisuke can reproduce infinitely through the spore technique and become a monster that will never disappear. It can even possess the body of the god of death and devour the spiritual power of the god of death. According to Uehara Kisuke's guess, the characteristics of the two creatures, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, are just related to the characteristics of the collapsing jade. For example, Aizen Sosuke's Black Zetsu is made using the soul of the god of death, so it just restrains the corresponding hollow creature. Uehara Kisuke's White Zetsu is made using the soul of the hollow, which can just restrain the god of death that is opposite to the hollow. Please check for me. Uehara Kisuke stroked his palm and whispered, "No need to monitor him. Monitor his subordinates and see if any of his subordinates have been subjected to the hollowification experiment of the Shinigami by him. The person who assassinated Uehara Naraku was definitely sent by him." "Okay." White Zetsu nodded with a smile, and his body slowly sank into the ground. He laughed softly and said, "He. I'll make arrangements now. When I have arranged enough people, I will send them to Soul Society. We just need to wait for news." But when White Zetsu slowly sank into the ground, it suddenly came out again. Only a head on the ground suddenly spoke to persuade, "Oh, by the way, Uehara, don't get caught in the rain too much. It's not good for your health." "I know." Uehara Kisuke couldn't help but support his forehead and cursed inwardly. "But can you think about it a little more? I'm wearing an artificial body now. If this one breaks, I can just change it." Although that's what he said, but Uehara Kisuke still felt a touch of warmth in his heart. It must be said that although the White Zetsu are a group of idiots, they are indeed kind-hearted, and even more likable than those gloomy and deceitful Shinigami in Soul Society. Really, Uehara Kisuke adjusted the hat on his head with his palm, sighed softly and said, "If the hollows can be like White Zetsu, maybe there will be no more disputes in this world." Unfortunately, Uehara Kisuke didn't think about it. In Uehara Kisuke's eyes, White Zetsu is an idiot creature. The first thing he did after leaving him was not to complete the task he assigned, but to meet someone Uehara Kisuke could never imagine. White Zetsu went to meet Black Zetsu. The two of them are in the same group. After leaving Uehara Kisuke, the White Zetsu ignored the affection he had just shown and hurried to meet Black Zetsu. These two creatures, who were regarded as assistants by Uehara Kisuke and Aizen Sosuke respectively, often exchanged information in private. After all, they were old colleagues who had worked together for many years. This was even the third world they had worked in together. Late at night, at this moment, Black Zetsu was feeling melancholy in a supermarket, because it was about to start a task assigned to it by Uehara Naraku, to find a way to make this supermarket that had been rude to Uehara Naraku go bankrupt. "Eh? What are you doing?" The White Zetsu's body slowly floated up from the ground, because within its sight, Black Zetsu shook a can of Coke vigorously and put the Coke back in the distance. This scene looked particularly weird. "It's okay." "Is there any information from Uehara Kisuke?" Black Zetsu shook his head, turned his head and glanced at the White Zetsu who appeared beside him, suppressing the idea of complaining about Uehara Naraku in his heart, because it knows White Zetsu likes to commit suicide. What if White Zetsu suddenly spreads Uehara Naraku's petty thoughts? That would not be a good thing. It feels very strange. White Zetsu glanced at the supermarket shelves in surprise, and laughed softly as he started talking about business. Uehara brought the group of people from Senjudo Bairama to capture Uehara Kisuke's friends and force Uehara Kisuke to find out the murderer who assassinated Aizen Sosuke. He looks like a bad guy, but Uehara Kisuke has already agreed. Now Uehara Kisuke has confirmed that it was Aizen Sosuke who was causing trouble, and wants me to monitor Aizen Sosuke's subordinates and find out who among Aizen's subordinates has conducted the Death God Hollow experiment. Is there any information I can give him? This is White Zetsu's method. Once Uehara Kisuke asks it to investigate Aizen Sosuke, White Zetsu will go directly to Black Zetsu and get information about Aizen Sosuke from Black Zetsu. It can directly take the information from Aizen Sosuke's capable subordinate Black Zetsu. Is there a simpler way than this? Just right. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly and whispered, "You can go back and tell Uehara Kisuke that Aizen Sosuke has already left Soul Society, and his traces have not appeared in the real world. There is even a breath of hollow around him. Okay, is there anything else? These are enough. Black Zetsu grinned strangely. As long as you tell Uehara Kisuke these, he will doubt Hucamundo. It just so happens that we have more manpower than ever in Hucamundo. As long as Uehara Kisuke is willing, he can find a lot of evidence about Aizen. Indeed, as long as Uehara Kisuke is willing to enter Hucamundo, Orochimaru and the others can always find ways to send a bunch of evidence of Aizen Sosuke making Rancor to Uehara Kisuke. Even if Aizen Sosuke hasn't created an Rancor yet, they can still find a way to put the blame on Aizen Sosuke. Hehehe. Got it. White Zetsu slowly sank back into the ground. Before leaving, it suddenly added, by the way, has Aizen Sosuke pooped recently? No. Black Zetsu's voice seemed to suppress anger. Aizen Sosuke is not a human, he is a god of death. All the food and water consumed by gods of death are energy to support the activities of spirits. And what kind of devilish questions are White Zetsu asking? After so many years, why hasn't White Zetsu gotten rid of this bad habit yet? I feel that the appearance of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu is reasonable. Chapter 653, The Return of Aizen Sosuke. Soul Society. In the Soul Society, ever since Naraku Uehara and his team put Yoruichi Shioin and the members of the Masked Shinigami under house arrest in the human world, the atmosphere in the Soul Society has become a little tense. After all, the Masked Shinigami were once the captains of the Gotai 13. Shigekuni Yamamoto convened a meeting of the current captains of the Gotai 13 to discuss how to get Mako Hirako, Yoruichi Shioin and the others back. The interesting thing is, Naraku Uehara, as the vice-captain of the 5th Division, was also on the list. Perhaps this was Shigekuni Yamamoto's request. The old man obviously had bad intentions and hoped to resolve the matter through Naraku Uehara. After all, they were once the captains of the Gotai 13. Yamamoto Genri Uzai Shigekuni coughed a few times and said slowly, "It's not right for the Uehara clan to detain them all the time. Huh? There's nothing wrong with it, right?" Uncle Kiraku Shunsui leaned back in his chair, trimming his nails slowly, and chuckled as he said, "They were originally suspected of assassinating the head of the Uehara clan. I think it's reasonable to lock them up in Uehara Castle, as long as the Uehara clan doesn't use any private punishment. It's not a big deal to just put them under house arrest." Huh? Shunsui. A hint of confusion flashed across Yamamoto Shigekuni's face. The other captains of the entire Gotai 13 also looked at each other in bewilderment. They really couldn't understand why Kiraku Shunsui would speak for the Uehara clan. Even Uehara Naraku was a little suspicious. Could this Kiraku Shunsui be a spy arranged by his subordinates? This is a bit unrealistic, isn't it? Kiraku Shunsui has been following Yamamoto Genri Uzai Shigekuni, so there doesn't seem to be any chance for him to infiltrate, right? Besides, Kiraku Shunsui will become the next captain of the Gotai 13. Is he going to continue his legend in the pirate world in this world of death? This time, it is obvious that Uehara Naraku is overthinking. After a moment of confusion, Yamamoto Genri Uzai Shigekuni's face seemed to have figured it out. He knew his disciple very well, and he just said in a muffled voice, "Shunsui, don't damage the honor of the Gotoben for a momentary emotion." Hirako Mako and others conducted hollowification experiments privately, and they should be judged by the Central 46th Chamber. When he said this, Yamamoto Genri Uzai Shigekuni slowly closed his eyes and continued to add softly, "Yamamaru Lisa was once your companion, and she is no exception. He is worthy of being Kiraku Shunsui's teacher." Yamamoto Shigekuni figured out what his disciple Kiraku Shunsui was thinking and why he was defending the Uehara clan in a moment. Because Lisa Yamaru was once the vice-captain of Shunsui Kiraku, and it was he who ordered Lisa Yamaru to replace Takenki to support the 9th Division. As a result, Lisa Yamaru was involved in the hollowization of Shinigami and was falsely accused of being a hollowization experimenter. This incident has made Shunsui Kiraku feel guilty all the time. According to the order of the Central 46th Office, Mako Hirako and Lisa Yamaru should be candidates for execution. Once they are taken back to the Gotai 13, they will probably be sent to the execution platform immediately. Of course, if Lisa Yamaru hides in Uehara Castle, Even the Central 46th Office can do nothing about it and can only find a way to get her back first. Shunsui Kiraku doesn't want to see Lisa Yamaru enter the execution platform after being caught. What he can do now is to say a few words in this meeting so that Lisa Yamaru can hide in Uehara Castle and survive. Unfortunately, Shunsui Kiraku's idea was completely seen through by the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto. However, Kiraku Shunsui did not seem to intend to conceal it deliberately. He just chuckled casually and continued, "What if the Uehara clan is unwilling to hand them over? Hirako and Lisa are all criminals captured by the Uehara clan themselves." When Kiraku Shunsui said this, he turned his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. "Speaking of which, Vice Captain Uehara, I heard that it was the second-in-command Mr. Hashirama and the fifth-in-command Mr. Tobirama of your clan who captured them, and it seemed that they made some kind of agreement." "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded seriously and responded in a low voice, "Because there is no direct evidence that Uehara Kisuke conspired to plan the assassination, Mr. Tobirama allowed him to investigate the truth in order to let him prove his innocence." The current captain of the 2nd Division, Soifong, couldn't help but cross her legs and whispered, "In order to let him prove his innocence, his friends should be placed under house arrest in Uehara Castle, or he should be handed over to our mobile team for detention." Because Yoruichi Shiyuin was once the captain of the 2nd Division and Soifong's former boss, she has mixed feelings about her boss. Naturally, Soifong doesn't want to see Yoruichi Shiyuin being held as a prisoner in Uehara Castle. She doesn't want to see Yoruichi Shiyuin in dire straits. Besides, Soifong's identity is not ordinary. In addition to being the captain of the 2nd Division, Soifong also serves as the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile force, which is independent of the Gotai 13. Just from the surface, perhaps the secret mobile force should be on the same level as the Gotai 13, and has always been responsible for monitoring, patrolling and even executing the Shinigami. However, over the years, since the former commander-in-chief of the secret mobile force, Yoruichi Shiyuin, and the current Soifong, both served as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Gotai 13, they both preferred their own identities as captains of the divisions, resulting in the secret mobile force gradually becoming a subordinate of the 2nd Division. Of course, this is only on the surface. In fact, the entire secret mobile force has been infiltrated by the Shinigami of the Uehara clan, and this secret organization has not escaped the sight of the Uehara clan. After thinking for a while, Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his head and said, "I will mention this matter to Mr. Tobirama, but, Captain Soifong, I still think that we don't need to hurt them before finding out the truth." Soifong fell into silence. After a while, Soifong suddenly asked, "I know, will Uehara Castle be open during this period? I want to see the woman who left the 2nd Division. I can't make the decision yet." Uehara Naraku's face was a little restrained, and he explained softly, "Because of the previous assassination incident, Mr. Tobirama and the others are a little nervous. Can you show a little bit of your family master's momentum?" Soifong frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied with Uehara Naraku, because in addition to her duties in the Gotai 13, Soifong is also a Shinigami from a lower noble family. She doesn't like Uehara Naraku's cowardly appearance. Unfortunately, she couldn't say much. Seriously speaking, the lower-class noble B family where Soifong was located was actually very different from the Uehara clan. This kind of noble couldn't even control their own destiny. Yamamoto Genri Shigekuni glanced at Soifong and changed the subject. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Now we are discussing the negotiation with the Uehara clan." After that, Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at his disciple, Haryasui. "After you leave, go to the Uehara clan to visit Mr. Tobirama, hoping to hand over the little guys like Hirako Mako and Shiyuin Yoruichi to the Central 46th Chamber for trial." As the captain-in-chief, Yamamoto Shigekuni had to maintain the authority of the Gotai 13 and the Central 46th Chamber. Unfortunately, it seemed that not many of the captains present would take this authority seriously. After the meeting was disbanded, Kiraku Shunsui did not obey the order, but instead openly invited Uehara Naraku to get together with him. This gathering Sounds a bit unserious. Just at this time, Aizen Sosuke returned to the Soul Society. No, or rather, after receiving the news, Aizen Sosuke had to return to Soul Society, because the masked Shinigami and others whom he wanted to kill fell into the hands of the Uehara clan. This was not in line with his plan. Once the masked Shinigami handed over too much information to the Uehara clan, Aizen Sosuke was worried that this might affect his position in Uehara Naraku's heart. Aizen Sosuke wanted to make Uehara Naraku, the head of the family, his own. It's a bit troublesome, but I'll finish it soon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Aizen Sosuke and Uehara Naraku. Siriaita Infirmary. Aizen Sosuke returned to his ward. Now Aizen Sosuke is still the captain of the 5th Division who was attacked and seriously injured. This man always plays the role he should play. Before Aizen Sosuke entered Hukomundo, he had been using Kagami Suigetsu to manipulate the 5 senses of the Shinigami in the infirmary so that he would not reveal any flaws. However, now that Uehara Naraku has returned, Aizen Sosuke believes that Kagami Suigetsu may not be effective for the Uehara clan. And Aizen Sosuke knows very well that the first thing Uehara Naraku should do when he returns to Soul Society is to visit him as the captain. This is his understanding of Uehara Naraku. Obviously, Aizen Sosuke was not wrong, because after Uehara Naraku learned from Hukomundo that Aizen had returned to Siriaite, he also went to visit Aizen Sosuke, who was still in the hospital according to his own personality. All this is a cycle. Uehara Naraku believed that as long as he returned to Soul Society, Aizen Sosuke would also return from Hukomundo, which would allow Urahara Kisuke to go to Hukomundo to investigate the truth. As long as Urahara Kisuke got enough evidence to prove that Aizen Sosuke had conducted experiments on the transformation of Shinigami hollows and manipulated Hukomundo in private, and with the help of Senjudo Bairama who arranged for Tosen Kaname to betray him at any time, Aizen's true face would be exposed directly. This kind of thing. Uehara Naraku was very skilled. Back then, Uehara Naraku was still a newbie who started from scratch, and he arranged Ukaya clearly with his tricks of eating 2 heads at a time. Siriaite First Aid Center. When Uehara Naraku came here to visit Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th Division was sitting in the room leisurely writing calligraphy, looking peaceful. In addition to Aizen Sosuke, Hinamori Momo, a student who has not yet graduated, happened to be visiting Aizen. She stood beside the table and watched Aizen write, quietly helping Aizen grind ink. This picture makes people feel particularly beautiful, but this scene fell into Uehara Naraku's eyes, as if he saw a little lamb rushing to a hungry wolf in sheepskin without looking back, and wanted to keep warm by the fake sheepskin. Ahem. Aizen Sosuke heard the footsteps, covered his chest and couldn't help coughing a few times. He turned his head and saw Uehara Naraku standing at the door, with a slightly weak smile on his face. Naraku, are you back? Aizen Sosuke is still so gentle and elegant. His, what an acting skill. Aizen Sosuke obviously went to Hukomundo to play a trick of turning the clouds and raining with his hands, and even acted like a king in Hukomundo. Now he is here to act like a gentle parent. Compared to what Aizen Sosuke said, Hinamori Momo's smile was obviously more sincere. She waved her arms excitedly and greeted Uehara Naraku. Hey, Naraku, long time no see. Is Ziabai back too? The Ziabai that Hinamori Momo mentioned refers to Hitsugaya Tashiro, who grew up with her. Long time no see, Hinamori. Uehara Naraku sighed softly in his heart, with a little hesitation on his face. He nodded slowly and looked at Aizen Sosuke. A hint of sincere guilt flashed in his eyes. Captain, I'm really sorry. Is there anything to apologize for? Aizen Sosuke shook his head, smiled and spoke to comfort Uehara Naraku's emotions. There is no need to apologize to me, Naraku. We are each other's companions. No matter what you have done, I will support you behind your back. But Uehara Naraku lowered his head and said a little frustrated, I didn't find out the truth, nor did I catch the murderer who injured the captain. At this point, Uehara Naraku looked up at Aizen Sosuke, his eyes filled with more and more apology, and he said self-reproachfully, Mr. Tobirama seems to have other plans, and I cannot go against his will before I come of age. Don't worry. Aizen Sosuke patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder, smiled and continued, although I don't know what plans he has, I believe he must be doing it for you. After saying this, Aizen Sosuke's voice became softer, just as I hope you can succeed as the captain of the 5th Division in the future. I believe that Mr. Tobirama's approach should also be to hope that you can take on the responsibility of a family head in the future. Captain. Uehara Naraku's face was somewhat incredulous. How could Aizen Sosuke still say this? He is really good at making things up, and anyone would probably be moved if the two of them could be sincere to each other. Uehara Naraku really wanted to tell Aizen Sosuke that what he wanted was not the captain of the 5th Division, but the throne of the sky that Aizen Sosuke also coveted. Unfortunately, there was another person who did not cooperate with the performance. Hinamori Momo's face was also a little surprised. After hearing what Aizen Sosuke said, she slowly reached out and covered her mouth. Is Naraku going to be the captain of the Gotai 13 in the future? But when Hinamori Momo just finished speaking, a little apology appeared on her face, and she hurriedly apologized to Uehara Naraku. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean that. I know that Naraku will be very happy to be the captain, and Naraku will definitely be the captain in the future. They all say that your status in the Soul Society is the most noble. Our school's new student Kachiki Ruka can't compare to your status. Sorry, I seem to have said something wrong again. The more this little girl explained, the worse it got. At first glance, she was not the material to be the mastermind, at least in the eyes of Uehara Naraku and Aizen Sosuke. She was too childish. Okay. Aizen Sosuke smiled and waved his hand, and spoke softly to help the little girl out. Hinamori, can you help me take out the rice paper on the table to dry it? Yes, Captain Aizen. Hinamori Momo finally found a reason to leave. She was too embarrassed to stay in such an embarrassing situation. After Hinamori Momo left, only Aizen Sosuke and Uehara Naraku were left in the ward, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Can you tell me about that situation? Aizen Sosuke waved his hand to motion Uehara Naraku to sit down, and said softly, I heard part of the situation. It seems that there were people arguing here in the morning, talking about the Uehara clan imprisoning Captain Mako Hirako and other former captains. When mentioning Mako Hirako, Aizen Sosuke immediately frowned and whispered, Mako Hirako was the former captain of our 5th Division. I had been following him, but when I was reporting to him once, I suddenly discovered that Urahara Kisuke and him were conducting experiments on the hollowization of Shinigami. Aizen Sosuke sighed, lowered his head and said softly, I found out about this at the time but did not report it because I was worried that Captain Hirako would be punished. Now I think it was because I was unwilling to argue with him that he made a big mistake. These words can be considered to have a traceable path, except for the people of the masked Shinigami Corps and Urahara Kisuke. No one else knew the true story of this matter. In the original case records, Aizen Sosuke was undoubtedly innocent, and there was evidence that Urahara Kisuke conducted the hollowing experiment. Even if Urahara Kisuke's original intention was to create the collapsing jade and rescue the hollowed-out Hirako Mako and others, this matter would not be believed at all. On the contrary, in the records, Aizen Sosuke was framed by them. After Aizen Sosuke finished talking about Hirako Mako, without waiting for Uehara Naraku to speak, he looked at Uehara Naraku and said softly, if I make any mistakes like Captain Hirako in the future, you must stop me. Don't care that I am your captain. After saying this, Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku. His face became more serious than ever. Naraku, you must remember that first of all, we are companions who can depend on each other, and then I am your captain. Only in this way can we avoid the tragedy of Captain Hirako. Uehara Naraku felt a little weird in his heart. If it weren't for Aizen Sosuke's last words, Uehara really wanted to do something unconventional at this time, and really did what Aizen Sosuke said, and directly pressed Aizen Sosuke to the ground, revealing all his thoughts. Unfortunately, this guy is still performing. However, Uehara Naraku still plans to record Aizen Sosuke's words, and when they talk about today's events in the future, they will definitely feel very happy. Of course, it may also be that Uehara Naraku is happy on his own. Uehara Naraku had already arranged the script in his mind, but a hint of anger flashed across his face. He still forcefully defended Aizen Sosuke. "Captain, don't talk nonsense. How could you make the same mistake as seniors like Hirako and Mako? When we were in the Mao Academy, we often said that you were the most perfect Shinigami in Soul Society." At the end, Uehara Naraku's voice slowly lowered, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If you, the captain, make mistakes, then it must be this world that is wrong. I don't think the captain will do wrong things for power like Senior Hirako did." "Calm down, Naraku." Aizen Sosuke's mouth curled up into a smile, but he slowly shook his head and said softly, "I'm not as perfect as you think. However, I told you this because I don't want to have the regrets that happened to me in the future." "Captain." A hint of respect flashed across Uehara Naraku's face. At this time, Aizen Sosuke is indeed worthy of respect. No, it should be said that facing Aizen Sosuke in this state, he should show a respectful expression. Sure enough, a deeper smile appeared on the corners of Aizen's mouth. "What a cute little guy." Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku's expression, and the smile on his mouth became more and more gentle. In fact, he agreed with what Uehara Naraku said just now. That is, this world is indeed wrong now. There is no high throne in this world. This is really unbearable. The power in the body of the god of death in this world is limited, and it even takes time to accumulate to become stronger. This is also unbearable for Aizen Sosuke. He needs stronger power. Enough power for the entire Soul Society to look up to. "I really don't know." Aizen Sosuke couldn't help but have some fun in his heart. "I really don't know what will happen to the little guy Uehara Naraku when he gets the collapsing jade and achieves a breakthrough in the future. When all the truths are about to be revealed, how will this little guy feel? Will this little guy try his best to stop him, the captain who made the mistake, as he said today?" Of course, it was too late by then. Aizen Sosuke patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and gently brought up another topic that he was more concerned about. "By the way, didn't you meet Uraara Kisuke, the sinner who once tempted Captain Hirako to fall? If it weren't for him, Captain Hirako wouldn't have fallen to this point." Uehara Naraku was a little speechless. Aizen Sosuke is too skilled at lying? Why does he keep talking about Hirako Mako's fall? If you don't know, you would really think that Aizen Sosuke and Hirako Mako have a good relationship between their superiors and subordinates. Obviously, the two of them didn't like each other back then. Hirako Mako saw through the insidiousness and cunning hidden by Aizen Sosuke, and Aizen Sosuke didn't want this dangerous person to keep staring at him, so he personally solved Hirako Mako. Now at this time, Aizen kept saying that Hirako Mako shouldn't make mistakes, as if he was very sorry that his former captain went the wrong way. This fucking made Uehara feel this situation was a little familiar. It's a bit like Uehara himself kept talking about Hanzo-sama back then, using the guise of Hanzo of the Salamander to force Hanzo of the Salamander to live for 7 or 8 more years in his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that every time he went to the Hidden Rain village, he could see Hanzo's body hanging for public display, which made Uehara Naraku sometimes almost think that Hanzo was really still alive. Speaking of which, Aizen Sosuke's real goal is not Hirako Mako. It was Uraara Kisuke who had been swimming around outside. That was Aizen Sosuke's real goal. The first was to eliminate Uraara Kisuke's hidden dangers, and the second was naturally for the incomplete Hogyoku that Uraara Kisuke had developed. That Hogyoku, theoretically, it was formed earlier than Aizen Sosuke's Hogyoku. Although Uraara Kisuke developed Hogyoku a little later than Aizen Sosuke, Uraara Kisuke completed that Hogyoku much faster than Aizen Sosuke. After all, Uraara Kisuke came from the 12th Division and the Technology Development Bureau, and was once a disciple of Yakushi Kabuto. In addition to his brain and wisdom, He was indeed very talented in studying these little things. We met Akatsuki Uehara. Naraku frowned slightly, as if he didn't like that person very much. He explained softly, because we didn't find the person who assassinated the captain, but we all think that the assassin should be Akatsuki's subordinates. After all, the assassin is a masked Shinigami who can be hollowed out, and only Akatsuki has conducted the experiment of hollowing out the Shinigami. Did he escape? Sosuke raised his eyebrows. No, or he was let go. A hint of doubt flashed across Uehara Naraku's face, and he slowly shook his head and said, Mr. Tobirama and Mr. Hashirama captured all the enemies, but they didn't find the murderer. Therefore, Mr. Tobirama and Akatsuki reached an agreement that only if Akatsuki handed over the murderer to us, he would release Miss Shifengyu and Yoruichi and Senior Hirako and others. In fact, I don't agree with doing this, but according to our rules, I can't go against the orders of Mr. Hashirama and Mr. Tobirama now. Aizen Prophet. Chapter 655, Aizen Sosuke's two-handed plan, the figure in the dark. Aizen Sosuke understands Uehara Naraku's helplessness very well. As a god of death who has not yet entered adulthood, Uehara Naraku can't make any decisions. He has to listen to the words of the dead waiters such as Senju Tobirama. In Aizen Sosuke's view, this should be to prevent the head of the Uehara family from going down the wrong path. It's just that if these dead waiters are still in power, it will be a bit unfriendly to Aizen Sosuke. Because Aizen and Orochimaru have reached an alliance, Aizen also learned a lot of secrets about the Uehara family from Orochimaru. The 13 dead waiters will undoubtedly be one of the most powerful enemies they will face in the future. And it has already caused big trouble now. Aizen Sosuke was also somewhat unexpected. Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, the two top dead waiters, took action, but they didn't bring Akatsuki back. This is not good news for him. And it may even be a threat. No, it will definitely be a threat, because Akatsuki wants to rescue Shifengyu and Yoruichi, Hikomako and others, and overturn all these results. Akatsuki will definitely find ways to overturn the hollowification incident of the Shinigami and reveal the truth at that time. It just so happens that, now that the Uehara clan has intervened, although it is very unfriendly to Akatsuki, it also gives Akatsuki an opportunity to overturn his own case. Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku beside him, with a smile still in his eyes, but under this warm smile, he was calculating all this little by little. Plan, maybe it should be advanced. No, or rather, he seems to be able to take advantage of this opportunity to intervene. When Akatsuki came to Soul Society to reveal the truth about the hollowization of the Shinigami, Aizen Sosuke felt that this was a complete opportunity for him, a chance for him to obtain the Hogyoku, and perhaps also a chance to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. Okay, thinking of this, Aizen Sosuke smiled at Uehara Naraku and said softly, "Go back and rest early, Naraku. It will take some time for my injury to heal." When he said this, Aizen Sosuke's eyes became more gentle. He slowly supported his glasses and continued in a low voice, "Also, after you come back, I'll trouble you to continue to take on more responsibilities as captain." Captain. A trace of worry flashed across Uehara Naraku's face. At this moment, Uehara Naraku seemed to have lost his backbone if he lost Aizen Sosuke. Unfortunately, he could only leave the rescue station worriedly under Aizen Sosuke's order. After Uehara Naraku left, Aizen Sosuke immediately began to think quickly. In this situation, he seemed unable to intervene in the affairs of the Uehara clan, so he could only make two preparations. The first plan, of course, was to contact Orochimaru in secret and have Orochimaru send his Rancor Corps to attack Akatsuki. It would be best if he could catch Akatsuki. If he couldn't catch him, then he would implement the second plan. The second plan was to find ways to make Akatsuki's plan go smoothly, to find out where Akatsuki's Hogyoku was hidden, and whether it was hidden on his body. If he could be sure of this, then he would secretly lure Akatsuki to find out about the Rancor Great Hollow. And when Akatsuki came to Soul Society to overturn the case, he would take the Hogyoku from Akatsuki. That moment, would also be the moment when he stepped onto the throne of heaven. That moment would also be the moment when the history of the entire Soul Society was rewritten. That moment would also be the moment when the whole world welcomed their domination. Aizen Sosuke slowly closed his eyes, raised his finger, and immediately contacted Black Zetsu, because the matter this time was too important, and for things like secretly controlling Uehara Kisuke, he chose to trust the relatively reliable Black Zetsu. After all, you could tell that Okamaru-jin had ulterior motives just by looking at his appearance. He was obviously not a loyal guy, and he only followed Kabuto Yakushi because of his orders. Tosen Kaname was very loyal to Aizen, but Tosen Kaname was too stupid. Black Zetsu never refused Aizen Sosuke's contact, and even when it was connecting to the spiritual power network, it seemed a little impatient. "Hey, Lord Aizen, you contacted me at this time. Do you have any special instructions?" Normally, Aizen Sosuke seldom used Black Zetsu. In most cases, Aizen Sosuke would always ask Black Zetsu to help him explore some secret information and the whereabouts of Uehara Kisuke's Hogyoku in various places. Only when encountering something really important, Aizen would choose to use Black Zetsu as his trump card. "There is indeed something." Aizen Sosuke smiled and raised the corners of his mouth, slowly telling Black Zetsu his plan, letting Black Zetsu execute the plan according to his idea. "I will let Jin rush to Hukamundo to contact Orochimaru, and hope that the first plan will go smoothly. If the first plan cannot be achieved, Black Zetsu, then you will execute the second plan." After saying this, Aizen Sosuke smiled and praised Black Zetsu. "I believe that only you can do the best in this matter." This is not purely false praise. Aizen Sosuke really likes Black Zetsu, his subordinate, because Black Zetsu was born in the Hogyoku experiment and has never let him down. In a certain aura, Aizen Sosuke also feels that he and Black Zetsu are very compatible. As you command. After listening to Aizen Sosuke's plan, Black Zetsu automatically filtered out Aizen Sosuke's first plan in his mind and immediately began to prepare to execute the second plan. Because the second plan to lure Uehara Kisuke was also the plan it was ordered to execute by Harry Naraku. "Then I'll leave it to you." Aizen Sosuke was very confident in Black Zetsu's efficiency, and suddenly asked another question. "Has the whereabouts of the Hogyoku made by Uehara Kisuke not been found yet?" "Not yet." Black Zetsu immediately found a suitable reason, and even a reason that could be used to gain Aizen Sosuke's trust, because there are too many white Zetsu around Uehara Kisuke. Although the strength of those trash is not very good, their abilities are too weird. "Then keep looking." Aizen Sosuke was not displeased at all, and he spoke to comfort his subordinates. "I'll leave this matter to you, Black Zetsu." He had also heard of the group of white Zetsu, and it was also because of the white Zetsu creatures around Uehara Kisuke that Aizen Sosuke's trust in Black Zetsu increased a bit. Sometimes, Aizen Sosuke even felt that he and Uehara Kisuke were destined opponents. The two always walked on the same path, but always went their separate ways and went to opposition. Both of them were not satisfied with the current situation of the Soul Society. Both of them created incomplete Hogyoku. Both of them got the products of making Hogyoku. The subordinates of the two people, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, were also species that were opposed to each other since their birth. Just like the opposition between the two of them, Aizen Sosuke's strength was better, and Uehara Kisuke's wisdom was better. They would also believe in themselves and would win the fight with each other sooner or later. However, Aizen Sosuke looked down on Uehara Kisuke's vision. He thought that Uehara Kisuke had the possibility of breaking through the restrictions of the God of Death, but he still chose to continue living the same life. At this point, Uehara Kisuke was much worse than his teacher Kabuto Yakushi. Aizen Sosuke recalled the last communication he had with Kabuto Yakushi before he entered the Soul King Palace, and a flash of memory flashed across his face. "Mr. Kabuto, why did you choose me? I hope this corrupt world can be changed, but my power is too weak. Uehara has disappointed me, and Jin's talent is not enough. I hope someone who can truly change this world can sit on the throne." "Then stay tuned, then I'll wait and see." That day, Kabuto Yakushi stood in front of Aizen Sosuke and told him that as long as he was willing to ascend the throne and change the current declining Soul Society, He didn't have to find a way to find out the information about the key to the Soul King Palace. He could become the key for Aizen Sosuke to enter the Soul King Palace. This also means Kabuto Yakushi, a member of the Zero Division, has become an ally of Aizen Sosuke in a sense, and it is precisely because of this that Aizen Sosuke is more willing to indulge Akamaru Jin's presumption, and even doesn't care about Akamaru Jin's attitude towards him. Let's put it this way. In Aizen Sosuke's opinion, Akamaru Jin is a material cultural heritage left to Aizen by Kabuto Yakushi after he entered the Soul King Palace. To be honest, Aizen Sosuke likes Akamaru Jin very much. In addition to Aizen Sosuke's love for Akamaru Jin, who is decisive and intelligent, it is also because Kabuto Yakushi specifically mentioned that he hopes Aizen Sosuke can take good care of Akamaru Jin. This is equivalent to Akamaru Jin being a hostage that Aizen Sosuke can threaten Kabuto Yakushi, and it is also the bond between them. Therefore, Aizen never cares about Akamaru Jin's offense. Even if Aizen will never trust Akamaru Jin, he will not want to actively hurt Akamaru Jin. After Aizen Sosuke contacted Black Zetsu, he summoned Akamaru Jin and issued an order, asking Akamaru Jin to rush to the Hukomundo to contact Orochimaru, and order the Rancor Corps to go to the real world to search and capture Urahara Kisuke. It just so happens that Akamaru Jin doesn't like Urahara Kisuke, the children who grew up in the orphanage. Anyone who knew the relationship between Urahara Kisuke and Kabuto Yakushi, almost no one would like Urahara Kisuke, the guy who betrayed Kabuto Yakushi. Even Matsumoto Renjaku is no exception. I know. Akamaru Jin squinted his eyes and nodded, chuckled softly and said horrible words. If the dean had stopped me from troubling brother Urahara, he would not be alive now. I wanted to nail him to the wall with the magic gun a long time ago. It's rare to see you so irritable, Jin. A helpless smile flashed across Aizen Sosuke's face, but in his heart he was somewhat happy with Akamaru Jin's attitude. This means that Akamaru Jin is not without weaknesses. Akamaru Jin, a meticulous and seemingly always calm person, also has his own irritable moments, which means that he is not perfect. Unfortunately, Aizen Sosuke couldn't just let Akamaru Jin kill Urahara Kisuke. He just spoke gently to comfort Akamaru Jin. Our goal is not to hurt him. Or at least we won't hurt him now. After saying this, Aizen Sosuke added, Mr. Kabuto raised him just as he raised you. Even if Urahara betrayed Mr. Kabuto, he would definitely not want to see you killing each other. This is also the kindness of Mr. Kabuto. I understand. Akamaru Jin nodded slowly, with a smile on his face still there, and continued with a smile, I won't kill him before the plan succeeds. Then I will go to convey Lord Aizen's order to Mr. Orochimaru, and I hope our plan will go smoothly. Then I'll leave it to you, Jin. Aizen Sosuke adjusted his glasses, and continued to paint at the desk. As he continued, after this time, we can leave this dull place. Are you leaving Soul Society? Akamaru Jin's eyes shrank slightly, and then he regained his original smile. He nodded slowly. That really makes people look forward to the arrival of a new life. If I leave the Soul Society, I won't be able to see Matsumoto Renjaku for a long time. But this kind of thing doesn't matter. For Akamaru Jin, whether he stays in the Soul Society or goes to the Hukomundo, these two places are the territory of their Akatsuki organization anyway. As long as it is in the territory of the Akatsuki organization, everything can be discussed. Aizen Sosuke watched Akamaru Jin turn and leave, and he actually felt interesting in his heart. He rarely saw Akamaru Jin being so irrational. This is also good. This is the kind of subordinates Aizen Sosuke likes. After Aizen Sosuke arranged everything, he sat back at his desk again, quietly writing his calligraphy, as if it was not him who discussed the conspiracy just now. He was still the gentleman. On the other side, after receiving the order from Aizen Sosuke, the subordinates Black Zetsu and Akamaru Jin, who had just been ordered by Aizen Sosuke, both contacted Uehara and Naraku directly. This kind of thing is simply outrageous. No matter who it is, no one would have thought that someone would actually plant a circle of spies around him. No matter what he said or did, he could not escape the surveillance. Even if Aizen wanted to know something, it was all arranged by Uehara and Naraku through Black Zetsu, Akamaru Jin, Ulquiorra and others. In Uehara Castle, the phantom shadows of Black Zetsu and Akamaru Jin appeared in the conference room, and the two reported Aizen Sosuke's order to Uehara and Naraku one after another. Just reject his first plan. Uehara and Naraku leaned on a tall seat, and the whole person was trapped in the shadow. In the darkness, Uehara slowly propped up his palm to support his chin, with a playful smile on his face, and slowly opened his mouth and ordered, "As for the second plan, do it according to the result that Captain Aizen wants." The plan was rejected before it even went out. Chapter 656, Uehara Kisuke's Wisdom. The key link figure Orochimaru, the world. The space barrier slowly opened. One by one, figures in white uniforms floated out from the space cracks. Each of the white uniforms had a strange skeleton mask on their faces, and each of them had a strong spiritual pressure floating on their bodies. They were the Rancor Corps under Orochimaru, or rather, they were now the Rancor Corps under the command of the Palace of the Night. Now Nelly and Ulquiorra were in charge of commanding this Rancor Corps. Since Ulquiorra had to stay in the Soul Society, the operation to come to the world this time was commanded by Nelly and Grimmjow. Only Nelly knew clearly. This time, she led hundreds of Rancors to come to the world to search for Uehara Kisuke with great fanfare, but in fact, she was just here for show. The real action was still on Ulquiorra and others in the Palace of the Night. Of course, they were not without work. The dispatch of hundreds of Rancors couldn't be for these guys who didn't understand romance to travel at their expense, right? Grimmjow glanced at the peaceful world, grinned and sneered. "Nelly, let's start the action directly. Catch the god of death named Uehara Kisuke, and get rid of a few god of death by the way, right?" No. Nelly Elu was silent for a second, slowly shook her head, and ordered loudly, "The purpose of this trip is only to search for Uehara Kisuke. Don't make trouble in the world at will. If you encounter god of death stationed in the world, there is no need to kill them. Use your most terrifying means to drive them away. Let them feel the fear from the Palace of Night." Or in other words, this is their real purpose. Only Uehara Kisuke unilaterally found evidence that Aizen Sosuke manipulated the Hukomundo, which might not be taken seriously by the Soul Society, and the threat of expelling all the god of death from the Hukomundo and trying to rule the world must be conveyed to the Soul Society. I know. Grimmjow waved his hand indifferently. Over the years, Grimmjow has always been favored by Orochimaru, and after he became an Rancor, he was basically taken care of by the big sister Nelly. Therefore, the relationship between Grimmjow and Nelly is not bad, and there are not so many tricks between them that show respect to each other. This is also the pride of the Rancor Hollows. No, it should be said that it is the pride of the King Hollow. In fact, if Grimmjow died in order to protect Nelly, this guy Grimmjow should not frown before dying. But if Grimmjow bowed to Nelly, that is something that he could not get even if he was paid more. Okay, two people in a group, each start to act. Nelly turned around and gave a few instructions to a group of Rancor Hollows, watching as hundreds of Rancor Hollows quickly divided into twos and turned into afterimages and disappeared in front of her. Just when Grimmjow was about to disappear into a shadow, Nelly Eel suddenly called out to him, "Grimmjow, come with me." Grimmjow was slightly surprised, and couldn't help but hold his forehead. "With our strength, there is no need for this." "It is necessary." Nelly Eel's brows slightly frowned, and her lake green hair fluttered slightly in the wind. She knew this junior very well, and did not mention that she was worried about Grimmjow's temper. Nelly Eel stretched out her palm to touch her hair, and continued softly, "Don't forget our goal. What we have to do is to occupy the real world and replace the position of the god of death, instead of carrying out meaningless killing in the real world." This order was not from Aizen Sosuke, but from Orochimaru, and the purpose of doing so was just to supplement a certain plan. If the occasion was not inappropriate, Hukomundo would like to send a representative to declare war on Soul Society. However, expelling the Shinigami stationed in the real world is enough to prove how great a threat their Hukomundo Rancor Corps can bring to Soul Society. When Uehara Kisuke found out that Aizen Sosuke used the Rancor Corps to rule Hukomundo and handed this news to the Soul Society, the Soul Society also received the threat of the Rancor Hollows collectively going out to occupy the real world. How could the Soul Society not take it seriously? This approach is actually quite pitfall for Aizen Sosuke. and it is simply forcing Aizen Sosuke to be an enemy of the whole world. Of course, Orochimaru issued such an order, perhaps just to pay tribute to the past when he was forced to be an enemy of the whole world under the manipulation of someone. In addition, there is another purpose, that is to show Urahara Kisuke, let Urahara Kisuke know the existence of the Rancor Hollows, and the illusion that the current Hyukomundo may defend the Hollow. These things are only known by Neil. Grimmjow is still unaware of all this. Grimmjow couldn't help but scratch his ears when listening to Neil's words, his face full of unhappiness. Well, I know. I'll listen to you. Be more serious. Neil couldn't help but scold. The two Rancors quarreled casually, and then turned into two afterimages and disappeared here at high speed. The space cracks behind them also slowly closed up. After Neil and the Rancor Corps left this area, several figures on the ground slowly appeared. They were Urahara Kisuke and White Zetsu, as well as the former Great Demon Master Wuling Tessai, who was also the only power that Urahara Kisuke could use. Something seems to be wrong. White Zetsu scratched his head and said in surprise, it shouldn't be. How could there be so many scary guys? Hey! Wuling Tessai couldn't help but punched White Zetsu on the head, with some hatred for him not arguing. Didn't you say that you found out that there are not many such Rancor monsters in Hyukomundo? Those Rancor guys are all captain-level enemies. Okay. Urahara Kisuke patted Wuling Tessai on the shoulder, and persuaded his old friend with a smile, and whispered, it's not easy for White Zetsu to sneak into Hyukomundo and help us find out that there are Rancor in Hyukomundo. When he said this, Urahara Kisuke's smile slowly faded, and he gently adjusted his glasses, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. I guess no one would have thought that there would be so many Rancor in Hyukomundo. It seems that our old rival has already joined forces with the master of Hyukomundo. That bastard Aizen. Wuling Tessai stood up, slowly clenched his fist, and said in a muffled voice, if that guy is really in collusion with Hyukomundo, we have to find evidence. Urahara Kisuke interrupted Wuling Tessai in a low voice, and said softly, for us, the best way is to catch the guy who once assassinated Uehara Naraku. If we really can't catch him, we have other ways. What way? Find the other Rancor Great Hollows who participated in the assassination. Urahara Kisuke's expression became more and more serious, and he analyzed softly, I suspect that there was not only one Rancor Great Hollow who tried to assassinate Uehara Naraku, there were at least three. It seems that Aizen may have mastered the method of the Great Hollow Rancor. After that, Urahara Kisuke held his cane, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and continued in a low voice, according to the information we got from Soul Society, the assassin was not among the group of Rancor Great Hollows just now, assassinating Uehara Naraku. Or rather, Aizen wants to use the assassination to make a profit for himself. This is not an easy task, because it also requires people to entangle the two Deadpools Akaya Ibito and Akaya Ichi who are responsible for secretly protecting Uehara Naraku. It is not an easy task to entangle the two Deadpools, so in addition to the assassins, there must be other hollows to help, which means that there are many people involved in this matter, and the status and identity of the hollows who can entangle the 13 Deadpools in Hyukomundo must not be too low. As long as we can enter Hyukomundo, it should be easy to find those hollows who have participated in the assassination of Uehara Naraku. As long as we can find a way to catch one of them, or find out the current situation of Hyukomundo. After these analyses, Urahara Kisuke's voice gradually became firm, and he continued word by word, in this way, we can know how much Aizen has done behind the scenes, and even expose everything he has done and overturn the incident that year. It has to be said, Urahara Kisuke's brain is really useful. In such a short time, he had analyzed everything almost flawlessly. If Uehara Naraku had not been involved, everything that Aizen Sosuke did would have been almost imperceptible to Urahara Kisuke. As Urahara Kisuke said, there were at least 3 Rancors who had participated in the assassination, but the power and status of these 3 were extraordinary. However, there was still a problem. That is, whether this matter could be trusted by the Soul Society. After a moment of silence, Wuling Tessai immediately raised this question. The question is, can we find evidence? Even if we put everything in front of the central 46 rooms, this may not be able to convince them. It's not them that we need to convince. Uehara Kisuke shook his head, sighed slowly, and said, "We only need to convince the Uehara clan. As long as the 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan believe in this matter, they will help us solve the next trouble." Indeed, Uehara Kisuke was very sober. When the Uehara clan captured Yoruichi Shiun, Mako Hiriko and others to threaten him, Uehara Kisuke thought about using the power of the Uehara clan to overturn everything that happened in the past. If he didn't have such a plan, how could Uehara Kisuke watch others fall into danger? And how could he bring Yoruichi Shiun into clash with the deadly officers of the Uehara clan when he knew he was at a disadvantage? How could they believe? Wuling Tessai's brows were still tightly furrowed. Although what Uehara Kisuke said sounded reasonable, Wuling Tessai still didn't quite believe that everything would develop as Uehara Kisuke expected. Even if they found out the truth, how could it be used as evidence? They will definitely believe it. Uehara Kisuke's mouth curled up slightly, and he explained with a chuckle, because thousands of years ago, a traitor of the Uehara clan must have been hiding in the Hukumundo. As long as there is news about that traitor, the Uehara clan will definitely believe our evidence. Who? A name that we are all familiar with. Uehara Kisuke adjusted his glasses and murmured in a low voice, "Even now we are still enjoying his legacy, a person that even Teacher Kabuto and I have to look up to. The legendary cold gentleman, Orochimaru." The sudden mention of this name made Wuling Tessai's face full of surprise. He looked at Uehara Kisuke in disbelief. Wait, didn't Orochimaru say he was a good friend of the first head of the Uehara family? No. Uehara Kisuke shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The Uehara clan has been hunting down Orochimaru for thousands of years. Because Orochimaru should be a traitor who escaped from Soul Society with the impure world reincarnation technique. This is what I analyzed from the intelligence of White Zetsu and some secrets." He. I was scared too. White Zetsu nodded his head with a grin, and said foolishly, "It's a pity that I can't dare to get close to Orochimaru." So after my clone found out about Orochimaru in Hukumundo, he immediately told me about it. And I also know where all the lost White Zetsu clones went. Those idiots were all captured by Orochimaru and used as experimental subjects. This information was of course leaked to Uehara Kisuke by White Zetsu, because if there was no Orochimaru, Uehara Kisuke would not believe that he could gain the trust of the Uehara clan. So how could he firmly implement his plan? Only when Uehara Kisuke believed that the Uehara clan would choose to stand on his side as long as they got the information about Orochimaru, would Uehara rush out. So as long as we find any trace of Orochimaru's existence in Hukumundo and get a little bit of solid evidence about Orochimaru's existence in Hukumundo, it will be enough to convince the Uehara clan that they are on our side. They hate outsiders who master the impure world reincarnation technique more than anyone else. When Uehara Kisuke said this, a trace of nostalgia flashed across his face. In order to deal with these outsiders, they will pay a heavy price. Even if it's just a little bit of information, the Uehara clan will not let it go. At this moment, Uehara Kisuke thought of his teacher again, but soon Uehara Kisuke's mind returned to the present. He took out an eyeball from his body and whispered, "Then let's start the action. Even the worst result doesn't matter. As long as we can find out the current situation of Hukumundo and find evidence that Orochimaru is hiding in Hukumundo, we can continue our plan in an orderly manner, and through the trust of the Uehara clan, we can get the opportunity to overturn the past mistakes to the Soul Society and completely solve the problem of Aizen Sosuke. Then let's go, Ji-Kong." Wuling Tessai spread out his palms, as if he was tearing hard, and tore open a space crack little by little. Uehara Kisuke clenched his palms, took Wuling Tessai and White Zetsu into the passage, and they would enter Hukumundo from the contact point here. From this moment on, they will take their fate into their own hands again. Now that everything is clear, they will never be played around by Aizen Sosuke like in the past. When they left, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the ground. Black looked at the disappearing space crack in despair, with a sinister smile on his face. "Ha ha 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 ha. It seems that Uie arranged the role for Orochimaru just right. If there is no Orochimaru, it would be really difficult to open the stage that has just been built. I feel that Bleach is too complicated. There are conspiracies everywhere. It is so difficult for a sunny boy like me to write. Chapter 657, Forget it. I'm not motivated, so I'll just fire 1,000 rounds of virtual flashes first. Hucamundo. This desolate world is gradually becoming more prosperous. The Hucamundo Palace towering over the wilderness rules this world. The sun in the sky also makes the entire Hucamundo brighter, and the number of active hollows on the ground is gradually increasing. Compared with the rule of Emperor by Lurgan and Daisen Sosuke, Orochimaru seems to be better at how to sort out a ruined world. After Aizen Sosuke temporarily handed over the power of managing the Hucamundo Palace to Orochimaru, the entire Hucamundo gradually became more orderly, even if killing is still a theme that cannot be broken in Hucamundo. However, compared to the past, because the great hollows of the entire Hucamundo are already under the jurisdiction of the Hucamundo Palace, except for some killings necessary for evolution, the great hollows have gradually given up devouring some ordinary hollows. When Urahara Kisuke and Gorashiro Tessile entered Hucamundo, they encountered many hollows along the way. When they saw Urahara and the others, instead of choosing to come and launch a mindless attack, they quickly fled to the distance. Because the significance of the Hucamundo Palace to let these hollows exist is also to let them serve as spies to report strange enemies invading Hucamundo at any time. Ninth binding technique, collapse wheel. Wuling Tessai raised his palm, and the ropes formed by spiritual power easily captured several hollows and brought them in front of them. Are you going to kill them? No. Ask them. Urahara Kisuke held his palm in front of one of the hollows that looked a little timid, and said with a smile, "Can you tell me who is the master of Hucamundo now? Asshole, do you think you can order anyone around?" The voice of this hollow was full of fear, and he said hatefully, "I won't tell you. Kill me. Lord Orochimaru will not let you invaders go." The scene fell into strange silence. Is this guy's brain not working well, or is he not that tough at all? How could he say Orochimaru's name so easily? I already know the answer. Urahara Kisuke nodded slowly, and seemed to be very satisfied with the answer of this hollow. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, we are not bad people. You can go." Really let us go? Of course. After getting Urahara Kisuke's answer, this group of hollows did not have the slightest intention to stay. After Wuling Tessai untied them, they fled quickly into the distance. Just as they fled to the Palace of the Night, they did not notice that Urahara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai followed their spiritual power trail and also rushed towards the Palace of the Night. Palace of the Night, top. Ulquiorra and a group of Rancars stood here to monitor the movements of Hucamundo. As the current leader of the Rancor Corps of the Palace of the Night, Ulquiorra naturally had no shortage of subordinates around him, but these were all conquered by him with his strength. Because Ulquiorra had been hiding himself, many Rancars did not know Ulquiorra's true identity, so they were naturally not convinced by him. Haven't they come yet? Ulquiorra frowned slightly. Ulquiorra had known about this since Urahara Kisuke and Gorashi Tessile entered Hucamundo, and he had been waiting for them here. They should be here soon, right? And Rancor glanced at the smoke and dust in the distance, grinned and chuckled. Why, Master Ulquiorra, are you going to do it yourself? This sentence was a little disrespectful. Even if they were suppressed by extremely powerful forces, the Rancors of Hucamundo had no manners to speak of. This was their nature. Unless their life and death were controlled by others, perhaps they would follow their hearts. Ulquiorra didn't care about the tone of these juniors, but just nodded calmly and said, "Go and report to Mr. Orochimaru. The person we want to see is coming soon." Got it. A figure jumped down. The other subordinates gathered around Ulquiorra, waiting for the arrival of Urahara Kisuke and Gorashi Tessai with him. Ulquiorra stood on the top of the Palace of the Night, watching a group of hollows rushing towards the Palace of the Night, and the two figures behind the group of hollows, and his eyes finally had some spirit. They were Urahara Kisuke and Gorashiro Tessai. According to the rules, Ulquiorra slowly stretched out his fingers, and emerald green hollow flashes appeared at his fingertips. No matter whether the enemy you see is strong or weak, you should greet them first. The next moment, Emerald green hollow flashes suddenly flew out from Ulquiorra's fingertips and shot at Uehara Kisuke and Gorashiro Tessai, who were behind the group of hollows. Be careful! Gorashiro Tessai suddenly blocked in front of Uehara Kisuke. A defensive barrier blocked the path of this hollow flash. However, in an instant, this defensive barrier showed cracks and was about to be destroyed by the emerald green hollow flash. Obviously, the ghost defense that Gorashiro Tessai hastily released was not enough to block this hollow flash, but it bought him a little time. The pride of heaven, the iron wall, the dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, the wolf runs, cuts off the heaven and earth before it collapses, the 81st binding path, broken sky. A huge defensive wall suddenly appeared in front of them. The emerald green flash of light caused a huge explosion when it fell on broken sky, and set off a huge emerald green flame cloud, and the dust on the ground rolled up. However, it did not shake broken sky after all. The dust and smoke slowly dissipated, and the huge defensive wall of broken sky also turned into spirit particles and disappeared, revealing the figures of Uehara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai. The two looked up at the Huko Night Palace towering in the wilderness, and there was some surprise in their eyes. The appearance of this kind of building means that there is already civilization in Huko Mundo. Monsters like hollows have wisdom after all. However, when Uehara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai looked at the figure standing on the top of the Huko Night Palace, the shock in the eyes of the two people was even stronger. They could immediately tell from the appearance of that figure. Pale skin, short and thin figure, green eyes and dark green Rankar patterns, and the unique emerald green hollow flash. All these prove that the figure standing on the top of the Kyonika Palace is the target of their trip. That guy is the perpetrator of the assassination of Uehara Naraku. He is also the only murderer exposed. A smile appeared on the corner of Uehara Kisuke's mouth, and he couldn't help but chuckled. It seems that we are lucky. We really found the right place by following those guys. Well, Wuling Tessai nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, according to your plan, is White Zetsu ready? Should we start? Of course. Uehara Kisuke sighed and whispered, it's a pity that we were discovered by the enemy before we sneaked in to see Orochimaru. This is where Orochimaru is. A head suddenly popped out from under their feet. White Zetsu poked his head out with a smile and said, I can feel that there are many of my clones here. It seems that those idiots were placed here by Orochimaru. Maybe I can try it this time. Then let's attract this guy's attention first. Uehara Kisuke nodded slowly, threw an eyeball-shaped machine in his hand to White Zetsu, and ordered in a deep voice, we have found the assassin. Let's try to see if we can force Orochimaru out. The rest of the matter of getting the evidence may be left to you. The eyeball-shaped machine was the one invented by Uehara Kisuke for video recording. He thought that the worst-case scenario was that they could not take anything away, so they could only rely on this eyeball to capture the trace of Orochimaru's existence. I know. White Zetsu took the eyeball with a smile, and slowly dived into the ground. Its laughter came from underground. Then I will take pictures of everything. Don't be too embarrassed, Uehara. Who knows? Uehara Kisuke took a deep breath and whispered, anyway, our luck is already very good. At least there is no need to continue looking aimlessly. Indeed, their luck is very good. They encountered a group of cowardly hollows who brought them to the Kyonya Palace. They even saw the murderer who participated in the assassination in the Kyonya Palace and knew the whereabouts of Orochimaru. Let's start. Uehara Kisuke slowly raised his palm. A light flashed in his eyes, and his voice suddenly became serious. Since others have given us gifts, we must give gifts in return as a courtesy. Hado number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. A thick thunder shot towards the top of the Kyonya Palace. This lightning attack of the Hado ability appeared in front of Ulquiorra and others almost instantly. What was shocking was, Ulquiorra just tilted his head, stretched out his palm, and directly blocked the attack with his steel-skinned body. This scene made people feel surprised. This was the first time they saw someone being able to block the power of the Thunder Roar Cannon with bare hands. As the best among the Rankars, Ulquiorra's physical ability is almost unmatched. Even Koyata Stark, who is known as the strongest Rankar, is not as strong as him. The first long-range confrontation between the two sides ended in vain. Or rather, their attacks were all resolved by the enemy. But the way Ulquiorra resolved the attacks was even more shocking. Wu Ling, help me hold the line, Uehara Kisuke whispered, slowly stretched out his hand to press down the brim of his hat, with a gloomy look in his eyes. With his other hand, he slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto from his cane, and calmly chanted the name of his Zanpakuto. Wake up, Benyame! A dazzling red light appeared on the Zanpakuto in Uehara Kisuke's hand. As a Shinigami, performing the Shikai at this time was obviously a signal of inviting a fight, and Ulquiorra did not hesitate. Go call Stark, and prepare to start the first round of action, Ulquiorra whispered to his other subordinates, directly stretched out his hand to pull out his Zanpakuto from his waist, and flew towards Uehara Kisuke. Kisuke Uehara held upside down the Red Princess Zanpakuto in his hand and rushed towards Ulquiorra. A crescent-shaped red slash flew out from the Zanpakuto and slashed at Ulquiorra. This red edge seemed to cut through everything. However, Ulquiorra still lightly knocked the crescent slash away. It's really troublesome. Kisuke Uehara raised a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly raised his Zanpakuto, and said to the sword with a chuckle, "Aren't you right, Red Princess?" The next moment, the red light of the Zanpakuto in Uehara's hand was even brighter. It must be said that Kisuke Uehara is definitely a true genius. As a genius who can master Bankai in just 3 days, his development of his Zanpakuto ability is almost no less than anyone in the Soul Society. Or, Kisuke Uehara's Zanpakuto ability, under his development, may also be regarded as the one with the most among the Death God Zanpakuto. Bind him, Benyame! Uehara Kisuke swung his Zanpakuto, slashing out a series of spiritual nets that gathered spiritual pressure, wrapping around Ulquiorra. He didn't come here to kill. If possible, Uehara Kisuke would rather capture Ulquiorra alive. However, the next moment, Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, and his spiritual net was cut in half by Ulquiorra. At the moment when the spiritual net was broken, Ulquiorra's figure rushed towards Uehara Kisuke. At this time, Uehara Kisuke finally saw Ulquiorra clearly, with his cold look, indifferent eyes, and the powerful spiritual pressure hidden in his body. This guy seemed to not care about life at all. Just by looking at him, you can tell that he is not an easy character to deal with. The two people clashed in an instant, and the crisp chirping sounds of Zanpakuto slashing each other echoed on the battlefield. As they clashed, the spiritual pressure also erupted little by little. While Ulquiorra and Uehara Kisuke were fighting, Orochimaru and Koi 8 Stark in the Palace of the Night received the news one after another. Orochimaru did not take any action and continued to conduct his experiments in the Palace of the Night. Koi 8 Stark and his subordinate Lionett rushed to the direction of the battlefield. When they arrived at the battlefield, Ulquiorra and Uehara Kisuke were still fighting fiercely, and it seemed that neither of them could completely defeat the other. What a hassle! Koi 8 Stark scratched his brow, sighed and said, "Can't we just give all the information to this guy? We all know that this guy must get the information. Why do we have to make people suffer so much?" "Stop talking nonsense." Lionett flew and sat on Koi 8 Stark's neck, stretched out her fist and hit the man's head, and hurriedly said, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." I know. Koi 8 Stark shook his head speechlessly, coughed lightly, and his face suddenly became serious. "Go after it, wolves." A ray of light fell on him and Lionett. The next moment, in the light, Lionett disappeared beside him. Koi 8 Stark had a large fur windbreaker on his body, and 2 gun-like weapons in his hands. In an instant, he entered the state of liberation. This is the return form of Koi 8 Stark, which is the reunion with his once split soul body Lionett. Koi 8 Stark sighed helplessly, as if he was a little unmotivated. "Let's get started. Let's say hello first, right, Lionett?" Yes. "Hurry up." Lionett's voice came from the double guns. "Got it." "Then let's do it." Koi 8 Stark shook his head, raised his pistol towards Uehara Kisuke in the distance, and said weakly, "Then let's shoot 1,000 virtual flashes at him first." Stark, Old Versailles. Chapter 658. Go back and tell your parents that the era of death is coming to an end. I hope he will like the blue light. Koi 8 Stark slowly raised the double guns in his hands and aimed at Uehara Kisuke, who was fighting fiercely with Ulquiorra. causing Uehara to suddenly feel a flash of panic in his heart. At this moment, Uehara suddenly felt a fatal danger. A blue flash of light flew towards the battlefield, as if wanting to destroy Ulquiorra and Uehara Kisuke at the same time. At the moment when the flash of light arrived, Ulquiorra flew away using the ability of the Hollow's ringing. As a half-friend of Koi 8 Stark, Ulquiorra knew very well the strength of this Hollow, who was known as the most powerful spiritual pressure. Just as Uehara Kisuke frowned slightly, waved the red princess in his hand and slashed with a slash, and directly knocked the blue flash of light away, he saw an amazing scene in his sight. Countless blue flashes of light came into his eyes. Thousands of flashes of light flew like meteors. This scene made Uehara Kisuke's face change drastically, and there was even some uncontrollable surprise in his eyes. What kind of joke is this? How could this be possible? In this world, is there actually a Hollow that can do infinite Hollow Flash? How could this happen? No matter who it is unbelievable. Hollow Flash is a unique ability of Hollows. Hollows need to use highly concentrated spiritual pressure to emit ray flashes, which have amazing destructive power. Generally speaking, Hollows can only shoot one Hollow Flash in a short period of time. However, as the Hollow with the strongest spiritual pressure in history, Kyotai Stark, it seems that Hollow Flash is a child's play, and he directly shoots thousands of Hollow Flashes. It seems that this guy is still at tease. Uehara Kisuke's mind is racing, facing an Hollow that can fight him in close combat without losing, plus an Rancor with infinite Hollow Flash at a distance. This battle is already very unfavorable for them. Retreat first. Wuling Tessai quickly set up a series of defensive barriers, and loudly urged Uehara Kisuke to leave together. The time and place were not favorable for them, and it was not suitable to continue fighting now. Under the pursuit and coverage of thousands of Hollow Flashes, Uehara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai fled in a panic, and the two did not look back at all. Leave here first. Uehara Kisuke's body leaped through a series of after-images, avoiding the attack of blue Hollow Flashes. A solemn look flashed across his face. It seems that the guy who appeared just now should be the Rancor who assisted in stopping Akatsuki and Akabito in the assassination incident. Is that so? Wuling Tessai's face was also full of shock. I really didn't expect. There are such terrifying Hollows in the Hukamundo. Let's find a safe place first. Uehara Kisuke dodged a Hollow Flash and continued in a deep voice. Let's discuss sneaking into this palace to steal information. Well, Wuling Tessai nodded slowly. After the two of them escaped from the battlefield, Ulquiorra slowly walked back to the Palace of the Night. The first step of their plan had been completed. Set up obstacles for Uehara Kisuke to obtain information. Only when Uehara Kisuke obtained the information after untold hardships and even risked his life, would he believe that this information was valuable. The double guns in Koi 8 Stark's hands turned into a ray of light, revealing Lilanette's body. The little girl hugged Koi 8 Stark's neck, sat in his arms, and pouted her mouth unhappily. Stark, I just played for a while and I'm not satisfied yet. Too troublesome. Stark supported the little girl's body and carried her on his neck, and continued slowly. It's really troublesome. Fortunately we drove them away so quickly. Stark, give me some motivation, Lilanette scolded in a delicate voice, and couldn't help pulling Stark's ears. The two of them seemed to be extremely close to each other, because their souls were originally one, closer than any other relationship, and there was no difference between them. However, if the two of them were so close, Ulquiorra standing next to them seemed a bit redundant. Fortunately, these Rancors didn't care about these trivial matters at all, and Ulquiorra himself was more focused on the task assigned by his superiors. Now Uehara Kisuke already knows that the defense of the Palace of the Night is tight, and they can't force a breakthrough with their strength. What we have to do next is to let him find Lord Orochimaru's laboratory. Then it has nothing to do with us. Koi 8 Stark patted Lilanette's smooth calf to stop the little girl from moving around, and then he continued, our mission should only be to wait until they get the information and then hunt them down. Yeah, Ulquiorra nodded slowly, but looking at the somewhat lazy Stark, he couldn't help but shook his head to himself. Then be prepared at all times. I will continue to arrange the next step of our plan. The first step of the plan has been completed. The second step of the plan seems to be more troublesome. It is not an easy task to guide Uehara Kisuke to find Orochimaru's laboratory and let him find evidence of Orochimaru's existence in Hucamundo. Of course, this matter is not complicated, because Uehara Kisuke's intelligence officer White Zetsu is also their man. After Uehara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai found a safe cave in a deserted place, White Zetsu appeared in front of them and provided them with good news: an abandoned cave. In other words, it is an abandoned experimental base. In this cave, Uehara Kisuke found traces of the existence of the hollowization experiment. This base was either used by Aizen Sosuke or Orochimaru. No matter whose it is, this also proves that Hucamundo already has mature hollow technology. Someone is using this mature hollow technology to mass-produce hollows, which is not good news for them. No, or it is also good news. Now all they have to do is continue to explore, or find a way to sneak into the Hucamundo Palace to get evidence that can prove the existence of Orochimaru. Unfortunately, this matter is not easy at all, because Uehara and Guri Tessai have already appeared in Hucamundo, and they are defined as invaders still lurking in Hucamundo. There are more patrolling Rancars in Hucamundo. They command Jillian-class hollows to conduct a carpet search of Hucamundo. Once they find the trace of Uehara Kisuke, they will immediately gather people to besiege. Fighting is naturally not Uehara's goal. Therefore, once they encounter patrolling Rancars, Uehara and Guri Tessai can only flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, he has White Zetsu by his side to provide intelligence, allowing them to avoid many crises. Although they don't know, White Zetsu, who has been following Uehara, is the source of the crisis. In the Hucamundo, Orochimaru rarely does not soak in his own laboratory. Since the battle with Aizen Sosuke, Orochimaru seems to like to toss in the laboratory more. He began to study some experiments that can break through imitations, or experiments that break through common sense cognition. Today, Orochimaru's experiment seems to have made progress. He is in a better mood and appeared in the conference hall of the Hucamundo with interest. Lord Orochimaru. A group of Rancars bowed respectfully to Orochimaru. As Rancars endowed with intelligence and power by Orochimaru, Orochimaru was like their parents to them, a strict father and a kind mother. "Hey, are you all here?" Orochimaru sat down slowly on the second seat and looked at Ulquiorra, who was presiding over the meeting. "What stage has the so-called plan reached?" "It will take some time." Ulquiorra stood up respectfully and responded softly. "When the news of Nelly and Grimjow's attack on the human world to expel the god of death reaches Soul Society, we will lead Uehara Kisuke and the other two into the target area of our plan." This is a series of plans. First, Uehara Kisuke was lured into Hucamundo to explore intelligence. Second, Nelly and Grimjow launched a battle against the god of death in the real world, which attracted the attention of the high-level officials of Soul Society to the frequent appearance of Rancor hollows. In the end, they would find ways to let Uehara Kisuke get intelligence, and bring all the intelligence back to Soul Society, completely detonating the situation in Soul Society. Orochimaru hooked the corners of his mouth, chuckled and said, "I am very interested in this little guy who sneaked into Hucamundo. Tell me the final target area. Let me see what is different about this little guy who is said to be a genius." Yes, Ulquiorra nodded slowly and said softly, "It would be great if Lord Orochimaru is willing to take action himself, and he will definitely be able to convince Uehara. According to our plan, the area where they will eventually be led is one of Lord Orochimaru's laboratories." Orochimaru's smile stiffened slightly. Why is it one of his laboratories? Once anything was linked to his name, Orochimaru felt that the situation was not good, as if someone was going to trick him again. "Didn't they say they were just trying to arrange for Aizen Sosuke?" The next moment, Orochimaru's smile returned, and there seemed to be some doubt in his voice. "How come I didn't know about this? Was it that bastard Uehara and Naraku's private arrangement again? Is this guy going to put the blame on him again? That bastard was so unscrupulous that he wanted to put all the trouble on his head. He didn't think he was Danzo Shimura." Ulquiorra was silent. Obviously, this silent answer meant that the person who gave him the order was the Akatsuki organization, and it was not appropriate to mention it on this occasion. After thinking for a second, Ulquiorra continued to respond. It's just a small matter, and it shouldn't damage the reputation of Lord Orochimaru. Well, it shouldn't be. It's just a new update of Orochimaru's identity. As long as Uehara Akatsuki brings the information about Orochimaru back to Soul Society, the entire Soul Society will know that Orochimaru is not a close friend of the Uehara clan, but a traitor of the Uehara clan who fled with the impure world reincarnation technique thousands of years ago. Of course, Orochimaru has another identity underneath this, that is, he is not a traitor of the Uehara clan, but has always been one of Uehara Naraku's subordinates. In addition to the information about Orochimaru, there is also information about the alliance between Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru, which will be given to Uehara Akatsuki as the final reward. This information must be enough to detonate Soul Society. Of course, before that, the incident of the Rancor Great Hollows madly attacking the living Shinigami must be used to make Soul Society realize the threat of the Rancor Great Hollows. Only in this way can the Soul Society pay more attention to what is happening in Hukomundo and make the Soul Reiri deeply aware of the threat of Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru. The Living World. Naruki City. The Shinigami of the 10th Division are stationed in various towns in this city. On weekdays, these Shinigami only occasionally perform soul burial ceremonies on the souls of some deceased people and kill some souls that have fallen into hollows. In fact, their daily lives are not bad. Unfortunately, today, their life is not so good. Two powerful hollows attacked them brazenly and smashed their artificial bodies directly, forcing these Shinigami to hurriedly contact their companions and flee back to Soul Society together. Such incidents happened one after another. There have been at least dozens of cases of hollows attacking Shinigami in the entire human world. In addition to Naruki City, the contact point between the human world and Soul Society has also encountered an irresistible enemy. The Shinigami stationed here have no power to fight back at all. A man with light blue hair easily knocked them all down. Kyoto. Above a shrine, a man with light blue hair and a woman with emerald green hair floated above the shrine that had turned into ruins. They were Grim Zhao and Nelly Eel, who were in charge of commanding the Hollow Army. They were responsible for solving the strongest contact point. In the ruins of the shrine, there were more than a dozen seriously injured Shinigami lying. Each Shinigami's Zanpakuto had been shattered, and even many of them had part of their souls scraped away. Obviously, there were only two people. No, it should be said that there was only one person who took action. But that man with light blue hair, with an arrogant look on his face, defeated all of these elite Shinigami, and even defeated them all as if it was a game. Is it a mask? Or a hollow? No, a hollow does not have this level of wisdom. Is it Akatsuki Uehara who is behind this again? The head Shinigami officer was furious. He tightly covered his bleeding shoulder and continued to ask with gritted teeth, "No matter whose subordinates you are, think clearly. Attacking the Shinigami in the world is tantamount to declaring war on the Soul Society." The spiritual pressure of these two guys is too strong. They still have the spiritual pressure of hollows on their bodies. However, the spiritual pressure on them was more terrifying than any hollow they had encountered. They could not even contend with the light blue-haired man, let alone the emerald-haired woman who had been watching the battle nearby. From the perception of spiritual pressure, the emerald-haired woman with a demure look must be stronger. If you want to regard this as a declaration of war. Nilu looked down at the Grim Reaper on the ground, shook her head slowly, and continued softly, "Then just regard it as a declaration of war." Grim Zhao held his sword on his shoulder, grinned and revealed a ferocious smile. "Go back obediently. Tell your parents that the era of the Grim Reaper is ending from this moment on. So tired. Climax soon. Climax soon." It should be said that it is the first big climax. Chapter 659, A Master and a Disciple of the Same Lineage, a Student Who Betrayed His Teacher. Soul Society. Sairiite. The Infirmary. Due to the activeness and actions of the Rancor Corps, most of the Shinigami stationed in the human world were surrounded and attacked by the Rancor Hollows, and hurriedly fled back to the Soul Society with their seriously injured bodies. Among them, most of the Shinigami stationed in the human world belonged to the 10th Division. As the current captain of the 10th Division, Ishin Shiba, when he learned that his division was seriously damaged, He immediately hurriedly ordered Tawashiro Hitsugaya and Renjaku Matsumoto to report the activeness of the Rancor Hollows, and he rushed to the human world alone to meet other subordinates. The news that the Rancor Corps was active in the human world caused an uproar in the entire Siriate. This situation was as precarious as an egg on a pile of eggs. If the entire human world was occupied by the Hollows, it might become hell. Genri Uzashigekuni Yamamoto immediately summoned all the captains of the Gotai 13 to work together to find a way to deal with this sudden threat. No matter which captain's face was not good, it was obvious that they were also very clear that those Hollows active in the real world were a huge threat to the Soul Society. Who knew if those Hollows would attack the Soul Society after occupying the real world? No, those Hollows could not be allowed to occupy the real world at all. The captain of the 10th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, was a battle madman. His scarred face showed a hideous smile and said coldly, "Speaking of which, it seems that in this situation, apart from fighting, we have no other way." As a guy who likes to fight, Kenpachi Zaraki led the entire 11th Division like a wolf and a tiger. After receiving the news that a powerful enemy appeared in the real world, the first idea of the 11th Division was to directly rush into the real world as a vanguard to fight. Before that, it would be better to find out the source of the enemy first. The captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu, slowly shook his head and looked in the direction of Kiraku Shutsui. Speaking of which, has the intelligence department of the 8th Division received any corresponding information? A group of Shinigami captains couldn't help but look at Kiraku Shutsui. After all, they still don't know where the active Rancor Corps in the real world came from. At least they have to find out the enemy's intelligence first, so as to avoid losses as much as possible. The captain of the 8th Division, Kiraku Shutsui, noticed that the scene suddenly became quiet, and a group of people looked at him. He slowly shook his head and said, "Ah, intelligence. We really didn't find anything here. Those guys seemed to have appeared out of thin air." How could there be enemies that appeared out of thin air, whether they are from Huko Mundo or have been hiding in the real world? This large organization must have existed for a long time, and it is impossible that there is no trace. At present, the only news may still be traced back to the previous assassination incident. Perhaps the assassin was not a hollowed-out Shinigami, but a so-called Rancor humanoid Great Hollow. In that case, everyone's eyes fell on the two people in the 5th Division. It happened that Aizen Sosuke had recovered from his injuries. This time he and Uehara and Naraku attended the meeting together and also got the news of the Rancor Corps actions. Aizen Sosuke didn't care about the actions of the Rancor Corps. He didn't really care about the Rancor Corps' actions. He just left everything to Orochimaru, Ulquiorra and others to deal with. To be honest, although this action caused a lot of trouble, it also aroused the vigilance of Soul Society, which would allow him to be more high-profile when he defected from Soul Society in the future. Ever since the masked corps of Shifengyu and Yoruichi, Heiko Mako and others were captured in Soul Society, Aizen Sosuke has realized that he will be in trouble in Soul Society sooner or later. It's better to use this opportunity to get out. Aizen Sosuke hasn't tasked Black Zetsu yet, and he doesn't know how far their plan has progressed. If hundreds of Hollows from the Rancor Corps invade the human world, it shouldn't hinder the capture of Urahara Kisuke, right? However, at this time, Aizen Sosuke still needs to hide in Soul Society for a while, at least until he is sure which step of the plan of his two subordinates, Black Zetsu and Ulquiorra, is going. When a group of people's eyes fell on Aizen and Uehara Naraku, Aizen Sosuke slowly clenched his fist and covered his lips, coughed lightly a few times and said, "Come to think of it, maybe the last time we attacked Naraku and me should be the same as the Hollows that attacked the living world. They are also mutated humanoid Hollows. I just don't know who ordered them." Aizen Sosuke slowly raised his head, revealing a solemn look under his messy hair. There is no doubt that they should be enemies who want to stir up chaos in Soul Society and Soul Society, because their original goal was to assassinate Naraku. When he said this, Aizen Sosuke glanced at Uehara Naraku, and continued softly, "Although Naraku has always disliked relying on his identity in Soul Society, his identity is indeed related to the safety of Soul Society." "Captain, There was a bit of disappointment on Uehara Naraku's face. It can be seen that Uehara Naraku really doesn't like his identity, and he has always disliked relying on his identity as the head of a wealthy clan. Even if Aizen Sosuke just mentioned this sentence, it made the young head of the family feel a little disappointed, as if everything he got now was because of his identity. The captains of the entire Gotai 13 nodded slightly. What Aizen Sosuke said does make sense. If the person who attacked and assassinated them was also an Rancor and a humanoid hollow, then he must be the mortal enemy of their soul society. Because that guy or the person behind that guy tried to assassinate the head of the Uehara family, which was obviously to provoke conflicts between the Uehara family and the Soul Society, and wanted to subvert or even destroy the Soul Society. Then there's nothing to say. The captain of the 9th Division, Tosen, followed Aizen's meaning and continued in a deep voice, "If those people are our enemies, then we must purify all the evil." "I think so too." Ikamaru-jin squinted his eyes and nodded slowly, chuckled and continued, "It just so happens that we haven't experienced a decent battle for a long time." "That's right." Yamamoto Genri Uzashigekuni closed his eyes, nodded slowly, and said in a deep voice, "Then from this moment on, please prepare your troops and prepare for war. Please plan carefully for this war to regain the world. After all, they are the gods of death. Once the Shinigami and the Rancors go to war in the real world, it is hard to say that they will not destroy the real world. Even if they just move their hands and feet or even a captain's bankai, it is possible to destroy a city or region in the real world. Therefore, their best way is to lead those Rancors to an open area, or to the Soul Society, so that the Shinigami will not be afraid to directly use their full strength. Before that, they must mobilize troops." The entire Soul Society and the Soul Society became more tense than never before. The elite Shinigami of each division of the Gotai 13 were transferred back to the Soul Society, because they need to deal with hundreds of Rancors this time. Every Rancor needs the power of a captain-level Shinigami to deal with it. This means that each division can only dispatch their chief officers, and they must be chief officers with strong combat capabilities, all of whom are the elites of the entire Gotai 13. While the Gotai 13 were busy gathering elites, Urahara Kisuke and Goraku Tessai, who were still active in Hukamundo, finally sneaked into a Narakumaru experimental base under the ground of the Huko Palace with the help of White Zetsu. The size of this experimental base was far beyond their imagination. Even Urahara Kisuke was a little amazed. Even when he was the captain of the 12th Division, he had never had such a luxurious space. All kinds of sleeping hollows, various styles of zanpakuto, strange experimental instruments, and a data room as spacious as a warehouse, with all the bookshelves filled with books, even the names written on their bookshelves. Urahara Kisuke had only heard of experiments from Kabuto Yakushi, but had never seen them in person. Many of them were forbidden techniques research and development experiments. If he could stay in this data room for a year, no, or just one day, Urahara Kisuke would feel that he had gained as much as he had in the past 100 years. This was the experimental base of the former Cold Lord Orochimaru. All of this is filled with experimental data left by Orochimaru. To be frank, these are enough to promote the technological progress of Soul Society. Especially most of them are forbidden techniques. Those forbidden techniques that have only appeared in rumored materials. For example, the android technology that Urahara Kisuke is most interested in. This technology is to transplant a powerful soul into a clone, so that a human who is truly the same as an ordinary person can be created, and even retain complete spiritual power. Such a human can completely hide in the real world and live like a real human, which is a step further than the artificial body. This can already be called a resurrection from the dead. Urahara Kisuke has coveted this technology for a long time. For so many years, Urahara Kisuke has been constantly developing hidden artificial bodies in order to hide his actions in the real world. Urahara has actually found the clues. He only needs a little more inspiration or guidance to greatly speed up his experimental progress. Unfortunately, they don't have time to stay here any longer. This is the underground of the Palace of the Night. It is possible to be discovered by the patrolling Rancor at any time. At that time, It will be extremely difficult for them to escape. It should be okay to just take a copy of the data, right? Uehara Kisuke scratched his head, and when he slowly reached out to pick up a copy of the data, his eyes caught another line of words, compared to the android technology. The forbidden technique marked in that line of words made Uehara Kisuke feel more excited. The most perfect artificial body technology in the world, the legendary foundation of the Uehara clan in the Soul Society, the legendary Impure World Reincarnation Technique. If he could get the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, he wouldn't even need to continue to risk exploring and looking for evidence. As long as he could crack the secret of Impure World Reincarnation, he could directly let the Uehara clan release people. Of course, this plan is a bit dangerous. Even if he didn't carry out such a dangerous plan, just taking a look at the Impure World Reincarnation Technique would make Uehara Kisuke satisfied, or there would be no researcher in the Soul Society who would not be surprised by this forbidden technique. There is no doubt. This may be the highest secret book in the entire Soul Society. Just when Uehara Kisuke was about to pick up the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, a cold voice stopped him. I heard that you are Kabuto's student. Who is it? Wuling Tessai and Uehara Kisuke turned their heads sharply. A thin and tall figure with pale skin stood at the door of the experimental data room. A long tongue slowly stretched out of his mouth and licked his lips. This scene made people look very weird. Orochimaru, Cold Lord Orochimaru. Uehara Kisuke didn't need to ask at all, because these researchers had once admired Orochimaru and would never mistake Orochimaru's appearance. Hee, shouldn't you salute me at this time? Orochimaru licked his lips with a sinister and terrifying smile on his face. Didn't your teacher Kabuto Yakushi tell you who his teacher is? Uehara Kisuke fell into silence. Obviously, Orochimaru's words were not made up. At this time, Orochimaru mentioned Kabuto Yakushi, which shows that he and Kabuto Yakushi do have a very close relationship, and they are even master and apprentice of the same lineage. Perhaps this can also prove why Kabuto Yakushi was able to research the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, or it could be that he got the information from Orochimaru at the beginning. Sir Orochimaru. Uehara Kisuke took a deep breath, waved his hand to stop Wuling Tessai behind him, and said in a deep voice, Sir, do you know me? Although I'm hiding here, I've been paying attention to the Soul Society. Orochimaru's laughter became more and more creepy, and even made people shiver in the bones. A smart and talented child like you can help me get revenge, or become my best chess piece. Of course I won't want to let you go, but unfortunately, that guy Kabuto seems to like you very much, and he took the lead to protect you. Teacher Kabuto. Uehara Kisuke's face flashed with surprise. At this moment, Uehara's eyes suddenly changed. He remembered Kabuto Yakushi's training and care for him, and his protection for him. The two of them were almost like father and son. Now listening to Orochimaru's words, it seemed that Kabuto Yakushi had done more for him than he knew. According to Uehara Kisuke's own analysis, he guessed that Orochimaru might be a traitor to the Uehara clan. Now it seems that Orochimaru not only defected from the Uehara clan, but also wanted to take revenge on the Uehara clan. Just as Uehara Kisuke was trying to ask for information, Orochimaru's laughter suddenly became shrill, as if filled with endless resentment. I almost forgot. You little brat also betrayed Kabuto. It seems that the master and apprentice of our lineage really have the same character. All betrayed the teachings of their teacher. Chapter 660. Uehara Kisuke who is willing to commit crimes. It's really strange to say, the whole lineage of Orochimaru has the old tradition of betraying their master. When Uehara Kisuke heard Orochimaru talking about this, a hint of dejection flashed in his eyes, and then he became firm again, and his face became a little serious. If you come to that, Uehara slowly grasped his palms and whispered, does Teacher Kabuto and Mr. Orochimaru have a relationship that I don't know about? Do I need to think about it? Orochimaru grinned and chuckled and said, Kabuto was just an assistant who helped me with chores. No, he can't even be called an assistant. He is not even qualified to be my test subject. These words are all true. Originally, Kabuto Yakushi was not valued by Orochimaru. However, Uehara Naraku took Kabuto Yakushi under his command. With the help of Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru was played around by Uehara Naraku and lived a very dangerous life. Since then, Orochimaru has begun a very sad life, even until Kabuto Yakushi was willing to help again, and worked hard for Uehara Naraku to seize a world in exchange for Orochimaru's rebirth. To be honest, Orochimaru's thoughts on Kabuto Yakushi are quite complicated. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi, he wouldn't have been released by Uehara Naraku, and he wouldn't have the opportunity to see a wider world, but he just felt a little awkward in his heart. Therefore, every time he mentioned Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru couldn't help but have a bit of contempt in his mind. It can be seen that Orochimaru was actually very unhappy that Kabuto Yakushi, a guy he once looked down on, completely surpassed him because of joining Uehara Naraku. Of course, no one would be happy if it were him. Orochimaru lowered his head and sneered, then raised his head again and stared at Uehara Kisuke in front of him. Humphrey, maybe this is fate. Kabuto protected you well, but it's a pity that you made the same choice as him and betrayed your benefactor. Orochimaru slowly spread out his palms, and the smile on his face became more and more gloomy. Back then, I brought him away from the abyss. Uehara Kisuke remained silent. In a short period of time, Uehara had already figured out the past of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. He slowly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "It seems that Mr. Orochimaru just wants to use Mr. Kabuto as his chess piece." Hearing Uehara Kisuke's words, the gloomy smile on Orochimaru's face became bigger and bigger, and even the smile suddenly became a little crazy. In comparison, Orochimaru is a chess piece who knows his identity, and Uehara Kisuke is not even qualified to be a chess piece now. A fierce look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He stared at Uehara Kisuke and Gyurashi, and his finger suddenly stood up. "Forget it, then I'll leave you here." A terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from Orochimaru. Uehara Kisuke and Gyurashi's eyes flashed with horror. The two couldn't help but look at each other and nodded. Just from the spiritual pressure on Orochimaru, they knew that they were definitely not the opponent, especially since this was the enemy's home court. This legendary cold king Orochimaru is definitely not just a simple person. Above the Kyoanyaku palace, Ulquiorra floated in the air, his face as cold as ever. "Stark, get ready. It will be your turn to chase them in a while. It's really troublesome." Koi 8 Stark scratched his head, picked up Lionette who was hugging him, and sighed softly. "Will Lord Orochimaru not kill them?" Before the execution of this plan, Koi 8 Stark didn't think that Orochimaru was in a good mood. Would Orochimaru really not kill Uehara and the other two in a rage? Ulquiorra didn't frown, but just shook his head slowly and didn't answer, because he knew that Orochimaru was more rational than anyone else. Even in a rage, Lord Orochimaru, who trained them, would not lose his mind. Even in a desperate situation, Ulquiorra believed that Orochimaru would still remain calm, and Ulquiorra had heard some gossip. For example, Orochimaru seemed to have encountered something more cruel. In the underground base of the Palace of the Night, small snakes emerged from every corner of the base. In the blink of an eye, Uehara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai were already trapped. The 33 of the Broken Path, blue fire falling. Wuling Tessai suddenly stretched out his palm, and a burst of flames fell to the ground, instantly sweeping away the snakes on the ground. But when he killed all the snakes, Uehara Kisuke's face changed, and he hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his hands, and said in a deep voice, "Be careful, the blood of these snakes is poisonous." The next second, the snake corpses and blood on the ground turned into clouds of mist under the burning of the flames, and spread along the mist in this huge data room. This is Orochimaru's trap. In the purple poisonous mist, Uehara Kisuke took a look at the situation in this data room, suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed a document, and used his spiritual pressure to temporarily disperse the poisonous mist in front of him, and even directly shattered a wall. Uehara suddenly dragged Wuling Tessai and wanted to escape. Ha. Still want to escape? Orochimaru's body suddenly stretched out, as if he was a snake man. He suddenly spit out a Kusanagi sword from his mouth and shot it towards Uehara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai. Bang! Uehara waved his cane and was about to knock the Kusanagi sword away, What he didn't expect was that the Kusanagi sword also stretched out in an instant, just like Akamaru-jin's magic spear Zanpakuto, and its speed was extremely fast. The huge Kusanagi sword and Urahara's cane suddenly collided with each other. Go! Urahara Kisuke spurted out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and the whole person flew backwards in a mess, but he got up in an instant and fled towards the exit he came from. Wuling Tessai followed closely behind. However, what greeted them was a dense group of snakes. 10,000 snakes. Countless brown snakes covered the corridor. Every snake spit out a Kusanagi sword at the same time. The speed of this group of long snakes was so fast that they caught up with Urahara Kisuke and Goron Tessai in a blink of an eye. The two of them could not help but follow their sight and look at the group of snakes on the wall that were running side by side with them, and the sharp blades in the mouths of these long snakes. Hadou number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. Urahara Kisuke's palm shot out a thunderbolt. In an instant, the 10,000 snakes behind him were cleared out. Goron Tessai also stopped at this moment, raised his hand and released a series of explosive flames, clearing the snakes near them. However, after they cleared the 10,000 snakes, the expressions of the two became particularly ugly, because Orochimaru's figure had disappeared from his sight. Obviously, Orochimaru should not give up chasing them. Urahara Kisuke turned his head again and looked in the direction of their exit. Orochimaru's figure was already blocking them. In the short time when he turned back to use the Thunder Roar Cannon, Orochimaru exceeded their speed and blocked their way. When a drop of cold sweat appeared on Wuling Tessai's face, I didn't detect any trace of him at all. Was it that terrifying Shunpo again? It's not Shunpo. Urahara Kisuke slowly shook his head and slowly put his hand under the brim of his hat, and whispered, "Just now, this legendary figure just turned into a snake among the snakes, and caught up with us with the cover of the snakes. Is this necessary?" Wuling Tessai's face was a little confused. Every animal has a habit when hunting. Urahara Kisuke took a deep breath and explained in a deep voice, "Just like when a cat catches a mouse, it likes to play with the mouse to death little by little." After saying this, Urahara Kisuke's voice became lower and lower, even a little suppressed, and when a snake catches its prey, it likes to wrap up the prey's body little by little, until the prey suffocates. It will enjoy its meal. Urahara Kisuke slowly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "This legendary big man seems to have the same habit. And what's more troublesome is, this legendary big man is powerful, and he also has rich combat experience. He seems to like to use his brain to fight. After all, not every strong man will be so bored that he will set traps during a battle." Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru's voice seemed particularly rampant in the corridor, and his laughter was as eerie as the star corridor. "Little boy, I have always been paying attention to your existence. With your wisdom, you can come to be my assistant." "That's not going to work." Urahara Kisuke slowly shook his head and lowered his voice. "If it were in the past, perhaps being Mr. Orochimaru's assistant would be what I'd love to do. How about we make a deal, and when I finish my own business, I'll come to Mr. Orochimaru, then you should stay here forever and become my nutrients." A violent gust of wind blew towards them. Orochimaru's body instantly turned into a giant white phosphorus snake. His mouth suddenly opened, and his bloody mouth swallowed up Urahara Kisuke, as if he wanted to swallow him directly into his stomach. Urahara Kisuke silently waved the Red Princess Zanpakuto and rushed forward. A fierce battle unfolded under this underground. However, the strength of the two sides in this battle was somewhat different. Even if Urahara Kisuke and Gyurashi joined forces, they could not shake Orochimaru, even after just a few rounds of fighting. The small white snakes that were as dense as scales on the white phosphorus snake suddenly fell down and bit Urahara and Gyurashi's bodies. Whether it was Urahara Kisuke or Gyurashi, after being bitten by these small white snakes, they clearly felt their vision blurred and their bodies were getting weaker and weaker. Poison again. Why does this legendary big man like to use poison so much? Use the binding method. Urahara Kisuke glanced at Gyurashi and said in a deep voice, "Let's see if we can seal him for a moment together. We must leave here immediately, otherwise, other enemies will probably come to support us soon." Well, Gyurashi nodded slowly. In this situation, any battle is disadvantageous to them. Even if they fight to the death to defeat Orochimaru, they are still in a life-and-death crisis. Their goal has never been to defeat anyone, but to get the evidence of Orochimaru's existence in Hukamundo. The next moment, the two of them looked at the white phosphorus snake at the same time, and put their palms together. They abandoned the chanting and used the same ability. 99 Binding Paths. Forbidden. Countless spiritual powers turned into cloth strips and nails to bind the white phosphorus snake, but in the next second after being bound, the body of the white phosphorus snake quickly swelled up, and the tiny white snake on its body slowly merged into the body of the white phosphorus Orochimaru at this moment. Urahara Kisuke and Gurihi Tessai had a strange expression, although it seemed that the binding was successful. But looking at Orochimaru's appearance, Urahara Kisuke and Gurihi Tessai were not sure whether Orochimaru would break free in the next second. They couldn't stay here any longer. The two of them instantly passed Orochimaru and fled towards the exit. Sure enough, the next second, the entire Hukamound Palace began to shake. After a tremor under the Kuya Palace, a huge Yamato no Orochi suddenly rushed out, and the 8 snake heads opened their mouths at the same time, spraying sharp blades towards the ground. Under this rain of sharp blades, Urahara Kisuke and Guri Tessai fled in a panic. Both of them were covered in blood. Obviously, they were injured by the rain of sharp blades. The most troublesome thing was that both of them still had snake venom that had not been removed. This time, they might really die here. No matter what, you have to escape. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, you should never give up. The Yamato no Orochi slowly straightened up, and its huge body blocked the entire Kuya Palace. This legendary monster roared suddenly, as if calling the entire Soul Society. Orochimaru's body emerged from the mouth of one of the snake heads, and his eyes stared coldly at Urahara Kisuke and Guri Tessai, who were staggering away. The next moment, Koi 8 Stark, who had been lying in ambush nearby, appeared instantly, merged with Lilynette, and began to shoot a series of virtual flashes at Urahara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai. Just looking at it, Urahara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai were already unable to escape. Unfortunately, Koi 8 Stark's pursuit did not last too long. During the pursuit, Urahara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai suddenly disappeared on the ground. With no choice, Stark had to return to the Kyanyaku Palace. After Stark left, under the ground, Urahara Kisuke and Wuling Tessai slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had left a helper behind before, so they escaped from danger, thanks to the White Zetsu who arranged the transmigration pillar in this area in advance. Urahara Kisuke took a look at the White Zetsu's original body and its dozen clones, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then took out the information he had stolen from Orochimaru's laboratory. This information is not the impure world reincarnation technique. Instead, he used the forbidden technique Yakuta no Jutsu in the style of Orochimaru. At this time, Urahara Kisuke knew that he already had enough enemies. What he had to do now was to make friends with the Uehara clan, instead of continuing to make enemies for the so-called perfect forbidden technique of righteous corpses described in the impure world reincarnation. Urahara Kisuke put away the forbidden scroll of Yakuta no Jutsu in his hand again, and slowly took off a white eyeball decoration from his cane, lowered his head and said, "Get ready to go to Soul Society. I hope everything will be as I guessed, as long as he can convince the Uehara clan. Maybe with the support of this clan, he can reveal the true face of Aizen Sosuke." "Are we going back to Soul Society now?" Wuling Tessai glanced at Urahara Kisuke and asked in a muffled voice. "Don't you need any more evidence? Enough already." Urahara Kisuke shook his head and glanced at White Zetsu beside him. "White Zetsu, have you collected enough information over there?" "Hey, don't worry, Urahara." White Zetsu nodded, took out an eyeball tool and handed it to Urahara Kisuke, and said with a grin, "All the evidence you want is in there, but it's a pity that there's no footage of them pooping. The first climax will begin tomorrow." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo fanfic novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661. Don't open your eyes when you tell lies. Hucamundo. Uehara Kisuke didn't stay for too long, because in Hucamundo, there would be rancors patrolling from time to time to track down their tracks, and it would be too dangerous for them to stay here, now that the most important evidence is in hand. There is no need to stay any longer. Let's go. Uehara Kisuke put away the evidence he wanted to get, opened a door to the world, and walked in first, saying to himself, I'm going to the Soul Society to negotiate with the Uehara clan. You wait for me in the human world. Wait. Wuling Tesai stretched out his hand to stop Uehara Kisuke, because they all knew very well that Uehara Kisuke's negotiation with the Uehara clan would definitely not be particularly smooth, and they might encounter trouble. But Uehara Kisuke didn't stop his steps. After passing through the door to the world, he disappeared from their sight. It was obvious that Uehara wanted to face this ordeal alone, and this was originally Uehara's own plan. Soul Society. Sairiite. Uehara Castle. Uehara Naraku sat on his throne, surrounded by a group of phantoms of the light body technique. In addition to Akaya Madara, Senju Hashirama and the other 13 dead servants, Orochimaru, Ulquiorra and Black Zetsu were also there. After Uehara Kisuke left Hucamundo, Uehara Naraku received all the details of Ulquiorra and Orochimaru's execution plan. In that case, Uehara Kisuke took away the 8-headed technique. Uehara Naraku held his cheek with an evil smile on his lips, and chuckled. I thought he would take away the impure world reincarnation technique. What a pity, he lost an opportunity to know the truth about the world. Akaya Madara frowned, glanced at Senju Tobirama, and said in a cold voice, what is written in that evil impure world reincarnation technique scroll? A complete forbidden technique. Uehara Naraku tapped his cheek with his fingers, and continued with a smile, of course, it also includes the forbidden technique that the dead resurrected by the impure world reincarnation will be controlled by the practitioner. The faces of everyone present couldn't help but change. If Uehara Kisuke really took the impure world reincarnation technique and knew the effects of the techniques in it, it might cause a big stir in Soul Society. After all, over the years, no one knows how many Shinigami the Uehara clan has secretly controlled with the artificial body technology wrapped in the impure world reincarnation technique. This would be enough to cause a big earthquake. I can only say, fortunately, Uehara Kisuke knows what's good for him. Otherwise, if Uehara Kisuke really took the impure world reincarnation scroll, he would realize the dark truth of the Uehara clan, and that would be a lot of fun. Let's find a chance to let him know in the future. Uehara Naraku slowly sat up straight, his eyes fell on Senju Tobirama. Next, we will prepare to welcome our manager Uehara. We have to ask Mr. Tobirama to be persuaded by him, and work with him to find a way to force Captain Aizen to defect. Humphrey, I got it. Senju Tobirama stood in his position, hugged his arms and said coldly, after Aizen Sosuke defected, as long as that kid Aizen stays in the Hucamundo, all his actions will be completely under our surveillance. Yeah. Uehara Naraku tilted his head, smiled and continued, let all his sources of information be controlled by us, and let all his actions be under our guidance. The expressions of everyone present were not good again. Many people present had similar experiences. Once Uehara Naraku stopped behaving like a human, he was really not a human. Ulquiorra lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, Lord Naraku, according to my observation, even if we put everything in front of him, Lord Aizen may not be controlled and guided by us in secret as we imagined. His purpose seems to have been very clear all along. I know. Uehara Naraku interrupted Ulquiorra and chuckled. Captain Aizen's purpose is just a trap arranged in advance. Of course, if he can jump out of the trap, he may receive an unimaginable reward in his life. When Uehara Naraku said this, his smile gradually became more and more intense, but his voice slowly lowered. Another bigger trap. Ulquiorra, what do you think of this reward? Ulquiorra lowered his head respectfully. Just as they were still discussing the matter of Aizen Sosuke, A figure appeared in this secret room through the illusion body technique and delivered a message. Uehara Akatsuki is here. Yes, Uehara Akatsuki is here. Uehara Akatsuki had just received information about Orochimaru and the Rancor Great Holocore from Hukomundo, and he came directly to Soul Society and sneaked into the Soul Society, and rushed to Uehara Castle, waiting for a deal with the Uehara clan. No, or to negotiate. I know. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but snorted coldly, and his phantom figure disappeared instantly. His real body quickly woke up and went to meet Uehara Akatsuki. Uehara Castle, the inner city. Uehara Akatsuki finally set foot here. It is said that under the strict protection of the Uehara clan, no one in the entire Soul Society has set foot in the inner city of Uehara for thousands of years, and no one knows what secrets are in this inner city. There is no doubt that there are many powerful Shinigami lurking in this inner city. Just some of the spiritual pressure that leaked out involuntarily makes people feel a little frightened and uneasy. Even Uehara Akatsuki was a little amazed at the strong spiritual pressure of these Shinigami. Among them was the second Deadpool, Hashirama Senju, whom I had seen before. Compared to what I saw in the real world, Hashirama Senju's spiritual pressure seemed to be even stronger in the inner city of Uehara, even though he was only emitting it unconsciously now. Did he suppress his power in the real world? Even though Hashirama Senju suppressed the power he could use in the real world, he could easily defeat the entire masked army. The strength of the Uehara clan is indeed a bit too strong. However, the stronger this group of people is, the better. For Uehara Akatsuki, the stronger the strength of the Uehara clan is, the higher the possibility of his plan succeeding. Few people can set foot here. Just as Uehara Akatsuki was struggling with his thoughts, the cold voice of Tobirama Senju appeared in his ears. I thought you would bring good news, so I specially ordered the guards to take you to the inner city after seeing you. The inner city of Uehara is not so easy to enter. So far, everyone who wants to enter the inner city of Uehara must get permission from the 13 Deadpools, and even the permission from the top few. Even if Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni wanted to come, he had to follow this procedure honestly. This is the foundation of a 1,000-year-old wealthy clan, or it is also necessary for them to hide their secrets. Senju Tobirama took a look at Uehara Akatsuki, and his expression suddenly became a little unhappy. It seems that I think too much of you. I thought you would bring the murderer's body here. Now it seems that you want to convince me with your words? Of course not. Uehara Akatsuki slowly shook his head, reached out to hold the brim of his hat, and a hint of confidence flashed across his face. What I can take out this time maybe what Mr. Tobirama and the entire Uehara clan want the most. Indeed, according to Uehara Akatsuki's guess, what he holds in his hands is definitely what the entire Uehara clan wants the most. A trace of disdain flashed across Senju Tobirama's face, and he said in a cold voice, what the Uehara clan wants most is the life of Kabuto Yakushi. With a little kid like you, can you still kill Kabuto Yakushi? No. Uehara Akatsuki still shook his head slowly. His face became more serious little by little, and continued word by word. What if I say, I found the source of the leak of the impure world reincarnation technique? Senju Tobirama's expression suddenly changed. For the Uehara clan, there is obviously nothing more important than impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama suddenly stretched out his palm, suddenly grabbed Uehara Akatsuki, and disappeared from the spot in an instant with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique. At the moment they disappeared, Uehara Akatsuki didn't even have time to stop him. By the time Uehara Akatsuki reacted, his body had been driven by Senju Tobirama and appeared in a secret room. Senju Tobirama's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Uehara Akatsuki and said in a deep voice, what do you know, little brat? A lot. Uehara Akatsuki immediately understood. At this time, Uehara seemed to have taken the initiative and said slowly, maybe compared to thousands of years of history, it's just a small amount, but only these are enough for Mr. Tobirama and the Uehara clan, right? Senju Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly, making people subconsciously feel the threat of Senju Tobirama, who seemed to be able to burst out dangerous actions at any time. Uehara Akatsuki didn't care at all. The store manager reached out and pressed the brim of his hat, and whispered, thousands of years ago, the whereabouts of the legendary Cold King Orochimaru. When he said this, Uehara glanced at Senjutsu Bairama's eyes and immediately changed his words. No, maybe it should be said that it was the whereabouts of Orochimaru, the traitor of the Uehara clan. Interesting. The shock on Senjutsu Bairama's face flashed away. At this moment, Senjutsu Bairama seemed to have been exposed to a huge secret. However, because of his identity, Senjutsu Bairama reacted immediately. He just snorted, and suddenly looked at Akatsuki and showed a sneer. This kind of thing should not be known by a little kid like you. But I already know it, Akatsuki refuted, and then hurriedly explained. Of course this does not mean to provoke Mr. Tobirama, I just want to state a fact, and I think I am not the only one who knows this in the entire Soul Society. After saying this, Akatsuki raised his head abruptly, and said seriously, there is another person who may know the relationship between Orochimaru and the Uehara clan better than me, because he is the one who has been erasing evidence for Orochimaru. Huh? Senjutsu Bairama raised his head abruptly, with obvious anger on his face. Are you talking about Lord Yamamoto Shigekumi? Of course not. Akatsuki couldn't help rubbing his head. He was almost misled by Senjutsu Bairama's words just now. After reacting, Uehara immediately said, if possible, I want to know the truth of the past. Maybe I have a greater chance. What is the chance? A greater chance. Akatsuki looked up at Senjutsu Bairama, and a confident smile flashed across his face. Help the Uehara clan catch Orochimaru. And the guy who covered Orochimaru. Senjutsu Bairama fell silent again. After a long time, Senjutsu Bairama slowly sat on a chair in the secret room and closed his eyes calmly. Before that, are you ready to accept the truth of all this? If you dare to lie to me, you should know the consequences of offending the Uehara clan in Soul Society. Of course, Akatsuki's mouth curled slightly. In the entire Soul Society, who doesn't know the consequences of offending the Uehara clan? Akatsuki was Kabuto Yakushi's disciple at the beginning. He knew that his teacher was nearly killed by the Uehara clan countless times. As long as one of those methods was used on him, Uehara would have no place to bury his body. But Akatsuki was confident. When Uehara saw the look on Senjutsu Bairama's face when he heard the news about Orochimaru, he knew that he had succeeded halfway. As long as he could get the complete truth from thousands of years ago, he would not only be able to convince the Uehara clan to form an alliance with him, but he might even be able to make the Uehara clan and Kabuto Yakushi become friends. The Uehara clan seems to hate Orochimaru more than they hate Kabuto Yakushi. This matter can't actually be called a secret. Senjutsu Bairama closed his eyes and whispered a long story. It seems that you should also know that the impure world reincarnation technique was invented by me, but it was later completed by that little guy Orochimaru, and later it was perfected by your teacher Kabuto Yakushi. Akatsuki lowered his head, a hint of horror flashed in his eyes. He really didn't know anything about this kind of thing. Senjutsu Bairama did not look at Akatsuki, but just closed his eyes and continued. After Orochimaru completed the impure world reincarnation, he left Soul Society in order to obtain a powerful impure world army. Before that, we did not want to pursue him, until he relied on the impure world reincarnation to disrupt the order of life and death in the world. A not so attractive story was told, and even Senjutsu Bairama closed his eyes the whole time when he spoke, as if he was not used to telling lies with his eyes open. In the mouth of Senjutsu Bairama, they seemed to be very tolerant of Orochimaru, just as the tolerance that Kabuto Yakushi showed to Akatsuki. Because Orochimaru has many secret techniques hidden in his body, in order to prevent the clan's secret techniques from being leaked, the Uehara clan secretly went to surround and kill Orochimaru, but unfortunately Orochimaru escaped in the end. We are well aware of the danger and difficulty of Orochimaru. In order to cover up the danger of Orochimaru, the Uehara clan has been deliberately downplaying the existence of Orochimaru for thousands of years, and even made up a story for him. Unfortunately, fake is still fake after all. Chapter 662
Both sides. The big storm is about to start. There is no fog in the world that cannot be cleared. Senjutobirama finished telling the story of the past calmly. This story about the grievances between Orochimaru and the Uehara clan in Soul Society seemed extremely bland in his mouth, as if it was just a story about a small trader and a wealthy family. Of course, if it was Akatsuki or Sarutobi Hiruzen who told this story to Urahara Kisuke, the story might be more dramatic, but the credibility would be slightly lower, because Akatsuki could only deceive his stupid brother, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could only deceive the stupid boys in their village. Urahara Kisuke is a very smart guy. Only when someone as influential as Senjutobirama tells these fabricated truths will it arouse Urahara Kisuke's approval and make him move to the next step according to their plan. It doesn't look much different from what I guessed. Urahara Kisuke shook his head calmly and sighed. Senjutobirama just looked at Urahara Kisuke in front of him without any response. Urahara Kisuke's guess was certainly correct, because all the information Urahara Kisuke received was arranged by Uehara Naraku to tell him White Zetsu, even if it was a pig. It would be arranged by Uehara Naraku to guess it. I have told you everything. Senjutobirama hugged his arms again and said in a muffled voice, then you'd better tell me everything you know, otherwise, you should know that not to mention saving your companions, even you will not have a good end. As Senjutobirama's voice gradually became heavy, the spiritual pressure on his body also skyrocketed little by little. The oppressive spiritual pressure forced Urahara to not move like a substance. If Urahara Kisuke doesn't give him a satisfactory answer, it seems that it is absolutely impossible to walk out of Uehara Castle alive today. After all, this is the secret of the Uehara family, and it can even be said to be the secret of the entire Soul Society. If it is told out, it is enough to alarm the entire Soul Society. Just the news that Orochimaru is still alive is enough to drive the nobles of the entire Soul Society crazy. After all, for thousands of years, whenever the Soul Society found experimental data or a few words of forbidden techniques left by Orochimaru, it was enough to make the Soul Society ecstatic. Moreover, if Orochimaru, the traitor who mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, was still alive in the world, it would be a huge blow to the prestige of the Uehara clan in the Soul Society. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Urahara Kisuke glanced at Senjutobirama, reached out and took out the forbidden scroll of Yakuta no Jutsu that he had seized in Hukomundo, and said softly, this is one of the evidences that I found that Orochimaru actually exists in Hukomundo. After that, Urahara Kisuke took out two eyeball-shaped cameras from his arms and continued, in addition to the news that Orochimaru exists in Hukomundo, I also found out the murderer who tried to assassinate the young master of Naraku. Oh? Senjutobirama raised his eyebrows slightly, reached out to take the Yakuta no Jutsu, just flipped through it, and used his spiritual pressure to turn this forbidden technique into nothingness. Humphrey, it's just a forbidden technique that was researched by stealing a little bit of my knowledge. Urahara Kisuke's eyes flashed. Although Urahara didn't know whether what Senjutobirama said was true or not, it seemed that the face of the fifth Deadpool official was indeed full of disdain. Senjutobirama glanced at the eyeball machine in Urahara Kisuke's hand, snorted coldly and said, then let me see what you have found out. Yes. Urahara Kisuke nodded slowly. In this secret room, Urahara Kisuke projected everything he had experienced in Hukomundo. In the first eyeball were Ulquiorra and Koyada Stark whom he had met in Hukomundo. One of them is the murderer who assassinated the young master of Naraku. Urahara Kisuke's finger fell on Ulquiorra and introduced him, and then his eyes fell on Koyada Stark. If I'm not mistaken, the other Rancor is the one who was responsible for intercepting Akayabito and Akatsuki during the assassination, right? When he saw these two people and heard Urahara Kisuke's words, Senjutobirama's expression immediately changed, and he looked at Urahara Kisuke fiercely. You little brat. You really gave me a big surprise. According to the script that will be known to everyone, Ulquiorra is indeed the murderer responsible for assassinating Uehara Naraku. And Koyada Stark is also the one responsible for intercepting Akayabito and Akatsuki. Obviously,
Uehara Gisuke guessed the script they had prepared. The first eyeball machine was filmed by White Zetsu. These are all scenes of Uehara Gisuke fighting with Ulquiorra and Koi 8 Stark, and every scene in it seems extremely real. However, compared to what the first eyeball showed, the second eyeball machine was secretly photographed by Uehara Gisuke himself, which obviously surprised Senjudo Bairama more, because the second eyeball machine was full of information about Orochimaru, including Orochimaru's experimental base and the tall forbidden technique data room. There was even a close-up shot of the impure world reincarnation technique. These were enough to make Senjudo Bairama angry, or rather, Senjudo Bairama should be angry at this time. That traitor! Senjudo Bairama clenched his palms tightly and said in a stern voice, "It seems that he lives a very comfortable life. Akaya Madara, that bastard, is really a waste." He didn't even find any trace of this traitor when he went to Hukamundo to sweep the Hukamundo, although he knew that all this was fake. Even when Akaya Madara swept the Hukamundo to help Orochimaru, it still didn't stop Senjudo Bairama from scolding Akaya Madara. Uehara Gisuke couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Senjudo Bairama scolding the legendary first Deadpool. Could it be that the relationship between the 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan is not good? This is also normal. After all, the Deadpool officers of this clan are all very powerful, and it is very normal for them to dislike each other, especially the two surnames of Senju and Akaya, which account for a large proportion of the officers of the Uehara clan. Okay, Senjudo Bairama reached out and knocked on the table, no longer mentioning the internal issues, and said in a cold voice, "The information you brought is very valuable. I can decide to return your companion to you and clear your suspicion in the assassination. Thank you very much." Uehara Gisuke took off his hat, bowed slightly to show respect, and then suddenly said, "But the real crisis has not disappeared. The person who colluded with Orochimaru still exists in the Soul Society." "I know." Senjudo Bairama waved his hand nonchalantly, and seemed to say indifferently, "Your teacher is Kabuto Yakushi, right? I saw at first glance that the kid was Orochimaru's disciple, or Orochimaru's pawn." This is pretending to be confused. It was also Senjudo Bairama who took this opportunity to gain Uehara Gisuke's trust. After all, as a big family that has been chasing Orochimaru, it would be a bit too fake if they couldn't even see that Kabuto Yakushi was Orochimaru's disciple. "No." Uehara Gisuke slowly shook his head and said solemnly, "What I want to say is, there is someone else. The person who is colluding with Orochimaru is right next to the young master of Naraku." "What did you say?" At this moment, Senjudo Bairama's face was full of astonishment. While Senjudo Bairama and Uehara Gisuke were communicating here, a similar conversation was taking place on the other side of the Soul Society. Soul Society, the 5th Division's headquarters. Since Uehara Naraku was called back home, Aizen Sosuke didn't care so much and directly summoned Black Zetsu to report to him about Uehara Gisuke and Hukamundo. Orochimaru has been discovered by Uehara. Ulquiorra and Koi 8 Stark didn't hide it from him. I killed several White Zetsu in Hukamundo. Those idiots reproduced too fast, and it was impossible to kill them all. Those White Zetsu should have been hiding in Hukamundo a long time ago. Black Zetsu reported the intelligence of Hukamundo to Aizen Sosuke bit by bit. All the information was provided to Aizen Sosuke in detail. Anyway, there was no need to hide it. Aizen Sosuke wrote his calligraphy slowly, and the expression on his face was still calm. He even changed several calligraphy styles with interest. Aizen didn't take the matter of Hukamundo seriously at all. Aizen didn't care what Uehara Gisuke got, whether Uehara Gisuke discovered the trace of Orochimaru, or Uehara Gisuke was likely to return to Soul Society and make everything in Hukamundo public. These could not make Aizen Sosuke lose face. He already had such a plan. No secret in the world can be hidden forever. Aizen Sosuke slowly put down the brush in his hand and said softly, "When we saw a White Zetsu, perhaps there were already 100 White Zetsu in the entire Hukamundo. The information in the Hukamundo has never escaped Uehara's eyes. It is indeed possible." Black Zetsu nodded slowly, grinning and revealing a sinister smile. "But the power of those guys is not that good. No matter how many they reproduce, They are just prey to be slaughtered by us. Well said. Aizen Sosuke slowly nodded. In fact, Aizen privately believed that White Zetsu was more useful and could allow him to monitor everything in the entire Soul Society. It was just that Black Zetsu was a subordinate he was willing to use, so Aizen did not speak to undermine Black Zetsu's self-confidence. Now Uehara has obtained the information about Mr. Orochimaru. Mr. Orochimaru is a defector from the Uehara clan and should have been hunted by the Uehara clan. Aizen Sosuke changed the subject and continued slowly. If Uehara can use this information reasonably, he will definitely be able to use this information to exchange for the support of the Uehara clan. In this way, the Hollowization incident many years ago may be reversed. He. Black Zetsu laughed gloomily and continued, I helped Lord Aizen control the people of the Central 46th Room. They are still our pawns. No need for that. Aizen Sosuke shook his head and interrupted Black Zetsu, and continued calmly. The Central 46th Room has never been an organization that can decide everything. They are just tools responsible for governing Soul Society on their behalf. After saying this, Aizen Sosuke reached out to adjust his glasses and whispered, if the Uehara clan stands on the side of Uehara Kisuke, even the Central 46 will be of no use, unless a civil war in the Soul Society is started. That's not bad. Black Zetsu nodded, smiled grimly and said, when the war between the Uehara clan and the Soul Society is over, it will be the time for Lord Aizen to lead the Rancor Corps to rule the world. That won't happen. Aizen Sosuke shook his head and said softly, Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto Shigekuni will not allow the Central 46 to make such a stupid decision. Besides, I don't want to ascend the throne in this way. It would be too humiliating for my plan. The corners of Aizen Sosuke's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued with a smile, when I step onto the throne of heaven, I will transform into a god under the attention of the whole world. No one can resist the power of God. You are so confident. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly, and then continued, that day should come soon, right? There are not many people in this world who can compete with Lord Aizen now. Facing Black Zetsu's flattery, Aizen Sosuke didn't care at all, just shook his head and chuckled, no, this is not enough. The real God should be a higher level existence. When God descends, people cannot have the will to resist God. Yes, Black Zetsu grinned and slowly lowered his head. Okay. Aizen Sosuke stretched and said slowly, although I have been living here, I still can't help but say that I finally have the opportunity to really leave this rotten place that makes people feel suffocated. After hearing the information about Huko Mundo from Black Zetsu, Aizen Sosuke never thought of staying here any longer. He would not sit and wait for Uehara Kisuke to overturn the case. Aizen plans to leave Soul Society and rebel against the Soul Society. Of course, before he defected from Soul Society, Aizen did not plan to do nothing. He had already arranged a plan. Get ready to welcome the big storm. After the storm, Black Zetsu, you stay here and continue to monitor everything here. Now you can go down. Yes, Black Zetsu's body slowly drilled into the ground. When Black Zetsu left, Aizen Sosuke reached out and grabbed the Kyokusuigetsu Zanpakuto on the table, with a playful smile on his face. Maybe before leaving, I can indulge myself a little and try to see the power of the dead pools mentioned by Mr. Orochimaru. This moment, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. For so many years, the dead pool chief has been known to be powerful. No matter which captain of the God of Death, he can't help but want to challenge the dead pool chief of the Uehara clan. After getting information about the 13 dead pools of the Uehara clan from Orochimaru, Aizen Sosuke naturally yearns for the power of the 13 dead pools. What's more, this is also his first step to ascend the throne of heaven in the future. Chapter 663, The Rancor Corps Actions, The Gotai 13's Meeting, and the truth about to be revealed. The Gotai 13 were overwhelmed by the bad news coming from the real world. All the Shinigami stationed in the real world have been expelled by the Rancor Corps, and even some non-staff Shinigami have been killed by the Rancor Hollows. It seems that the real world has completely become a paradise for the Rancor Corps. Under such circumstances,
The Gotai 13 accelerated the process of mobilization. Many Shinigami patrolling various parts of Soul Society were recalled to Syraitai to prepare to form an army that can compete with their Ankar Corps. Gotai 13 headquarters. Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni, leaning on his crutches, sat in the headquarters meeting room with his eyes closed to rest. In front of him sat a group of captains and vice-captains of the Gotai 13. And he was listening to these captains reporting on the situation of each division, except for the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin, who went to the real world alone to support and save his subordinates. All the high-level officials of the Gotai 13 were already sitting here. After Yamamoto Shigekuni finished listening to the reports of all the captains, his eyes fell on the vice-captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Renjaku, and there was a touch of kindness in his old voice. Renjaku, is there any news from Ishin? Matsumoto Renjaku frowned, nodded slowly and said, the news from the captain yesterday was that it was in the garrison base in Kyoto in the real world. Late last night, news came from the real world. Shiba Ishin repelled 2 Rankar Great Hollows who tried to attack the garrison base in Kyoto, saving more than a dozen Shinigami. But this also aroused the vigilance of the Rankar Corps. Under the siege of more than a dozen Rankar Great Hollows, Shiba Ishin led the Shinigami stationed in the real world to withdraw from the base and was forced to hide in the real world to continue looking for opportunities to counterattack, as long as he is safe. Yamamoto Shigekuni slowly closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, then let's get ready. The reorganized 10th and 11th Divisions will be the first to enter the real world. Captain Yamamoto. A voice suddenly interrupted Yamamoto Shigekuni's words. A white-haired little boy broke into the meeting room, his face full of tension. It was the chief officer of the 10th Division, Hitsuge Ayatawa Ashiru. This young and newly promoted Shinigami hurriedly said, just now, Captain Ishin sent a message from the real world that the Rankar Corps is gathering at the entrance of Soul Society and the real world. What? A flash of surprise flashed across the face of each captain. What a joke. They are not ready to launch a siege against the Rankar Corps. After making a big fuss in the real world, those guys actually want to invade Soul Society? This is a bit too rampant. Even Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni couldn't help but open his eyes, with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Huh? Those Rankars want to enter Soul Society? Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't care about the problems in the real world, because as long as Soul Society and Syraitai are still safe, they can return to the real world sooner or later. But if the Rankar army wants to attack Soul Society, it will undoubtedly provoke a world war between Hollows and Shinigami. What Yamamoto Shigekuni really can't stand is that the Rankar army wants to destroy the balance of this world and break the order of this world. The captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Jushiro, shook his head and said in surprise, do those Rankars really want to invade Soul Society? This action does not seem wise at all. Is there some conspiracy? Who knows what those Rankars are thinking? Zaraki Kenpachi held the back of his head and sneered. Maybe they think that the Shinigami stationed in the real world are too weak and think that we guys are vulnerable. Captain Zaraki Kenpachi, Matsumoto Renjaku couldn't help but frown. This Zaraki Kenpachi must be deliberately mocking the members of their 10th Division for being weak. Everyone knows that the 10th Division has the most people stationed in the real world. Okay. Yamamoto Shigekuni interrupted the quarrel that was about to happen, and looked at Hitsuge Ayatawa Ashiru who was standing at the door and asked softly, what's the situation in the real world? Hitsuge Ayatawa Ashiru nodded hurriedly and said in a deep voice, Captain Ishin is trying to find a way to lead them away or stop them at the entrance. This is also Shiba Ishin's idea. Ishin Shiba didn't want the Rankar Corps to rush into Soul Society, because Ishin Shiba knew very well the combat power of this group of Rankar Great Hollow Corps. If this group of Rankar Corps really went to attack the Soul Society, it would be fine. But if this group of Rankar Great Hollows were to separate into 2 groups after entering the Soul Society, the entire Soul Society would be in big trouble, because unless the captain-level Shinigami were dispatched, the other Shinigami would have no way to deal with this group of Rankar Corps, even if it was just a 2-person Rankar team. When he observed the Rankar Great Hollow Corps gathering,
Ish and Shiba planned to delay time and prevent them from entering Soul Society. There is no need for that. Shigekuni Yamamoto held his cane, shook his head slowly and said, "There will always be people who want to challenge the order of this world, so let those who try to destroy the order step into this world and let them know where the true order of this world exists." Shigekuni Yamamoto knew the power of Soul Society very well. Even if hundreds of rankars were released, Shigekuni Yamamoto was confident that he could solve the problem. As long as they entered Soul Society, all the problems would be easily solved. "Are we going to release the enemy into Soul Society?" The captain of the 8th Division, Shunsui Kiraku, chuckled and stretched slowly. "It seems that we can have a good fight this way." HMPH. That's not bad. The captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, reached out and put Yakai Urikusaka on his shoulder beside him, sneering, "There's no need to be restrained." When these Shinigami captains were active in the real world, they were always afraid to use their full strength because they were worried about destroying the space of the real world. If they fought in Soul Society, there would be no need to be so cautious. The other Shinigami captains were not as crazy as Kenpachi Zaraki, but when they heard that Shigekuni Yamamoto was going to release these rankars into Soul Society, they also looked a little relieved. If they could use their full strength in Soul Society, these Shinigami captains would not be afraid of any enemy. There were also a few people present who had a flash of worry on their faces. They were a little worried that something might go wrong in this hastily concluded decisive battle. Even with the best outcome, there was a chance that both sides would suffer losses. At least the Gotai 13 would not be safe and sound. In comparison, these captains would rather solve the problem in the real world, and it would be best to send out elites little by little to defeat the Rankar core groups one by one, rather than just engaging in a direct battle with hundreds of Rankar core. The captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Jushiro, still frowned, and said with a somewhat unpleasant expression, "So this group of Rankar hollows, why on earth would they suddenly want to gather and invade Soul Society? Do they think that the Gotai 13 are vulnerable relying on the Shinigami stationed in the real world, or do they have other conspiracies?" The biggest trouble is, if we really want to fight them in Soul Society, do we have to use the lives of Shinigami to win? Who knows? Kiraku Shunsui leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "Anyway, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing for them to gather. Anyway, at least if we catch these guys in one fell swoop, the crisis in the real world can be resolved, right? In any case, it's better not to take it lightly." The captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu, shook his head and said softly, "According to the information we have, each of the hollows of this group of Rankar Corps possesses the same combat power as a chief officer or even a captain-level Shinigami. This is no joke." Although the captains and vice-captains were mentally prepared for the battle, it was only because they were strong enough, but that did not mean that the other members of the Gotai 13 were strong. Maybe they would face the problem of insufficient manpower in the end. After all, there were only so many captain-level Shinigami in the entire Gotai 13. Of course, if they really wanted to take it seriously, they would have to wait until the Gotai 13 clashed with the Rankar Corps. After all, there was a huge gap in the combat power between the captain-level Shinigami. For example, Captain General Yamamoto Shigekuni. This Captain General could defeat the entire Gotai 13 by himself. However, if Yamamoto Shigekuni took action, it might harm the Soul Society. If Yamamoto Shigekuni could not use his full strength to avoid destroying the Soul Society, then the captains of the Gotai 13 might have to accumulate the lives of their subordinates to win. Every captain seemed to have thought of this. Everyone present gradually felt a little heavy. "Okay." Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at everyone present, and his eyes fell on the captain of the 2nd Division, Soifong, who was a little silent at this time. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Soifong, who was silent with her head down, and said softly, "Then the 2nd Division and the secret mobile team will go to the entrance to set up surveillance first." Soifong, the captain of the 2nd Division, was still keeping her head down and silent. Today, the captain of the 2nd Division seemed a little strange, not like her usual personality at all. and there was no trace of her past flamboyance. Even when Yamamoto Shigekuni was assigning tasks, she was a little absent-minded. Yamamoto Shigekuni's brows slowly frowned, and his voice had a little more weight. "Soifong, do you have any other suggestions?" Soifong raised her head suddenly. The next moment, Soifong seemed to suddenly wake up, and slowly shook her head and said, "No, I should say, there are some." Seeing the restraint and nervousness of the second team, each captain's face flashed a trace of doubt. This is not like Soifong's past appearance at all. With Soifong's emphasis on the mission, she would actually be absent-minded in such an important meeting. "I just heard that we are actually short of manpower now." Soifong's face gradually returned to normal. She swept her eyes over everyone one by one, and only paused for a second when passing by Aizen Sosuke, and then slowly moved to other directions. Soifong slowly placed her palm on the table and continued softly, "If the war between us and those guys took place in Soul Society, we should be able to win with a large number of Shinigami. But our loss, this is an inevitable sacrifice." Yamamoto Shigekuni closed his eyes again, and he continued softly, "After this meeting, I will send someone to visit the Uehara clan and invite Mr. Tobirama Senju of the Uehara clan to negotiate and gather all the forces of the Soul Society to deal with the invasion of the Rancor Corps. This is why Yamamoto Shigekuni plans to place the battlefield in the Soul Society. If the war takes place outside, the Uehara clan may not participate in this war, but if the war takes place in Soul Society, the Uehara clan has never missed the battle to defend the Soul Society for thousands of years." After saying this, Yamamoto Shigekuni slowly opened his eyes and looked at Uehara Naraku, who was sitting next to Aizen Sosuke. The head of the Uehara clan was here, so how could the Uehara clan miss this war? "Yes." Soifong nodded and continued softly, "But I have one more thing to say. Yesterday, the secret mobile team observed that Uehara Castle released Mako Hirako, Torisaru Kazu, Yoruichi Shiyuin and others, and even found traces of Urahara Kisuke's activities." "Huh?" Every captain's face couldn't help but become solemn. At this time, Soifong suddenly mentioned this news. What was her intention? Did she think that Urahara Kisuke and Mako Hirako and others had some conspiracy? According to the current intelligence, the Gotai 13 believe that Urahara Kisuke and others have some kind of connection with the Rancor Corps. If the Rancor Corps and the Masked Corps are combined, the enemy camp will indeed add a lot of powerful combat power. Just as the eyes of the people present swept over Soifong and slowly fell on Uehara Naraku, Yukitake Jashiro simply asked, "Sir Uehara Naraku, is there any special reason why the Uehara clan released Hirako, Mako and others?" "I don't know." Uehara Naraku shook his head in confusion, and said softly, "I remember that Mr. Tobirama and Urahara Kisuke made an agreement. It seems that as long as Urahara Kisuke can find the murderer who assassinated me and the captain—" "Wait, let me sort it out." Kiraku Shutsui tilted his head, rubbed his brows and said, "In that case, Urahara Kisuke has found the murderer." "No, is there something wrong here? In that case, has Urahara Kisuke also sneaked into Soul Society?" "No. That's not right." Uehara Castle released Yamaru Lisa and her group. "Is it because Urahara Kisuke has found the murderer who assassinated you?" "Wait, did Urahara Kisuke sneak into Soul Society? Could Urahara Kisuke be an accomplice of the Rancor Corps in invading Soul Society?" "Sir Naraku, don't you have any news?" "What's going on?" "Sorry, I don't know." Uehara Naraku's face was full of confusion, and he even looked more confused than anyone else present. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tobirama has arranged for me to practice in the clan during this period of time, and he even didn't let me go to the 5th Division to continue my duties. If there wasn't a general meeting today, Mr. Tobirama wouldn't even agree to let me come." Bang! "Enough." Soifong slammed her hand on the table and said in a deep voice, "Forget it. Since Lord Naraku doesn't know the details at all, there is no need to waste time talking about it. The secret mobile team captured Urahara Kisuke yesterday. When I was interrogating him about his relationship with the Rancor Corps, I tortured that guy into revealing a secret that almost subverted the entire Soul Society." Soifong's gaze fell on Aizen Sosuke, and she said in a deep voice, "Captain Aizen, Do you have anything to explain now? No, I'm too sleepy and tired today. Chapter 664, Be a little happier, Naraku. This will soon end. With Soi Feng's words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. All eyes of the entire Gotai 13 were focused on Soi Feng, and then turned to look at Aizen Sosuke, staring at this gentleman who was like a modest gentleman. No one expected that Soi Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, would actually attack Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th Division. At this time, Captain Soi Feng, what are you talking about? Uehara Naraku's face flashed with indignation, and he stood up suddenly. Just when Uehara Naraku wanted to argue with Soi Feng suppressed Uehara Naraku with one sentence. Sir Naraku, didn't Mr. Tobirama tell you about this? What? Uehara Naraku's expression suddenly became a little dumb, and he seemed to be in awe of Senju Tobirama. This ... What does this have to do with Mr. Tobirama? Sir Naraku. Soi Feng looked at Aizen Sosuke, who was still indifferent, and said in a cold voice, the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke, whom you respect, has been colluding with the traitor of the Uehara clan, Orochimaru, trying to murder your life and even provoking a civil war in the Soul Society. Don't you know about this? The whole conference room fell into silence. The next moment, the whole hall of the Gotai 13 was in an uproar. No one expected that the captain of the 2nd Division, Soi Feng, would accuse Aizen Sosuke of such a serious crime at this time, and even tarnish the name of Orochimaru here. The captain of the 12th Division, Mayuri Kurotsuchi, grinned strangely, and said in a gloomy voice, Mr. Orochimaru is very respected in the Technology Development Bureau. Some things should not be said casually. Hey, Soi Feng, don't talk nonsense. How could Captain Aizen do such a thing? Now is not the time to casually accuse colleagues. We should call the Central 46th Office to investigate first. The Central 46th Office has long been controlled by Aizen Sosuke with Kyokusuigatsu. Soi Feng interrupted the proposal of one of the captains with a cold voice, looked at Aizen Sosuke coldly and continued, Speak out. Mr. Aizen, your Kyokusuigatsu Shikai ability can control people's 5 senses. Since decades ago, the entire Central 46th Office has been under your control, right? Sui Feng, Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni interrupted Soi Feng's words with a dull voice. The old man slowly stood up with a cane and said softly, Now is not the time to accuse. Some things need evidence to be said. Then please allow me to present the evidence. Soi Feng gritted her teeth and continued in a deep voice, I have asked Mr. Tobirama Senju and Kisuke Uehara to rush here. They have evidence of the collusion between Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru. Then present it. Kiraku Shunsui smiled with interest. It just so happens that I have received some interesting news here. I just thought it was interesting. Now it seems that those are all very useful information. Just yesterday, after Kisuke Uehara, the Masked Corps and Yoruichi Shiuen left Uehara Castle, everyone went to meet their old friends or old bosses. Lisa Yamaru naturally visited Shunsui Kiraku and revealed the truth of the year to him. As Shunsui Kiraku stood on Soi Feng's side, everyone's eyes fell on Aizen Sosuke, and everyone's face was a little unbelievable. What kind of evil crime would the captain of the 5th Division have? However, the captain of the 2nd Division, Soi Feng, and the captain of the 8th Division, Shunsui Kiraku, are equivalent to the Intelligence Department and the Supervisory Department of the Gotai 13. Aizen Sosuke, who was pointed out by the two of them, should not be so innocent, right? Go and ask Mr. Tobirama and the former captain of the 12th Division, Kisuke Uehara. Yamamoto Shigekuni's dull voice appeared in the conference room. His eyes fell on Aizen Sosuke, and he continued in a muffled voice, Sosuke, do you have anything to refute? Everyone looked at Aizen. Everyone was waiting for Aizen's answer. The captain of the 5th Division slowly raised his head and looked at the people present. He reached out to support his glasses and showed a gentle smile, just like his smile in the past. At this time, the captain of the 7th Division, Tosen Kaname, suddenly spoke up and interrupted the conversation, saying in a deep voice, Sorry, there is something I may need to explain. Because of my blindness, I have a document that may need you to help me take a look. Soifeng's eyes flashed. Shunsui Kiraku's smile slowly subsided, because according to the information they got, Aizen Sosuke, Akamaru Jin and Tosen were accomplices, and Tosen suddenly jumped out at this time, but they really couldn't speak up to stop him. However, when Tosen took out the document in his arms and placed it on the table, every captain who had read the document and circulated it had a flash of surprise on his face. This is a record of Aizen Sosuke's spiritual pressure traces. Strictly speaking, it can even be said to be a statement of Aizen Sosuke's crimes over the past decades. If everything in this document can be proven, it should be said that when I was still in the Mao Spiritual Academy, Tosen Kaname lowered his head and spoke softly. When I was angry about the darkness of this world, Captain Aizen once tempted me to join his army in the name of changing the world. I thought he would change the world, but later I realized that it was because my long blind eyes would become a flaw in his Zanpakuto Kagami Suiketsu. So he had gathered me in his camp early on to eliminate the hidden dangers of Kagami Suiketsu. Decades ago, because Hirako Mako secretly discovered Aizen Sosuke's little tricks, he was framed by him. All the captains or vice-captains who went to participate in the rescue were subjected to his hollow experiment. I was at the scene at the time. The previous assassination was also planned by Aizen Sosuke. His original intention was to gain the trust of the Uehara clan, and to send Uehara Naraku and the 13 Deadpools to give him free time to conquer the Hukamundo. Aizen Sosuke's ambition is far beyond our imagination. One thing is not as Captain Soifeng said. He did not form an alliance with Orochimaru, but relied on his own force to conquer Orochimaru and the entire Hukamundo and became the Lord of Hukamundo. I didn't see all this, but my ears and heart heard it all happen. Even if I am blind, it will not affect my judgment of my own justice. Aizen Sosuke, I have never thought of joining you. Everything I have done is for true justice, and you have violated the rules of justice that belong to this world. Your ambition is too big. How can a man who is ambitious to rule the world let me see that there is justice in him? Interesting statement. Tosen. Aizen Sosuke still has that gentle smile on his face. He even nodded slowly as Tosen said, if you really listen to you saying this, I seem to be like those ambitious people. This sentence sounds no different from Aizen Sosuke in the past, but it made everyone present feel a little weird, as if Aizen shouldn't be so calm facing the accusations of several captains. Everyone's mood slowly tightened. Aizen Sosuke changed the subject and looked at Tosen Kaname. The smile on his face seemed more gentle. But you are wrong about one thing, Tosen. I don't want to call those my ambitions. I prefer to call them hopes. For others, that was Aizen Sosuke's ambition. For Aizen Sosuke, that was the hope that rose in his heart. Now, Tosen Kaname's betrayal was something Aizen Sosuke didn't expect. Aizen Sosuke originally wanted to use his pawns in the Soul Society to beat Urahara Kisuke, Hirako Mako and others back to their original forms, and wait until the Soul Society fell into civil strife again before launching his own defection plan. However, Tosen Kaname's betrayal interrupted Aizen's plan. Aizen Sosuke knew very well that Tosen, who had been following him, had too much evidence about him. Even though Aizen Sosuke would not care about that evidence. Each captain of the Gotai 13 involuntarily clenched his Zanpakuto, and the spiritual pressure on his body gradually began to riot. They moved slowly to guard the exit of the conference room, and some even slowly approached Akamaru Jin. What do you want to do, Renjaku? Jin Akamaru narrowed his eyes, smiled and asked the woman behind him without turning his head. Now you are standing behind me with your Zanpakuto. Do you want to kill me at any time? After Akamaru Jin finished saying this, before Matsumoto Renjaku answered, he smiled and continued to say, although I think it's not bad to die under your sword now. But will it make you live too lonely in this world? Is what they said true? Matsumoto Renjaku held her Zanpakuto, gritted her teeth and didn't respond to Jin's words, and continued to ask back, Jin, tell me, what are the identities of Aizen Sosuke and you? Matsumoto Renjaku was a little reluctant to believe it. All along, Matsumoto Renjaku knew that she didn't understand Jin Akamaru, but Matsumoto Renjaku didn't care about these. She believed that Jin Akamaru inherited the wisdom of Kabuto Yakushi, and she inherited the other side of Kabuto Yakushi's kindness. What I didn't expect now is that Akamaru-jin is actually involved with Aizen Sosuke, and even has a plan to overthrow the Soul Society. This matter makes Matsumoto Renjaku somewhat unacceptable. What she can't accept is that Akamaru-jin violated the teachings of Kabuto Yakushi and walked on the wrong path. Hasn't someone already said it? Akamaru-jin shook his head, squinted his eyes and smiled and continued. Lord Aizen and I are both dangerous people who want to overthrow the Soul Society. Lord Aizen didn't deny this, and I don't seem to have any reason to deny it. You really? Matsumoto Renjaku gritted his teeth and refused to say the next sentence. While the couple who grew up together were communicating, Aizen Sosuke on the other side was surrounded by a group of captains. Aizen Sosuke did not deny it, or rather, he no longer denied it, regardless of whether there was evidence for the crimes that Soifeng or Tosen wanted to say. Aizen Sosuke did not deny it, and even slowly revealed his true face hidden under the mask of humility. The captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu, looked at Aizen Sosuke, his face full of bitterness and regret. These are not things you would do, Sosuke. Why did you become like this? What a pity. I didn't expect you to have such a deep misunderstanding of me. Aizen Sosuke still had a humble look on his face, and continued with a smile. In fact, the Aizen Sosuke you knew did not exist at the beginning. Of course, even now, it does not prevent me from still admiring you, Mr. Anohana Retsu, the first-generation Kenpachi. The news that Anohana Retsu was the first-generation Kenpachi caused a little ripple, but the people present seemed to understand the urgency of the situation better. They just glanced at Anohana Retsu and then set their eyes on Aizen Sosuke again. Captain, a somewhat difficult and tender voice fell into the ears of everyone. Every Shinigami captain couldn't help but look at that tender person. The vice-captain of the 5th Division, Uehara Naraku, should also be the Shinigami who respected Aizen Sosuke the most. Under their gaze, Uehara Naraku clenched his fists, looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Aizen, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, Captain, what you said is not true, right? It was you who saved me, Captain. As long as you tell the truth, tell them that they framed you. I am willing to protect you in the name of the head of the Uehara family, even if the entire Soul Society cannot punish you. Sir Naraku, Sir Naraku, Sir Naraku. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of each Shinigami captain. If Uehara Naraku, an important figure, insists on standing by Aizen Sosuke, this is not good news for them. Let's put it this way. Now that Uehara Naraku chooses to stand on Aizen Sosuke's side, these captains should probably shout, why did the king rebel? After all, the status of the Uehara family is almost the same as that of the royal family, and it is even more troublesome than the royal family in terms of strength. Fortunately, someone changed the situation at this time. Senjudo Bairama appeared next to Uehara Naraku in an instant through Flying Thunder God, and said impatiently, shut up. This is not the time for you to speak. You can't represent the Uehara clan now. Uehara Naraku gritted his teeth. Just when he wanted to say something else, Senjudo Bairama glanced at Uehara Naraku coldly and continued, every word you say will become the judgment of the 13 Deadpools on you, which will affect your decision to merge the Uehara clan and the Soul Society. Uehara Naraku gritted his teeth and stepped aside. After Senjudo Bairama sent Uehara Naraku away with a few words, his eyes fell on Aizen Sosuke, and he said in a deep voice, our head of the family has 2 deep misunderstandings about certain sinners. I will deal with this matter later. Before that, let's deal with the troubles in front of us first. Really? Aizen Sosuke shook his head, and a gentle pity flashed across his face. Why treat a person who is destined to stand at the top of the world in the future like this? We should all know that young flowers always need care before they bloom. This has nothing to do with you. Senjudo Bairama's voice was still cold. Really? Aizen Sosuke slowly shook his head. The spiritual pressure on his body burst out little by little, and his voice became a little unpredictable. Since you don't like Naraku, then leave him to me. Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku, who retreated to the side with a low pressure, smiled and spoke to soothe his emotions. Cheer up a little, Naraku, it will be over here soon. I will take you to see a different scenery. The next moment, a series of flashing red lights fell from the sky. The entire conference room was directly reduced to ruins in an instant. No one expected that at this time when the situation in Soul Society was the most tense, a group of Rancor Great Hollows, accompanied by Jillian Great Hollows and a mixed army of Hollows, invaded Soul Society. Moreover, they directly crossed the murderous stone barrier and invaded the entire Soul Society, and even almost wiped out the captains of the entire Gotai 13. Chapter 665, The Frog in the Well. Does he think he has seen the whole world? A crack appeared in the sky of the Soul Society. A group of Rancors floated in the air, watching the Shinigami fleeing in panic in the Soul Society with grimace on their faces, and flashes of light gushed out from their hands or mouths. Low-level Jillian Hollows crowded in the space cracks, and under the command of their superior Hollows, they condensed and sprayed light on the land of the Soul Society. This group of Hollows wreaked havoc here unscrupulously, venting their light spiritual pressure in the base camp of their nemesis, the Shinigami. In addition to the Hollows, some transformed Hollows were also fighting with the Shinigami in the Soul Society with a grimace, wantonly showing their madness. When the captains of the entire Gotai 13 stepped out of the ruins in a panic, a flash of anger flashed in each captain's eyes, and the sound of Zanpakuto being unsheathed came one after another. That's it. The voice of Aizen Sosuke fell into the ears of everyone. His body slowly floated upwards. He lowered his head and looked down at the panicked Soul Society. He said indifferently, "From this moment on, let this world feel that there are gods in the sky." Under the gaze of all the captains, the bodies of Aizen Sosuke and Ikamaru Jin slowly floated into the air. What was frightening and disturbing was that Aizen Sosuke's hand was still holding Uehara Naraku's shoulder. He didn't know when he had captured the young head of the family. At this moment, a space-time vortex appeared behind Aizen Sosuke, and a palm was about to grab the captain of the 5th Division who had just defected. Aizen Sosuke took Uehara Naraku and disappeared from the spot with instant steps. There was a touch of confidence in his voice. "Mr. Obito, you appeared too slowly when you appeared from the space. This weakness is too obvious to us." Humphrey. Akaya Obito snorted coldly and appeared in the air wearing a tiger-patterned mask. Akaya Ichi, who had been acting with him, also appeared with him. As the two officers responsible for protecting Uehara Naraku, they will never be absent in any occasion where Uehara Naraku appears. But no one would have expected that Aizen Sosuke would be so courageous that he would kidnap Uehara Naraku at this time. Even Uehara Naraku himself never thought that Aizen Sosuke would want to take him to defect. This matter is really exciting. All the Deadpool officers of the Uehara clan present, whether it was Tobirama Senju, Akaya Obito or Akaya Ichi, didn't know for a moment whether this was arranged by Uehara Naraku or Aizen Sosuke himself was desperate. Crazy, he actually kidnapped a mastermind? Compared to these officers of the 13 Deadpools, the Gotai 13 were more shocked and angry about Aizen Sosuke's actions. A flash of anger flashed across Yamamoto Shigekuni's face. At this moment, he seemed more like an elder who was worried about Uehara Naraku. "Let go of Naraku." The cane in Yamamoto Shigekuni's hand gradually disappeared, revealing the true appearance of his Zanpakuto, which was said to be the strongest Zanpakuto in the history of Soul Society. Region Jakuka. Yamamoto Shigekuni leaned on his Zanpakuto and looked coldly at Aizen Sosuke in the air. The anger in his eyes was almost no longer suppressed. "If you let go of Lord Naraku now, I can reduce your guilt for starting this turmoil." Uehara Naraku is the first head of the entire Uehara clan to join the Gotai 13 in thousands of years, and the only head of the clan who advocates that the Uehara clan be integrated into the Soul Society. To put it bluntly, he is the hope for stability and peace in the Soul Society. Yamamoto Shigekuni has always placed high hopes on Uehara Naraku for the stability of the Soul Society, hoping that this head of the Uehara clan can guide the Uehara clan to integrate into the noble system of the Soul Society and the Gotai 13. If Uehara Naraku, who is now the vice captain of the 5th Division, makes any mistakes in the hands of Aizen Sosuke, Yamamoto Shigekuni has no doubt that from now on, the Uehara clan will never be willing to have any disputes with the Gotai 13. Even, the Uehara clan may turn against each other. After all,
The Gotai 13 couldn't even protect the head of the Uehara clan, and even put Uehara Naraku in danger. Any member of the Uehara clan would doubt the ability of the Gotai 13, right? Perhaps the only good news is, the head of the Uehara clan seems to have always been a single lineage. Of course, such things cannot be confirmed. In any case, that huge and powerful clan is in the Soul Society. A slight change may cause some chaos. Who knows if there will be any branches or collateral branches? Yamamoto Shigekuni's thoughts naturally did not escape Aizen Sosuke. In other words, Yamamoto Shigekuni has never cared about revealing his thoughts. He just took advantage of the situation and used overt strategies to slowly let the Soul Society accept the Uehara clan. Why do you want to let Naraku go? Aizen Sosuke's mouth still had that smile on it. His fingers gently pushed his glasses and he continued calmly. Do you think he will choose to immerse himself in the lies of this world? Or would he rather choose to see the real side of this world? Aizen Sosuke's eyes fell on Uehara Naraku at his side, and he chuckled and continued. Naraku, are you willing to tell me your answer? Uehara Naraku was still silent. At this time, Uehara felt that there might be something wrong with his physique. Why can he always attract the attention of villains? Why do these villains always hope to make him their own? This was the case with Black Zetsu in the past. This is also the case with Aizen now. Is his mind not bright enough? No, he should be a person standing under the light now. Uehara Naraku looked down at the Shinigami and hollows fighting on the ground. A trace of compassion flashed in his eyes. Captain, did you do all this that happened in front of me? Yeah. Aizen Sosuke still held Uehara Naraku's shoulders, chuckled and said, the corrupt and fallen Soul Society is a world that is even dirtier than the Hukomundo. There is always someone who can help them clean it up a little, so that they know that this world has never been. Clang! A sharp sword light interrupted Aizen Sosuke's words. Uehara Naraku's body suddenly broke free from Aizen's palm, and a Zanpakuto with a black glow appeared in his hand at some point, and the tip of the blade pointed at Aizen Sosuke. Under the gaze of Aizen Sosuke, Uehara Naraku's face was full of confusion and anger. Captain, you should know that I never want to see this kind of war. Now you are provoking a war among innocent people. Captain, I almost forgot. Aizen Sosuke still had a smile on his face. Even though Uehara Naraku pointed his Zanpakuto at him, Aizen Sosuke was still not panicked. He just smiled and continued. I once said that the kindness in you is actually a virtue worthy of praise. After saying this, Aizen Sosuke changed the subject and continued calmly. But, Naraku, do you understand the definition of kindness? If you choose to drive away the wolves in order to save the sheep on the grassland, and drive away the lions in order to save the wolves, what will be the final outcome? Before Uehara Naraku could respond, Aizen Sosuke gave the answer on his own. The final result will make you feel very unhappy, because there will always be other animals who will pay the price. The grassland will be eaten by sheep and turned into a desert. Sheep, wolves and lions will starve to death one after another. The endless desert will swallow and bury all these vibrant things. Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku, whose face changed, and continued to say cruel words with a smile. You have done nothing wrong, but it is better to do nothing. Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku's face with satisfaction, slowly spread out his palms, smiled and persuaded. Naraku, this world is not as simple as you think, and the people in this world are not as simple as you. Not everyone treats everything around them with a pure mind like you. Uehara Naraku gritted his teeth. If he didn't grit his teeth at this time, he was a little worried that his expression might be a little broken. Of course, the expressions of some people present became subtle. Ikamaru Jin, Senjuto Bairama, Akaya Ibito and Akaya Ichi couldn't help but lower their heads. Their expressions didn't collapse, but their mentality was a little broken. Why does Aizen Sosuke think of Uehara Naraku like this? Haven't you figured it out yet? Aizen Sosuke's smile deepened a little, and he continued softly, standing above the sky to rewrite the fate of all existence in this world, allowing everything in this world to survive under the sky. This is the real kindness. Uehara Naraku's eyes showed a little confusion. The next moment, he was about to slowly put down the Zanpakuto in his hand. Just at this moment,
A voice fell into Uehara Naraku's ears. HMPH, even if you talk a lot, the person who instigates a bloody war, no matter how you think about it, has nothing to do with kindness, right? Senjudo Bairama looked at Aizen Sosuke and Uehara Naraku in the air, and shouted coldly, "Pick up your own Zanpakuto, Naraku. You are the head of the Uehara clan. Don't be confused by what the person in front of you says." Mr. Tobirama. Hearing Senjudo Bairama's words, Uehara Naraku clenched the black knife in his hand again, and glanced at Aizen Sosuke, who still had a confident smile on his face. This man seemed to have mastered the truth of the world as always. Looking at Aizen Sosuke's eyes, Uehara Naraku couldn't help turning his head away, as if he didn't dare to look directly at Aizen Sosuke now, and just whispered, "Although I know that what the captain said is right but I'm sorry that's not what I want." The next moment, the Zanpakuto with a black glow was raised again. The spiritual pressure on Uehara Naraku's body rose and fell, and his voice became firmer than ever before. "Captain, the future you talked about may be correct, but what I have to do is to stop everything that is happening now, no matter what you say." "Captain, you have indeed done something wrong." Uehara Naraku's voice suddenly became more and more excited, as if he had found himself again. He stared into Aizen Sosuke's eyes and continued in a deep voice, "I still remember you once said, if the captain made a mistake, I must stop you, regardless of the fact that you are the person I respect the most." "Really? You still remember that kind of thing?" Aizen Sosuke's mouth curled up, chuckled and continued, "At that time, I should have said that I felt great regret for not stopping Captain Hirako from conducting the hollow experiment privately." Everyone present was shocked. They all remembered the hollow incident of the god of death. There was no need for them to think about it, as everyone present already knew what words Aizen Sosuke would use to attack Uehara Naraku. Sure enough, the smile on Aizen Sosuke's face became more and more weird, and his eyes gradually became deeper. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said, "Have you forgotten that Tosen exposed me at the meeting? In fact, Captain Hirako has never conducted any hollow experiments on death gods privately." Aizen Sosuke looked down at the ground of Soul Society. He had seen the masked core appear on the battlefield against the hollows. He smiled and continued, "Everything is fake, and what you hear and see is not real. Hirako Mako did not conduct any hollow experiments privately. Urahara Kisuke did not study the hollow of death gods privately. Everything that happened back then, I implanted the power of the hollows into their bodies, forcing them to be hollowed and transformed into irrational hollows. So, I lied to you at the beginning." Aizen Sosuke glanced at the Zanpakuto in Uehara Naraku's hand, and the black light of the Zanpakuto fell on Uehara Naraku's face. He looked at Uehara Naraku's gradually collapsed expression, and continued with a smile, "The Captain Aizen you knew in the past did not exist from the beginning. Now are you going to continue to point your sword at me now?" Uehara Naraku's face turned pale little by little. At this moment, no matter who it is, they have to praise Aizen Sosuke's sharp words. Just one sentence can easily defeat a person's will. Aizen Sosuke took advantage of Uehara Naraku's admiration for him and fundamentally denied Uehara Naraku's reason to raise the sword again. If everything is fake, then the belief that Uehara Naraku has in raising his sword now should not exist. After Aizen Sosuke hit Uehara Naraku, he spoke to soothe his emotions. "I've said, Naraku, as long as you stand by my side, you can see the reality of this world. So, do you want to see a real Aizen Sosuke now?" A frog in the well. "Do you think you have seen the whole world?" A domineering voice suddenly appeared on the battlefield. A surge of momentum swept towards the battlefield in an instant, and countless Shinigami and hollows were suppressed by this momentum and could not move. Even the powerful hollows trembled all over. After feeling this momentum, the low-level Jillian hollows rushed to escape back to the Huko Mundo through the space cracks. At this moment, they seemed to feel the murderous aura of their natural enemies. A vast blue slash flew out of thin air, and hundreds of hollows were directly blown away by the spiritual pressure of this slash, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. That vast blue slash crossed the sky, splitting all the low-level Jillian hollows that wanted to escape in the space rift into two, and even directly cut the space rift that was about to heal, freezing it in place. A black-haired figure wearing red plate armor appeared above the Soul Society like a ghost, his face full of arrogance, and his words were full of disdain. Just glimpsed a corner of the world, and you want to challenge this world? Spoiler, from the beginning to the end, no one in this world will lower their status. Aizen won't, Madara won't, Uehara won't, only Orochimaru will, because I heard that the author is his fan. Chapter 666, The Master and God of Hukamundo, Aizen and Madara. The entire Soul Society fell silent. The Shinigami and Hollows who were still fighting couldn't help but look at the man who appeared in the air. Under the pressure of the man's huge momentum, their bodies couldn't move at all. There were even many Shinigami and Hollows who fainted directly. That's, many people present had never seen the man in the air, but just by looking at the spiritual pressure rising into the sky and the surging momentum that suppressed the entire Soul Society, they also knew that a truly lawless person had come. Uchiha Madara, here he comes. From the moment he appeared, everyone's eyes would involuntarily fall on him, and an unprecedented panic would rise in their hearts. This man is more dangerous than anyone they have ever seen. Even Aizen Sosuke's eyes became a little serious. He could clearly feel that Uchiha Madara was more dangerous. Far more dangerous than Orochimaru. I met the person I wanted to meet the most. Aizen Sosuke looked at Uchiha Madara, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Or, it's the person I least want to meet. It looks like you are the legendary first officer of the 13 Deadpools. Uchiha Madara? Many people have never seen Uchiha Madara. Aizen Sosuke got Uchiha Madara's information from Orochimaru. One of the things that shocked Aizen Sosuke the most was that in Orochimaru's description, Uchiha Madara once became a real god. What surprised Aizen Sosuke even more was Orochimaru's evaluation of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is a man who can stand at the top of the world. Even when he has become strong enough, he is still far from his limit. It has always been not his talent that has limited Uchiha Madara, but the limited power that this world can accommodate. Of course, Aizen Sosuke thinks that it may be a little exaggerated. However, it seems that Orochimaru did not exaggerate. In Uchiha Madara, Aizen Sosuke felt an unprecedented dangerous aura. What should I say now? Aizen Sosuke slowly adjusted his glasses, his eyes slightly tightened for a moment, and the smile on his mouth became more and more weird. When I haven't stood on the top yet, I have seen someone who may be enough to stand in the sky. Yes, if someone can stand in the sky and overlook the whole world, Aizen Sosuke has no doubt that Uchiha Madara is also qualified to compete. The arrogant momentum of Uchiha Madara in front of him makes no one doubt his domineering. It's just that Uchiha Madara is hard to hate. It seems that such a person should be so arrogant by nature. Above the ground, Matsumoto Rinjuku's forehead was covered with sweat. She looked at the domineering man with terrifying spiritual pressure and disbelief. The man wearing red plate armor. Is he the legendary first officer of the Uehara clan? Yes. Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni nodded seriously and explained in a deep voice, that is the first officer of the Uehara clan. The man named Uchiha Madara. Even the captain Yamamoto Shigekuni has seen Uchiha Madara only a few times in the past thousands of years. In a sense, the arrogant first officer in the Soul Society is the real trump card of the Uehara clan to become a wealthy clan. Because of the four major officers headed by the first officer Uchiha Madara, the Soul Society's Gotai 13 and the Soul King Palace's Zero Division will not rashly have any disputes with the Uehara clan, and will even take the initiative to ease the conflicts between them when encountering problems. Unfortunately, so far, Uchiha Madara has made very few moves. This man, who is second only to the Uehara clan, has spent most of the past thousands of years in the Uehara clan to practice hard. How could there be such a person? Yukitake Jushiro covered his lips and whispered, is there a god of death with such a strong spiritual pressure in this world? Just trying to feel his spiritual pressure will make you feel suffocated. It's really scary. Kiraku Shutsui still had a casual smile on his face, but his palm tightened his zanpakuto little by little. Seriously speaking, it seems that this is the first time we have seen this legendary figure take action. right?
Yes.
Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded slowly, shook his head, and explained in a muffled voice. The legendary first officer of the 13 Dead Pools, Akaya Madara. Thousands of years ago, he single-handedly entered the Hukamundo and brought 1,000 years of peace to the world. It is precisely because of this, Hukamundo is full of fear of Akaya Madara. Even though many new hollows here have never seen Akaya Madara, they know the demon in red plate armor that is passed down by word of mouth in Hukamundo. The battlefield, which was originally in a state of panic, calmed down. All the hollows were constantly retreating, hoping not to attract the attention of Akaya Madara. Grimmjow and the Rancor Corps grinned, suppressing their fear in his heart with a smile. Hey, is this the big shot who once entered Hukamundo to hunt down Lord Orochimaru?
Yes.
Nellie's face was full of solemnity. She nodded gently and said, "Don't act trashly, Grimmjow. This is not a battle we can participate in." Only Nellie knew, thousands of years ago, Akaya Madara entered Hukamundo and almost killed all the powerful hollows in the entire Hukamundo. His real purpose was not to hunt down Orochimaru, but for Orochimaru's peace. Now is not the time for them to take action. Now is the time for Aizen Sosuke to take action. Aizen Sosuke slowly took off his glasses with one hand, and the glasses that had always concealed his true face and made him look humble and elegant were crushed to pieces. I feel a little excited when I think about it. Aizen Sosuke stretched out his hand to touch his hairline, and the scattered hair hanging on his cheeks stood up little by little. As his hair gradually stood up, the spiritual pressure on his whole body suddenly rioted, and he wanted to compete with Akaya Madara faintly. At this moment, Aizen Sosuke finally stopped hiding himself. The handsome face that was always hidden under the scattered hair and the frame, with a proud smile, looked at Akaya Madara with a chuckle, and said to himself, if a person stands on the top without any obstacles, he will feel that this world is very lonely, right? Akaya Madara came just in time. It just so happened that he also wanted to challenge this legendary first officer before leaving Soul Society. The first officer that both Orochimaru and Black Zetsu would be afraid of. Aizen Sosuke stroked his hair little by little, and slowly lowered his head to look at the Kyokusuigetsu Zanpakuto in his hand. Oh, are you excited too, Kyokusuigetsu? This is really a rare situation. At this moment, Uehara Naraku looked at the changed Aizen Sosuke with a complicated expression, and said softly, Captain, I have something to ask you. At this time, Aizen Sosuke raised his head curiously, glanced at Uehara Naraku, and then glanced at Akaya Madara who was standing in the air and watching here, and chuckled. Let me guess. The appearance of Mr. Madara made you think that I would definitely die in his hands, so you want to ask me a question and get an answer that you think you can plead for me in front of Mr. Madara, is that right, Naraku? No. Uehara Naraku was suddenly embarrassed, as if his thoughts had been guessed. Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku's expression, and his smile was rarely gentle. It seems that even Naraku has no confidence in me. The next moment, a small black cube suddenly appeared in Aizen Sosuke's hand, and he threw it towards Uehara Naraku's position. That was the anti-membrane bandit who imprisoned people in a different space. The next second, Uehara Naraku's figure was suddenly hit by the anti-membrane bandit and disappeared in his space. This scene made the faces of many people present become extremely ugly. I'm so sorry, Naraku. Aizen Sosuke slowly clenched his palms, sighed softly and said, only if I catch you in advance, I can fight without distraction. What an ignorant kid. Akaya Madara's voice appeared in Aizen Sosuke's ears. His figure fell in front of Aizen Sosuke little by little, with contempt and disdain on his face, as if he was not angry or surprised at all because Uehara Naraku was caught. Want to catch him to threaten me? Akaya Madara looked at Aizen Sosuke with contempt, and continued with disdain. Do you think I care about the life or death of Uehara Naraku? Akaya Madara grinned, slowly spread out his palms, and bent his fingers little by little. No, or rather, do you think I need to care about a person who is stronger than me? Is he dead or alive? It seems that the Uehara clan seems to have reserved a lot of means for their successors. Aizen Sosuke looked at Akaya Madara, and continued calmly, it doesn't matter, please put the issue of Naraku aside. Why don't we get to know each other first? Aizen Sosuke stood up straight with ease, put on a proud attitude and said, Aizen Sosuke, the master of Hukamundo, the god of Hukamundo, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara chuckled, and the disdain on his face increased a bit. I overslept yesterday, and these chapters are so hard to write. I have never seen such a hard-to-write scene. Chapter 667, There is no need to bring out the forbidden techniques below the 99th level to embarrass oneself. Above the sky, everyone's eyes were fixed on the opposing Uchiha Madara and Aizen Sosuke. They seemed to see two similar yet very different people in these two people. Uchiha Madara carried an arrogant and domineering aura. This man never seemed to hide these, as if he didn't care about other people's fear of him at all, or he enjoyed the fearful eyes of others. Therefore, he could unscrupulously call himself the god of Hukamundo. In a sense, Uchiha Madara, who once truly dominated and changed the history of Hukamundo with the support of Uehara and Naraku, could indeed call himself the god of Hukamundo. Aizen Sosuke was completely different. If Uchiha Madara's aura was outward, then the pride hidden in Aizen seemed extremely restrained. He seemed to be the kind of person who seemed humble and polite. In fact, all this humility was pity for the weak. Even when Aizen claimed to be the master of Hukamundo, he didn't seem to be proud of this identity at all, but just calmly stated a fact. What a pair of equally proud people. Hearing Uchiha Madara claiming to be the god of Hukamundo, Aizen Sosuke's eyes flashed, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. God? God does not exist in this world. Even if God existed in the past, when God no longer dominates the lives of all beings, the existence praised as God is not qualified to be called God. Huh? Really? Uchiha Madara looked at Aizen Sosuke coldly, and a mocking smile flashed across his mouth. How do you know? Who is in charge of everything in this world? How ignorant. This guy doesn't know the truth of the world at all. He hasn't even touched any clues about Uehara yet. And Aizen's point of view is really in the wrong direction. Uehara Naraku is indeed rarely willing to control the lives of those weak people, because that bastard has always only controlled those who like to call themselves gods. Maybe it's a coincidence. Aizen Sosuke slowly put down his palm, smiled and continued, I know a little bit about the secrets of the Uehara clan. Unfortunately, those secrets of yours don't seem to be that amazing. Uchiha Madara fell into silence strangely. The next moment, the smile on Uchiha Madara's face suddenly became rampant, as if he saw something very interesting. Ha 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 ha. It's really unexpected, kid. I don't know whether I should say you are ignorant now, or praise your courage. Really, ridiculous guy. If Aizen Sosuke didn't know the truth but was arrogant, then everything he did was just a joke. If Aizen knew the truth and still dared to do this, then he was really bold. Of course, judging from the attitude of Aizen Sosuke towards Uehara and Naraku, this guy doesn't know much. After all, not everyone will be so kind to Uehara and Naraku after knowing the truth. Anyone who has seen the true face of Uehara and Naraku can resist killing Uehara and Naraku not because of a good temper, but because they can't beat him. Benero, stop talking nonsense. Senjudo Bairama on the ground frowned in dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, hurry up and end this farce. Shut up. Uchiha Madara glanced at Senjudo Bairama indifferently, and snorted disdainfully, who do you think you are when Hashirama is not around? Asshole. Senjudo Bairama couldn't help but grit his teeth. Whenever the two of them met, they almost couldn't help but curse each other. In the eyes of others, it was obvious that the fifth officer, Tobirama Senju, was supported by his brother Hashirama Senju, and was dissatisfied with the first officer, Madara Uchiha. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Ichi Uchiha said softly, now doesn't seem to be the time for us to argue. Humphrey, who cares about them? Obito Uchiha couldn't help but snorted contemptuously, just when these officers didn't care about the threat of Aizen Sosuke at all and were about to verbally attack each other. The expressions of each officer suddenly changed. It was as if some message was transmitted to their brains. That was the message from Uehara Naraku, who was hiding in the anti-membrane bandit space. It seemed that he didn't like to stay in the different space. Madara Uchiha slowly raised his fingers. His face suddenly became cold, and his eyes gradually turned into a pair of scarlet Sharingan, which looked extremely weird. HMPH. Let's end the communication here. Uchiha Madara's eyes fell on Aizen Sosuke, and he snorted coldly. For us whose power is not in the same dimension, no matter how much we say, it will only be a waste of words. There is no need to communicate like this. Uchiha Madara's contempt and disdain were hardly concealed. This is. A flash of surprise flashed across Aizen Sosuke's face. He couldn't help but look back at Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. These people with the surname Uchiha seemed to have similar eyes. Another pair of red eyes? A strange flashed across Aizen's face. The pair of scarlet eyes was indeed very strange. Aizen had also seen the abilities of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, so what was Uchiha Madara's ability? The next moment, Aizen Sosuke was totally unexpected. Uchiha Madara appeared in front of him in an instant. In just a moment, he almost took the Kagami Suigetsu from Aizen Sosuke's hand. This guy's speed was amazing, even comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique of Senjutsu Bairama at this distance. Aizen Sosuke hurriedly leaned back to avoid Uchiha Madara's bomb, but in a moment Aizen Sosuke saw Uchiha Madara's attack coming one after another. No, just seeing it is useless. In other words, Aizen Sosuke only saw Uchiha Madara in action, and he couldn't tell what the attack was. Speed. I can't keep up. How fast is this guy's instant step? Aizen Sosuke's body retreated rapidly, and he suddenly waved the scabbard in his hand, trying to force back Uchiha Madara who attacked him. The next moment, a huge force hit Aizen Sosuke's lower abdomen. In Aizen Sosuke's sight, he seemed to see Uchiha Madara easily evading his scabbard with one kick, and kicked him directly in the lower abdomen with spiritual pressure. This force was so great that Aizen Sosuke's body flew backwards involuntarily, and even when he flew backwards, he was still recalling Uchiha Madara's actions. At this moment, Aizen Sosuke also immediately understood what Uchiha Madara said to him. Just in terms of strength, the two of them are indeed not in the same dimension. This Uchiha Madara is very strong, absolutely stronger than anyone Aizen Sosuke has met. But the speed and strength of the physical technique white fight are unexpectedly strong. Bang! Aizen Sosuke's body instantly fell to the ground in a ruin. No one expected that in the first round of the two people's fight, Aizen Sosuke had already fallen behind in the physical technique white fight, and he didn't even have the power to fight back. Even just dodging can't do it. It's really unexpected. A circular barrier appeared on Aizen Sosuke's body, which prevented him from being too embarrassed when he fell into the ruins. His face became more serious little by little. It feels like my movements have been seen through. Humphrey. Uchiha Madara looked at the ruins where Aizen fell with disdain, and said coldly, under the gaze of the Sharingan, everything is in vain. Aizen Sosuke shook his head slowly. Compared with Uchiha Madara's white-handed taijutsu, what surprised Aizen even more was Uchiha Madara's use of spiritual pressure. It seemed that this guy just covered all the spiritual pressure on his feet. That feeling is a bit hard to explain. It's like Uchiha Madara can freely mobilize the huge spiritual pressure on his body and concentrate it on the point of attack, thereby causing huge destructive power. This is also the reason why he was kicked away. No, that's not right. This is not the real reason. Even in addition to Uchiha Madara's physical skills, his spiritual pressure is too huge. After all, this is an old man who has accumulated thousands of years of power. To put it bluntly, this is also a person who is almost equivalent to the history of Soul Society. What? Uchiha Madara looked down at Aizen Sosuke on the ground, waved his hand to stop the others who wanted to go up and encircle Aizen Sosuke, and sneered and said, with only this ability, do you want to challenge this world? Of course not. Aizen slowly raised his head and was about to chant the Kido technique in a low voice, but when his spiritual pressure just burst out, he saw a group of dragon head flames falling on his head. Hado fire style dragon flame singing. That was Uchiha Madara's forbidden fire style. The dragon head flames fell almost like a meteor. The dense flames made it impossible to avoid them. This weird technique seemed unheard of. Almost no one present had seen this strange ability. What's even more disturbing is that Uchiha Madara didn't seem to chant. He just raised his finger and spit out a group of dragon head flames. Uchiha Madara looked at Aizen Sosuke on the ground with contempt, slowly put away his fingers, and said coldly, "Humphrey, if it's a forbidden technique below the 99th level of the Hado, there's no need to use it to embarrass yourself, kid." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Just an Illusion. Kyokusuagetsu Bankai was shattered by a single sword. The dragon flame song is burning like the fire of hell. The ruins where Aizen Sosuke is located are covered by groups of dragon head flames. This once B-level fire escape ninjutsu is like the end of the world when Uchiha Madara uses it at this moment. The death gods of the entire Soul Society can't help but retreat. As Uchiha Madara, who was born in a fire escape family, the research and use of fire escape techniques is like an instinct imprinted in his bones. The combination of spiritual pressure and chakra makes the power of Uchiha Madara's fire escape techniques almost geometrically increased, a technique that makes people can't help but marvel. A solemn look flashed across Aizen Sosuke's face, and he flew away from the ruins in an instant. In the gap of the dragon flame song, Aizen's body quickly dodged. Seriously speaking, this is the first time Aizen Sosuke has dodged an enemy attack. At other times, even if it was Orochimaru's technique, Aizen would use his own broken path technique to defend or counterattack. However, facing the overwhelming dragon head flames, Aizen did not think he was sure to block this move. A little scary. No, more than a little. The boundless dragon head flames fell like rain, and Aizen Sosuke looked through the gap, staring closely at Uchiha Madara in the air, and a touch of admiration flashed in his heart. What a powerful man that is intimidating. Aizen Sosuke once thought about how a strong man who can truly stand at the top of this world should act. Now Aizen has seen it. If such a strong man should show a certain posture, then there is no doubt that it is the appearance of Uchiha Madara in front of him, wantonly and arrogantly despising everything in the world. Above the ground, Yukitake Jushiro looked at Aizen Sosuke, who was dodging under the dragon flame song technique, in some astonishment, and then glanced at Uchiha Madara in the air, and said softly, "That Mr. Madara ... What did he say just now?" Kiraku Shunsui couldn't help but chuckled and said softly, "That Mr. Madara seemed to have said that there is no need to embarrass yourself with techniques below the 99th Hado ... It sounds like a terrible statement." But Matsumoto Renjaku pulled the corner of her mouth and asked, "Isn't the highest Hado ability in the Kido the 99th Hado middle? 5 Dragons Reborn? So, what the hell is that? What do you mean don't embarrass yourself with abilities below the 99th Hado? There are even many of them. The captain level Shinigami, who can't practice successfully. If it weren't for the feeling that they couldn't beat them, all the Shinigami captains present couldn't help but grit their teeth. That number 1 Deadpool is too humiliating." Not only did this sentence humiliate Aizen Sosuke, but it also inadvertently hurt them, the bystanders. Although it is hurtful, I think what he said is true. After saying this, Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flickered, and he murmured, "Compared to his words, what is more terrifying is his power, right? Just the technique that he used just now is already close to the power of the 5 Dragons Tensei, right?" "That's hard to say." Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni slowly shook his head and explained softly, "In your opinion, that technique is indeed comparable to the 5 Dragons Tensei, but to Mr. Madara, perhaps it is just a 33rd technique of the Hado." "Huh? What do you mean?" Zaraki Kenpachi couldn't help rubbing his head. "Idiot." Yakai Urikusaki rubbed Kenpachi Zaraki's head and muttered, "Don't Kenpachi know what this sentence means is?" "I know." Kenpachi Zaraki knocked Yakai Urikusaka, who was lying on his back, and said dissatisfiedly, "Humphrey, although the 11th division never uses Kido, I also know that the ranking of Kido is related to power and spiritual pressure." What old man Yamamoto meant is that the technique used by Uchiha Madara is actually not difficult, but with the blessing of his spiritual pressure, its power is comparable to the 5 dragons Tenmi used by others, right? That's about what it means. Kiraku Shunsui nodded slowly and his eyes fell on Yamamoto Genri Uzashigekuni. Old man, it seems that Mr. Madara's fire ability is very strong. The reason why Kiraku Shunsui asked Yamamoto Shigekuni was because the Zanpakuto in Yamamoto Shigekuni's hand was the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto. Moreover, Yamamoto Shigekuni is the only person of the same generation as Uchiha Madara, and only Yamamoto Shigekuni knows how strong Uchiha Madara is. Not bad. Yamamoto Genri Uzashigekuni nodded slowly, opened his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Just the attainment of fire-related abilities is enough to rival Ryujin Jakuka." Of course, Yamamoto Shigekuni did not mention his Zanpakuto Bankai Zankadaki. For the power of people like Yamamoto Shigekuni and Uchiha Madara, they dare not use their full strength every time they attack, otherwise it will bring great trouble to the world. What an arrogant guy. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned and looked at the hollows fleeing around the battlefield. It was just that Uchiha Madara made a move and directly forced all the enemies back. To be honest, Zaraki Kenpachi was indeed a little unhappy. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara stood on their side. Otherwise in this situation, Zaraki Kenpachi really wanted to try Uchiha Madara's power. On the other side, Aizen Sosuke finally escaped from the range of Long Yanfang's technique. His clothes were still spotless, but he was still inferior to Uchiha Madara in momentum. "Little brat, are you scared?" Uchiha Madara looked down at Aizen Sosuke with contempt, slowly hugged his shoulders and sneered, "Why, didn't you say you were going to challenge the world?" This man who was once the most arrogant in the world looked at Aizen Sosuke, sneered at Aizen without disguising the corners of his mouth, and continued to taunt, "If you want to challenge the world, you should at least show some power that I think is fun, right?" Aizen Sosuke's palm slowly clenched the Kagami Suigetsu Zanpakuto, feeling the power transmitted by Kagami Suigetsu. Aizen Sosuke humbly nodded to Uchiha Madara and said, "Then, as you wish." The next moment, a sword light suddenly flashed out. Aizen Sosuke's Kagami Suigetsu flashed a bright light. He did not use Kagami Suigetsu's hypnotic ability, but just swung a slash at Uchiha Madara. However, to meet this slash, Uchiha Madara just fiddled with his palm casually. The slash was directly broken by Uchiha Madara's palm, and he even pulled the corner of his mouth in boredom. "TSK, is this the only method?" But the next second, Uchiha Madara also floated a Zanpakuto in his hand, and a mocking flashed across his face. "If you want to challenge me with swordsmanship, then let you see Uchiha's swordsmanship, so that you can feel your own weakness more." After saying this, Uchiha Madara's mockery became a little arrogant. "Kid, pray to the gods you don't know, and pray that you don't die under my sword before I have a little interest in your power." The next moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly had a Zanpakuto in his hand. This Zanpakuto looks so strange, with a round fan logo engraved on the handle, which was the family emblem of the Uchiha clan in the past. At the end of the handle where Uchiha Madara holds the knife, there is a solemn-looking statue of a god, and strange Magatama floats on the blade. "Open your eyes, Jinjin God." Uchiha Madara reached out and stroked the blade of his Zanpakuto, and began to chant the name of his Zanpakuto and the words of his first enlightenment in a low voice. While staring at the Zanpakuto, Uchiha Madara did not hide his love for Zanpakuto at all. After coming to this world, Uchiha Madara cultivated his own Zanpakuto. His Zanpakuto is named Jinjin God, who is a very famous god in mythology. Of course, the most important thing is that this Jinjin God Zanpakuto is somewhat tit for tat with another Zanpakuto. The name of that Zanpakuto is Kunazu God, which is the Zanpakuto of Senju Hashirama. On the battlefield, as the Zanpakuto in Uchiha Madara's hand was released, the Magatama on the long sword gradually turned red, as if countless eyes had grown on the sword. At this moment, a supreme spiritual pressure gradually covered the entire Soul Society like a real lake, making everyone in the Soul Society feel an unprecedented divine power. Yamamoto Shigekuni's face couldn't help but change. This divine power made Yamamoto Shigekuni faintly feel the aura of the Supreme Soul King in Soul Society. No, It should be said that it was similar to the aura of the Soul King. Did the Uehara clan also get the body of the Soul King, or is this Akaya Madara already comparable to the Soul King? Before Yamamoto Shigekuni had time to think deeply, the unprecedented repressive force disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. It didn't disappear. It was just restrained by itself. The Tianjin god in Akaya Madara's hand is a Zanpakuto with divine power. Above the sky, Akaya Madara suppressed the spiritual pressure of the god of Tianjin, and wielded the Zanpakuto of the god of Tianjin to slash at Aizen Sosuke. Akaya Madara looked at Aizen Sosuke, who was trying to resist, and his eyes were full of favor for Aizen Sosuke. HMPH, kid, celebrate your good luck. Maybe you are the first soul to die under the god of Tianjin. Clang. The moment the two Zanpakuto collided, the whole Soul Society seemed to feel a tremor. With the surging spiritual pressure impact sweeping over, countless people couldn't help but stretch out their arms to block in front of themselves to resist the impact. And there were even more people trying their best to watch the outcome of this battle. Tsinjin God. An interesting name for a Zanpakuto. Aizen Sosuke held the Kyoka Suiketsu in his hand, trying his best to resist the Zanpakuto in Akaya Madara's hand, and sighed in a low voice, "A Zanpakuto named after God? Although I haven't seen its true power yet, I can also feel how powerful the spiritual pressure is. Your Excellency is suppressing your own Zanpakuto and not using your full strength. Aren't you looking down on me too much?" HMPH, you have some knowledge. Akaya Madara looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand, then slowly raised his head and looked at Aizen, who was in front of him, and sneered, "It's much more fun to tease a bug that can be stepped on to death at any time than to step on it directly." After saying this, Akaya Madara suddenly slashed Aizen Sosuke with a knife, and he waved the Tenjin God Zanpakuto in his hand, drew a sword light and rushed up again. "It's just that I want to tease the bug without killing it, and this force is not easy to grasp." The sword light is like a star. Akaya Madara's Zanpakuto glowed. No, it should be that his swordsmanship was too fast, so that he swung the Zanpakuto like a mirror. Under Akaya Madara's attack, Aizen Sosuke was almost dodging the attack left and right. This is a true swordsmanship master. Even Orochimaru is far inferior to him. Orochimaru is not even comparable to Akaya Madara. What a terrifying clan. Every character who comes out seems to be a generalist. There will be no weaknesses in them. Perhaps their only weakness is pride. Aizen Sosuke was only distracted for a moment, and his white clothes were instantly cut by Akaya Madara, and blood oozed out and dyed his clothes red. The next moment, countless sword beams flashed. Before Aizen Sosuke had time to continue thinking, the Tianjin God Zanpakuto in Akaya Madara's hand had broken his defense and enveloped his whole body in an instant. Blood oozed from 7 or 8 wounds at the same time. Akaya Madara was like teasing his prey, occasionally swinging his sword to leave a wound on Aizen Sosuke's body, and even reminded his opponent with interest, "Did you see clearly? I have slowed down enough." Aizen Sosuke hurriedly drew his sword and retreated. This was an experience that Aizen Sosuke had never had before. Whether in the Mao Academy, Soul Society, or Hukamundo, Aizen Sosuke had never felt so powerless. He seemed to be crushed in all aspects. In terms of spiritual pressure, he was obviously far inferior to Akaya Madara. There was an enormous difference between them in physical skills. In terms of swordsmanship, this legendary first Deadpool officer seemed to have quite profound attainments, making Aizen Sosuke feel as if he had no power to fight back in front of this big man. Come to the surface. Mirror image of Suigetsu. Aizen Sosuke looked up at the chasing Akaya Madara, and without any hesitation, he immediately activated his Zanpakuto Bankai. At this moment, he didn't care about his disgust for the mirror image of Suigetsu, and immediately wanted to summon the Bankai state of the Kagami Suigetsu Zanpakuto. A rippled water surface quietly appeared in the air. This rippled water surface blocked Akaya Madara. Another slightly illusory figure of Aizen Sosuke emerged from the water, waving a long sword to meet the chasing Akaya Madara. However, what Aizen Sosuke never expected was the mirror image of Suigetsu Aizen, who he had to look up to all the time. was chopped into pieces by Uchiha Madara waving the Tenshin Zanpakuto. Suigetsu's mirror image isn't turned into fragments like a broken mirror, and the bits of light disappeared without a trace like the morning dew. Just one blow. Kagami Suigetsu's Bankai was broken by Uchiha Madara. At the moment Suigetsu's mirror image Aizen was broken, he turned his head slightly and looked at his original body. There seemed to be some doubt in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that he was directly broken by someone, and he also couldn't believe that his original body provoked such a powerful enemy. However, no matter what, Suigetsu's mirror image Aizen was finally like his name, and turned into an illusion again. Will this happen? Even Aizen Sosuke had never thought that this would happen. In his opinion, at least Suigetsu's mirror image Aizen should be qualified to fight Uchiha Madara. HMPH. Uchiha Madara retracted his Tenjin Zanpakuto with disdain on his face. He stretched out his hand and stroked his eye sockets, sneered and said, "It's just an illusion." Tenjin and Kunazushin are both the names of the Japanese gods Izanagi and Izanami, and are also the sources of the images of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Chapter 669. I'll leave the rest to you bunch of trash. Uchiha Madara is very strong, stronger than Aizen could imagine. Even though Aizen Sosuke had previously obtained some information about Uchiha Madara from Orochimaru and Black Zetsu, he could not help but be somewhat amazed at Uchiha Madara's power. Uchiha Madara just relied on a Tenjin god Zanpakuto to shatter his Bankai Suigetsu's mirror image. This kind of thing, even Aizen Sosuke could not accept it. From now on, the Bankai state of Kagami Suigetsu is already the strongest means that Aizen Sosuke can use, but it seems so vulnerable in the hands of Uchiha Madara. Yes, vulnerable. No matter who it is, they can see that Uchiha Madara was relaxed and comfortable when he shattered Suigetsu's mirror image Aizen, as if it was as simple as shattering a mirror. This is the Suigetsu mirror image that once defeated Orochimaru. It actually seems so vulnerable in front of Uchiha Madara. Aizen Sosuke's expression finally became heavy. He also realized how terrifying the enemy in front of him was. Uchiha Madara was a strong man who had existed for thousands of years. Even thousands of years ago, Uchiha Madara had already stood at the peak, and he had been getting stronger and stronger with the passage of time. He also had enough time to practice and become stronger. The Uehara clan rarely used a killer like Uchiha Madara. Therefore, this first Deadpool officer can always stay in Uehara City to practice. He also has other Deadpool officers as sparring opponents. It can be said that he is getting stronger all the time, even stronger than Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni Kaka. When Aizen Sosuke's mind was still here, a crack suddenly appeared in the Kyoka Suigetsu Zanpakuto in his hand, which made his eyes tighten. What is this situation? Just an illusion. Uchiha Madara landed beside Aizen Sosuke, took a look at the Kagami Suigetsu Zanpakuto in Aizen Sosuke's hand and snorted coldly. Even if the illusion can be reflected in reality, it can never escape the illusion and will eventually be broken. After saying this, Uchiha Madara raised his head and looked at Aizen Sosuke, who was still panicking, and said coldly, "But your Bankai is indeed worthy of praise. Even I have to say that your Bankai is very interesting." Just to make you feel interesting? Aizen Sosuke was still a little distracted. One word interesting is enough as a reward for you. Uchiha Madara sneered, and then continued, "This ability that you think is powerful is just a toy of Uchiha. You audacious kid, you are really a fearless ignorant person." This curse was really a bit heavy. As a manipulator who can manipulate the entire Soul Society, there will be a day when he is called ignorant. Of course, Uchiha Madara has the right to say so, because Aizen Sosuke's Suigetsu mirror image is somewhat similar to the release method of the Uchiha clan's former forbidden technique Izanagi. Suigetsu mirror image can turn Aizen Sosuke's other self in his fantasy into reality with the help of the Bankai's mirror flower and water moon. Izanagi can turn the damage suffered by Uchiha in reality into dreams with the help of the Sharingan. Are there any other means? Uchiha Madara's Sharingan flashed a strange red light, staring at Aizen Sosuke in front of him, snorted coldly and said, "If this is the only little trick, then your journey ends here, kid. Is that so?" Aizen Sosuke seemed to take a deep breath in his chest, his eyes slightly raised, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that I have indeed failed, but I may have something to let you know." "What is it?" "About Naraku." Aizen Sosuke smiled and said, "If there is no control from the caster, the anti-membrane bandit's alternate space will last for a long time. Even if the people in the alternate space choose to break free from the anti-membrane bandits, he will appear in the Hyuga Morning Palace." The Hyuga Morning Palace is the center of the Hyuga Morning Palace. The current Hyuga Morning Palace is also the base camp of Aizen Sosuke. According to what Aizen Sosuke said, even if he was solved by Uchiha Madara here, this group of Deadpool officers would not be able to rescue Uehara Naraku, who was trapped in the anti-membrane bandits. Once he was killed, Uehara Naraku could only be passively teleported into the Palace of the Night. Aizen Sosuke slowly stretched out his palm and clenched it a little bit, and said coldly, "At the beginning of the battle between you and me, I deliberately did this. Ha 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 ha." Uchiha Madara almost laughed instead of getting angry, his eyes full of pity. "It seems that you little brat really know nothing. You actually want to threaten me with this? The most ignorant thing is, this guy actually wants to threaten him like this. Just not to mention anything else. Even if he was killed here, Uehara Naraku would just be surrounded by a group of his own subordinates. The Palace of the Night has never been Aizen's territory. In a sense, it should be the base camp of Uehara Naraku. It's not a threat, but a notice." Aizen Sosuke's mouth curled up a smile, and his body quietly retreated. A ray of light instantly enveloped Aizen. At the same time, other rays of light also fell. In addition to Aizen Sosuke and Ikamaru Jin, all the Rankars also had rays of light appearing above their heads, covering their bodies. This is the protective teleportation technique used by the king of the Hyuga Mundo. As long as it can be activated, it cannot be stopped at all. Aizen Sosuke stood under the light, staring at Uchiha Madara and whispered, "From your excellency, I can see that this world does have many secrets. However, there are some established rules in this world that are destined to be unbreakable, such as the unique protective ability of the King Hollow. I will wait with Naraku in Hyuga Mundo for the day when I meet you again. I hope that we will no longer be enemies at that time." In addition to capturing Uehara Naraku at the beginning of the battle, Aizen Sosuke also arranged the teleportation of the King Hollow in advance. Under this protective golden light, he can escape without a doubt. Everyone's eyes fell on the golden light. According to the archives that Soul Society has been recording, these protective teleports of the King Hollow are indeed unbreakable, and the enemy can only leave. "Who told you that the rules cannot be broken?" Uchiha Madara sneered at the corner of his mouth. His Sharingan stared at Aizen, who was about to leave, and continued in a cold voice, "Kid, didn't anyone tell you that there are no rules in this world that cannot be broken by the strong?" The next moment, Uchiha Madara's palm suddenly raised. His eyes turned into samsara eyes the moment he raised his palms. HMPH. Uchiha Madara's samsara eyes stared at Aizen Sosuke, his eyes full of sarcasm. "It's just gravity. Who do you think killed the entire Hyuga Mundo back then? Do you still want to slip away under the gaze of these eyes?" The next moment, Uchiha Madara's spiritual pressure was activated. A pitch-black sphere quickly formed in his hand and stuck tightly to the protective golden light. This scene made Aizen Sosuke's face solemn. On this strange black ball, Wang Zu's protective golden light was distorted and holes appeared. This black ball was distorting a space channel. Wang Zu's protective golden light was originally to create a unique space and bring people in this space back to Hyuga Mundo. The hard space protection barrier was enough to resist any attack. However, this black ball broke the limit. It broke the rules of this world. No. Or it could be said that this was Uchiha Madara's use of the rules. Uchiha Madara appeared next to the black ball in an instant, and kicked Aizen Sosuke along the space channel. This kick directly kicked Aizen Sosuke away, causing the always decent Aizen to fall out in embarrassment and crash into a ruin on the ground. Uchiha Madara glanced at the other people, Jin and Ikamaru, who were transported away by Wang Zu's golden light, and then looked at Aizen Sosuke, who fell to the ground, and sneered, "Want to challenge the world but still fear the rules. It's so ugly." This really makes people subvert their own concepts. No one would have thought that the progress of this battle would be so weird. and everyone present didn't know what expression they should put on. In the eyes of the Gotai 13, Aizen Sosuke, who is now being unilaterally ravaged by Uchiha Madara, seems to be a bit law-abiding, while Uchiha Madara is really lawless. What a rampant person. He actually despises the established rules of this world. Now it seems that the winner has been decided, but no one expected that Aizen Sosuke's last resort was to use the protective teleportation ability of the King Hollows in the Hukamundo. To be honest, it's a bit disappointing. Although many people present were unable to solve the protective teleportation ability of the King Hollows, it still made people feel that there was a lot of meaning missing. Let's arrest the former captain of the 5th Division first. Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni glanced at the people present and ordered, "Wait for the trial of the Central 46th Chamber. Now find a way to rescue Naraku." When he said this, Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Senju Tobirama. "Mr. Tobirama, do you have any way to deal with the anti-membrane bandits?" "Don't worry," Senju Tobirama shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Bito, the 8th Deadpool, has the ability of time and space. As long as he finds the location of the anti-membrane bandits in the alien space, he can rescue Naraku." "That's good." Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded slowly. Just when the captain of the 13th Squadron of the Gotai was a little relieved, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly erupted in the Soul Society. Aizen Sosuke, who had fallen to the ground as if he had lost the power to resist, erupted with a powerful spiritual pressure, directly shaking away a group of death gods who wanted to capture him. What was surprising was not the sudden eruption of spiritual pressure from Aizen, but Aizen Sosuke, who had almost changed half of his appearance. A mass of pitch-black substance appeared on Aizen Sosuke's body at some point. This mass of substance was tightly attached to Aizen Sosuke's body, not only providing him with the spiritual power he consumed, but also sticking to his wounds to heal his body. Half of Aizen Sosuke's body was still intact, but the other half of his body had been covered by the mass of pitch-black substance. Half of his face was still gentle and elegant, but the other half looked extremely hideous and terrifying, as if it were a monster. There was a monster possessed by Aizen. "What is that?" Matsumoto Rinjaku's face was full of astonishment. "A monster called Black Zetsu." Urahara Kisuke appeared beside the group of people at some point, his eyes full of solemnity. "Aizen once collected the souls of the gods of death to create a monster. That monster has always been the most loyal minion of Aizen Sosuke." At this moment, Aizen Sosuke's most loyal minion was mocking its master. "What a mess, Lord Aizen." Half of Black Zetsu's face was filled with a hideous smile, and half of its mouth slowly opened up, and it said with a sinister smile, "I told you a long time ago, Lord Aizen, the Uehara clan's chief officer of the Deadly Attendant is a very terrifying existence. I once just approached and spied on the residence of Uchiha Madara, and was almost discovered by him. I already knew." There was some indifference in Aizen Sosuke's voice. He seemed a little dissatisfied with his image, and slowly frowned. "Can you only help me recover my spiritual power and injuries? Then I must try to get another kind of power. Maybe Lord Aizen can become stronger." Black Zetsu's smile became even more sinister and weird, and it continued with a smile. "As long as we can find out where Urahara Kisuke's Hogyoku is hidden, let me swallow that Hogyoku." "Forget it. This is enough." Aizen Sosuke shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. "Take me away from here first, Black Zetsu." This is Aizen Sosuke's trump card. As long as he can meet Black Zetsu, he will be able to escape from here. Yes, Black Zetsu gradually covered Aizen's body, and under the gaze of everyone, their fused bodies quickly sank into the ground. Hado middle.fire style middle.dragon fire technique. A blaze suddenly fell. Uchiha Madara in the sky pointed his finger expressionlessly, as if he was somewhat confident that his technique could destroy Aizen and Black Zetsu on the ground. The strange thing is, Black Zetsu's body seemed to be a protective shield, firmly protecting Aizen Sosuke and his body, without causing any harm to Aizen. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Aizen Sosuke and Black Zetsu sank into the ground. Every god of death couldn't help but be confused. How should they find them? Should they dig underground at this time? When these god of death hesitated, Akaya Madara didn't hesitate at all. The legendary first dead waiter drew out his Zanpakuto again, and raised his hand to launch a huge slash towards the Soul Society. With the spiritual pressure transmitted from Akaya Madara's Zanpakuto, this sword could split the entire Soul Society in two, or even destroy it. This guy is a madman who doesn't care about the cost. Clang! An old figure desperately stopped him. Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni held his Ryujin, took a deep breath, and his face was full of earnestness. Mr. Madara, if we destroy the entire Soul Society just to catch a criminal, it would be too much of a loss, right? Get out of the way. Akaya Madara looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni coldly. Immediately, he chopped Yamamoto Shigekuni away with the sword. The pillar of the Gotai 13 was chopped directly to the ground by this sword, and his legs were tightly stuck in the ground. Don't be impulsive, Madara. Senjuto Bairama stood beside Yamamoto Shigekuni, looked up at Akaya Madara in the air, and said in a cold voice, "The most important thing now is to rescue Naraku, catch the Shinraisen Sosuke, and find out the whereabouts of Orochimaru from him. Humphrey, the rest of the things will be left to you bunch of trash." The foreshadowing is almost done. Next is the home court of Aizen and Uehara. Chapter 670 Main Quest. Who is the real cheater? The route of Aizen Sosuke's escape was too strange. No one expected that this guy would escape underground, which made it impossible for the Soul Society to continue chasing him. Aizen Sosuke escaped. Akaya Madara naturally had no interest in staying. Moreover, this was already within Uehara and Naraku's plan. Only when Aizen Sosuke realized that the gap between them was bigger, would Aizen be more obsessed with how to get power. It just so happened that Orochimaru could help him. If he wanted to achieve his goal, Aizen Sosuke had to make himself stronger, even strong enough to suppress the entire Soul Society. Of course, in addition to finding a way to compete with the Akaya Madara, Aizen Sosuke was also thinking about how to peacefully resolve the issue between him and the Uehara clan, which might be able to take advantage of the simple Uehara Naraku. It's just a pity. The Uehara clan easily cracked his anti-membrane bandit and rescued Uehara Naraku back to the Soul Society, which made the entire Soul Society feel relieved. If Uehara Naraku is captured, who will suppress those fierce and ferocious death attendants? The situation in Soul Society has changed slightly. The original incident of the hollowization of Shinigami has been resolved. The masked Shinigami who once served as the captains of the Shinigami were also accepted by Soul Society again after this incident. Yamamoto Shigekuni even personally communicated with Hiriko Mako and others. Because the Uehara clan has sent out the death attendants several times, it has revealed some power that the Soul Society cannot contend with. This also requires Yamamoto Shigekuni to find a way to maintain the balance between the Gotai 13 and the Uehara clan. It just so happens that the Masked Corps can return. Since there are not many vacancies among the Shinigami captains, Akamaru-jin and Aizen Sosuke defected together, leaving only 2 positions for the captain of the 3rd Division and the captain of the 5th Division. Mako Hiriko led the Masked Corps to the 3rd Division and served as the captain of the 3rd Division. Hori Saruki and others served as vice captains and chief officers respectively. Only Lisa Yamaru returned to the captain of the 8th Division, Shunsu Ikiraku, as the vice captain. According to common sense, Mako Hiriko should return to her position as captain of the 5th Division, but unfortunately someone got there first. Tobirama Senju and Shigekuni Yamamoto had a long talk all night. In addition to discussing the Gotai 13 and the Uehara clan's joint efforts to hunt down Sosuke Aizen and Orochimaru, they also discussed Uehara Naraku's affiliation. In the end, Uehara Naraku became the new captain of the 5th Division. In a sense, Uehara also became the youngest captain-level Shinigami. The top leaders of the Soul Society did not have much objection to this. They were very aware of the power of the Uehara clan and knew that this was also a step for the Uehara clan to integrate into the Soul Society. Since the defection of Aizen Sosuke, the situation in the Soul Society has become somewhat united due to the farce, and the strength of the Gotai 13 has also grown a lot because of the return of the Masked Corps. Life in the Soul Society has become somewhat calm. In addition to occasionally sending teams to hunt down the hollows that invade the real world, More energy is spent on searching for information about Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru. Urahara Kisuke and Shifengyu and Yoruichi did not return to the Soul Society. The two returned to the real world and guarded against the invasion of the Rancor Great Hollows in the real world. During this period, it seems that nothing special happened. Only the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Shin, has not returned yet, which has caused many people to worry. However, according to the news from the real world, Shiba Ishin also stayed in the real world to guard. Time passed quickly. Decades have passed in a flash. A lot of things have happened in these decades. The Gotai 13 and the Uehara clan joined forces to defeat the Hukamundo twice, but were instead bluffed by Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru, who invaded the real world and the Soul Society, making the Gotai 13 in a mess. Even the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Shin, disappeared in the last battle in the real world, and was replaced by Hitsuge Ayatao Ashiru. Uehara Naraku's friends at the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts graduated early. Abai Renji joined the 6th Division and became the vice captain, personally appointed by Kachiki by Akaya. Kiraku Kaku and Hinamori Momo joined the 5th Division together and became the vice captain and chief officer of the 5th Division appointed by Uehara Naraku. They were all former classmates of Uehara. In comparison, Abai Renji's childhood friend, Kachiki Rukia, was exempted from graduation exams and tests due to her noble status, and directly joined the 13th Division, which caused a lot of criticism. Kachiki Rukia was also inexplicably delayed in being promoted. Rukia Kachiki, the Shinigami girl who had a high starting point, became the one who lagged behind in promotion among her peers, and was even sent to the real world. In a sense, the Shinigami being sent to the real world means exile. Uehara Naraku and his classmates went to see Rukia Kachiki off. After seeing Rukia Kachiki enter the gate of the real world and leave the Soul Society, a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Are you happy?" "Yeah, I remembered something happy." Uehara Naraku smiled and nodded, and said softly, "In fact, it is a good thing for Rukia to leave the Soul Society. I heard that her brother by Akaya Kachiki is very strict. Maybe she can be freer in the real world." Uehara Naraku is of course happy, because the harvest season is coming. This world is just the beginning for him. Of course, for Uehara Naraku, this is also a step towards the end. Now, with the entry of Rukia Kachiki, is the current Kurosaki Ikigo finally going to officially start? Uehara Naraku took a look at his main task. In fact, his system has not been used for a long time. Main quest: defeat the world's strongest cheater, Ikigo Kurosaki, and prove that you are the only cheater in the world. 0% completion. Yes. Whether it is Uzumaki Naruto or Monkey D. Luffy, compared with Ikigo Kurosaki's growth trajectory, they seem too long. Ikigo Kurosaki is the real cheater, because the world of death is too powerful. Compared with the ninja world and the pirate world, the world of death involves life and death. The death here can play with space and even rules at will. This makes Uehara have to do everything he can to complete the main quest in order to bring the world of death into his own black hole universe. In order to allow Ikigo Kurosaki to be born smoothly, Uehara Naraku really worked hard and asked Orochimaru to instill in Aizen Sosuke whether the combination of the Quincy, the god of death, and the hollow would become another possibility to break through the power limit. According to Orochimaru, if this fusion experiment is successful, Orochimaru can use the fusion of the Soul King's body, the Shinigami and the hollow to create a terrifying artificial body for Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke also cooperated. Although Aizen Sosuke was very suspicious that Orochimaru might swallow the artificial body, he decided to agree with the plan according to Orochimaru's wishes. For this reason, Aizen Sosuke created a vast old-class hollow named Hollow White, and planted this hollow into the body of a Quincy named Kurosaki Masaki, and secretly controlled the love between Kurosaki Masaki and Shiba Shin, the captain of the Shinigami stationed in the world. This year, Kurosaki Ikigo is just 15 years old. He has grown to an age where he can awaken. Moreover, Kurosaki Ikigo's growth trajectory has not changed much, but Kurosaki Ikigo's mother left her son when he was a child. Kurosaki Masaki did not die from the attack of the hollow, because someone saved Kurosaki Masaki when she was in danger. Of course, This person doesn't really like to do human things under normal circumstances. It's a little late, something happened, it's hard to write, I will start to update twice or even 3 times tomorrow. Chapter 671, with Uehara here. There are still people who want to be the mastermind? Are you crazy? 6 years ago, on the beach of Karakura Town, 9-year-old Ichigo Kurosaki encountered a disguised hollow on the beach. Young and ignorant Ichigo Kurosaki thought that the hollow was a little girl who wanted to jump into the sea. He rushed over to save her, but ran into the hollow's hunting circle head-on. In order to save her son, the mother Masaki Kurosaki wanted to expose her power as a Quincy to kill the hollow. But the power in her body disappeared inexplicably in an instant, causing this powerful pure-blooded Quincy to lose all power. When the hollow wanted to kill Masaki Kurosaki, a strange red magatama appeared in its eye sockets. The hollow bit Masaki Kurosaki's shoulder, dragged Masaki Kurosaki into the sea and disappeared without a trace. At that time, Masaki Kurosaki disappeared. The originally happy family was left with only the father Isshin Kurosaki, his son Ichigo Kurosaki, and his 2 daughters, Shari Kurosaki and Yuko Kurosaki. Isshin Kurosaki is the captain of the 10th Division, whose original name is Isshin Shiba. As a former captain of the division, Isshin Kurosaki found out the name of the hollow who was good at disguise after contacting the Gotai 13. The hollow named Grand Fisher was still active in reality after the disappearance of Masaki Kurosaki. The hollow is still alive. Masaki Kurosaki disappeared. Now that he has obtained the information about the hollow, Isshin Kurosaki finally put on his Shinigami uniform again and picked up his Zanpakuto, for revenge, for the only hope. However, when Isshin Kurosaki came into contact with the hollow named Grand Fisher, all his hopes were almost shattered in his heart, because this hollow was not that simple at all. According to the information from the Soul Society, this should be a hollow with some special abilities. As a result, when Isshin Kurosaki really engaged in the battle, he found that the power of this hollow was beyond his imagination. It had grown into a rancor of the level of Akukas without knowing when. Are you talking about that Quincy woman? That woman's resistance before she died was quite fierce. But eating her spiritual power allowed me to evolve successfully. If I hadn't threatened her with her son, I might have really been killed by her. Shiba Shin, the former captain of the 10th Division of the Gotai 13. Are you her companion? If it was just for revenge for your companion, you should at least bring a division with you. I want to eat those delicious Shinigami more and more. Kurosaki Isshin fell into a long silence. Kurosaki Isshin no longer has the passion he had before. In addition to being a husband, he is also the father of 3 children, and he must shoulder his responsibilities. In the end, Kurosaki Isshin killed the hollow. Unfortunately, his wife will never come back. After standing in the rainstorm for a night, Kurosaki Isshin rubbed his cheeks, took off his Shinigami uniform, put on his artificial body, and returned to his real home. Now he is not a Shinigami, he is a father who needs to raise 3 children. This kind of thing is a bit cruel for the 3 young kids. Kurosaki Isshin can only influence the children little by little with his cheerfulness, and let his sons Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Yuko slowly walk out of the shadows in the past few years. Unfortunately, Kurosaki Isshin didn't know that his wife was still alive, because his wife was now under house arrest in the most heavily guarded place in the world. Uehara in her castle, a blonde woman carefully peeked at the guards here. In order not to attract other people's attention, she even stepped on the floor barefoot. Just as the blonde woman calculated the intervals between the guards' patrols and wanted to continue to sneak away, a golden chain bound her body. This golden chain instantly made the blonde woman lose her strength. Masaki, a red-haired woman, slowly landed in front of the blonde woman, and said helplessly, "Didn't I tell you not to run away from here? At least think about your family a little bit. For them, I have to go back." Kurosaki Masaki looked at the red-haired woman in front of her, and a pleading flashed across her face. "Kushina, you are also a mother. Can you bear to leave your child forever?" The red-haired woman was silent, because the red-haired woman in front of her was Uzumaki Kushina. When Uehara Naraku brought people to this world thousands of years ago, he brought many souls from the underworld of the Naruto world. Uzumaki Kushina was one of them. Uzumaki Kushina's face flashed a strange look, and she couldn't help but say, "Some things are beyond our control. I miss Naruto too." This question is really hard for Uzumaki Kushina to answer. Compared with Kurosaki Masaki's son Kurosaki Ichigo, Uzumaki Kushina's son Uzumaki Naruto actually had a harder life. At least Kurosaki Ichigo had a good childhood, believe me. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Kurosaki Masaki in front of her and said in a deep voice, "If you run away, the ending will go in an unpredictable direction. If you stay, the process may be a little ugly for you and your family." When Uzumaki Kushina said this, she stretched out her thumb and index finger and pinched a metaphorical gesture little by little, with an awkward smile on her face. "It's just a little bit ugly, but the ending is definitely safe. It should be. Just a little bit, right?" Now Uehara Naraku doesn't do bad things anymore. In the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina, who has not experienced the fear of being dominated by Uehara Naraku, their family is actually still indebted to Uehara Naraku. At least their family is living well now. As a mother, Uzumaki Kushina has a good relationship with Kurosaki Masaki. She doesn't want her new friends who have made in recent years to fall into the abyss because of ignorance. Be patient. Uzumaki Kushina stepped forward and hugged Kurosaki Masaki, whispering in her ear, "Believe in your son, he will live well. You must learn to believe in your son. I always believe in Naruto, and I believe that little Ichigo will take care of his sister." Uzumaki Kushina put her arm around Kurosaki Masaki's shoulders and whispered, "Don't worry, Minato told me that everything here will be over soon, and..." Uzumaki Kushina took a deep breath and continued softly, "Senior Madara and the Shodaime-sama are still looking for unknown enemies. Without the protection of this city, you will encounter more terrible enemies, unimaginable enemies. Only the city can protect Kurosaki Masaki. Only the city with Uehara Naraku's support behind it is the safest place in the world. Does this woman still want to escape?" Just at this moment, a voice fell into their ears. This voice sounded a little cold and heartless. "If she wants to escape again, just kill her directly, and use her flesh and blood to try to track down the location of Uehara." Click, 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 click. 4 figures walked into Uehara Castle step by step. Walking in the front were 2 men wearing red plate armor, who were the first 2 officers of the 13 Dead Pools, Akaya Madara and Senju Hashirama. Walking behind them was a bearded man wearing a brown coat, and a 6-meter-tall white-bearded giant, who were the 3rd officers of the 13 Dead Pools, Gul D. Roger and Edward Newgate. They have been tracking down Uehara recently, a powerful enemy who invaded Soul Society 1,000 years ago. He is also the ancestor of the entire world's Quincy, and the son of Soul Society's god, the Soul King. In a sense, Uehara should be the strongest existence besides the Soul King. His omniscience and omnipotence can almost be called a new god. Omniscience can see through everything, even the future. Omnipotence can invalidate all the abilities he knows. Even the ability to kill Uehara will be invalidated after he knows the ability. Even Uehara can see all the future, and to a certain extent set and modify the future that is unfavorable to him. Even if he is dead, he can use this ability to set the future to give himself resurrection after death. This kind of enemy makes people don't know how to defeat him. However, for people like Akaya Madara, they don't care about Uehara's ability, because some things can't change the ending just by knowing. Maybe Uehara knew that his ending was not good, so he has been hiding secretly since he woke up. After all, Uehara was defeated 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Pirate King Gul D. Roger assisted Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni in a battle with Uehara, and after that battle, Uehara fell into a deep sleep. It is estimated that this also made Uehara confused, because when he saw through the enemy's ability, the enemy seemed to be able to see through his movements and thoughts, and even directly fought him with his fists. Uehara has the all-seeing eye. Gul D. Roger has the observation haki that can listen to the heart of all things. The 2 people can be said to be a match made in heaven, which made Uehara a little confused. Where did Roger and Newgate, 2 reckless bearded men, come from? Thousands of years ago, Uehara was defeated, and before he fell asleep, he deeply remembered Roger and Whitebeard, 2 reckless men. Now, Uehara woke up, but he disappeared. 6 years ago, Uehara woke up and activated the Holy Recovery Power. When he was extracting the power and soul of the mixed blood Quincy, he noticed that there were many chess pieces in the mixed blood Quincy, which were placed by a man named Senjudo Bairama. Therefore, Uehara knew that he was being targeted. Someone has been planning for 1,000 years to catch him. Uehara really wanted to confront the mastermind behind the scenes, but his group of subordinates accidentally encountered 4 pursuers led by Uchiha Madara. There was nothing he could do. Tobirama Senju had not yet been able to send spies to Uehara's side. After all, Uehara only believed in the souls he could control. Uehara Naraku didn't care about the temporary failure. Now Uehara Naraku's attention was more focused on Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen Sosuke. He sent Uchiha Madara and others to continue to hunt down Uehara, just to prevent this guy from causing any trouble to his plan. There was no rush for this kind of thing, as long as he could complete the main task and take over the control of this world. Uehara Naraku could easily solve the problem of Uehara. Uehara Naraku was not in a hurry. Uchiha Madara was a little impatient. Uchiha Madara also couldn't stand Uehara's tolerance towards Kurosaki Masaki, and often wanted to try to use Kurosaki Masaki, a pure-blooded Quincy, to conduct forbidden experiments, and use her flesh and blood to search for the location of her ancestor, Uehara. Uchiha Madara's eyes fell on Kurosaki Masaki, and he continued indifferently, "If the flesh and blood of this woman is not enough, I heard that she has 3 children. They should all be used, right?" Kurosaki Masaki's face instantly showed a trace of fear. "Don't scare the children, Madara." Senju Hashirama patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder, smiled at Uzumaki Kushina and Kurosaki Masaki and said, "The little guy of the Uzumaki family, hurry up and take your friends back to your residence first." "Yes, Lord Hashirama." Uzumaki Kushina hurriedly grabbed Kurosaki Masaki and left. HMPH. Uchiha Madara turned his head away in disdain and glanced at Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and Gul D. Roger. "If you two hadn't shown mercy back then, how could that guy have escaped?" Gulala. Whitebeard didn't care about Uchiha Madara's attitude at all, grinned and shook his head and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. That guy is not that easy to deal with, and it's rare to find someone who can withstand my punch." HMPH. Listening to Whitebeard's words, Uchiha Madara's mouth flashed with disdain, and he continued in a cold voice, "Don't Uebatch and his group of little bugs like to hide in the shadows? Let Uehara Naraku transfer those trash from the Nara clan over here. Let's look for them again." Senju Hashirama shook his head and disagreed. "The rules of this world are different, and the living may not be able to adapt so easily." This group of high-ranking officials of the Uehara clan quickly left here and returned to their mansion. Their only future mission was to track down Uehara. Uehara Naraku's hands really seemed too rich. Of course, Uehara Naraku had a lot of people available, but it didn't mean that he would work for nothing. Since Uehara showed up, the Uehara clan handed the news to Yamamoto Shigekuni. But he is Uehara's old rival. Yamamoto Shigekuni pays special attention to the possible threat of Uehara. Therefore, the Captain General Yamamoto Shigekuni has become more and more active recently, and he has also joined the ranks of tracking down Uehara. This is the sophistication of Uehara Naraku. If someone wants to hide and be the mastermind behind the scenes, then first reveal the true identity of the mastermind, and then prepare an enemy for him to let him feel the control of fate. How to cause trouble for such a competitor. Uehara Naraku is very skilled in this method. And, Chapter 672, Will he think I'm a good person? Sairiite, Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru hid in Hukomundo, and Uehara also hid in the shadows and dared not show his head. The entire Sairiite was still in peace. After sending Kuchiki Ruki away, Uehara Naraku began his regular life. He went to the Great Spiritual Book Corridor and began to watch the live version of the Bleach anime. The Great Spiritual Book Corridor belongs to the Tsunai Ashero clan among the 4 nobles. Their clan is responsible for recording all the history of Soul Society, and is also the clan that knows the most secrets of the world through the management of the Great Spiritual Book Corridor. In the place where Uehara Naraku exists, Tsunai Ashiro, a noble family that knows too much, can still survive. Naturally, because they secretly surrendered to Uehara early.
This kind of noble is either one of us, or the dead among the dead. Sir, when the current head of the Tsunayashiro clan saw Uehara Naraku, he bowed respectfully and said softly, "The spy bug has sent real-time images of Kurosaki Isshin and his son." He thought that Uehara Naraku was paying attention to Kurosaki Isshin, the former captain of the 10th Division. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo was still an ordinary student, and just a student with a little spiritual power. Uehara Naraku sat in front of a display screen in the great spiritual power corridor, stretched out his fingers and slowly lifted his chin, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo displayed on it. This is a 15-year-old Japanese high school student. The key word is Japanese high school student. This profession alone is a hidden strongman. A space-time vortex appeared in front of Uehara Naraku, and the figures of Akatsuki and Akabito appeared in front of Uehara Naraku. Speaking of which, Uehara Naraku pointed to Kurosaki Ichigo on the display screen, chuckled and said, "Do we have any members suitable for high school?" Akabito fell into silence strangely. Akatsuki's expression was also slightly strange. Wasn't this guy a bit too much? It would be fine if he wanted to deal with an ordinary high school student, but he actually arranged an undercover agent? Are you two thinking of something rude? Uehara Naraku twitched the corners of his mouth, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Don't underestimate this high school student. His growth will far exceed your imagination. You have gone through thousands of years. Maybe he will catch up soon. This is also a point that the world of death is often criticized for, because Kurosaki Ichigo's growth is almost a pure history of cheating. He has almost no time to practice hard, and he is simply walking on one path. Cheating. Can't beat. Keep cheating. Still can't beat. Just use super cheating. Since Kurosaki Ichigo came into contact with the profession of Death God, until he defeated Aizen Sosuke, the super behind-the-scenes mastermind, his growth speed is so fast that it is simply unscientific. Of course, it is not only unscientific, but also not a Death God at all. In comparison, Uzumaki Naruto and Monkey D. Luffy have paid more. Almost every time they become stronger and every time they defeat a strong enemy, it is a new transformation. Kurosaki Ichigo has gained too much, but the price he paid is not high. This is one of the reasons why people have always criticized him. In fact, perhaps it is because Kurosaki Ichigo's character has grown up too early. At least his current performance is not like a normal high school student. Kurosaki Ichigo seems to have seen through the world, and even behaves very kindly. He will perform soul burial for some spirits that are about to disappear. Now Kurosaki Ichigo's life is relatively peaceful. However, after Kachiki Rukia entered Karakura town, the protagonist of this drama has been arranged, and the curtain of a performance is about to be opened. A drama that has been hidden for thousands of years will also be opened and closed quickly. Well, he's a kind person. Uehara Naraku looked at Ichigo Kurosaki on the display screen, leaned lazily on the chair, and whispered, "It's about time for Okuyor to start. Let Aizen Sosuke start to control his life. We just need to control Captain Aizen." Akatsuki and Akabito couldn't help but look more weird. Is this person's personality getting worse and worse? Has he evolved to the point where he likes to play with other behind-the-scenes people? Of course. In comparison, they are also very interested in Ichigo Kurosaki. Will he grow to a height that scares you? There was some doubt in Akabito's voice. Looking at Uehara Naraku, he continued in a deep voice, "The last time you asked us to take his mother away when he was a child, were you worried that he would bring a threat to Akatsuki? If so, why didn't you get rid of him?" This is a very boring question. Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms and placed them on his legs, like a big boss of the black organization, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Come to think of it, I don't know how big he will grow. Maybe even the Hogyoku can't reach it. When he said this, Uehara Naraku's voice even lowered a little. His eyes fell on Kurosaki Ichigo on the display screen again. If we talk about threats, maybe there are, maybe not. He represents the pinnacle of this world. Just taking away his mother, it's a bit. Are you trying to say that despicable? Uehara Naraku chuckled, tilted his head and said, "Think clearly before you speak. I am their family's savior. At least they still have a chance to reunite.
if they can seize the opportunity. Uehara Naraku waved his hand casually and said softly, "Okay, don't disturb me, go and start making arrangements. Let the guys in the central 46th room also prepare. When Kachiki Rukia arrives in Karakura town, it will immediately violate the rules of the God of Death. At that time, let Kachiki Byakuya bring her back and execute her." Akatsuki's expression was slightly stiff. This guy is really a devil. Who among them doesn't know that Kachiki Byakuya secretly loves Kachiki Rukia? He is a complete sister control. Let Kachiki Byakuya bring his sister back and execute her. Just because Kachiki Byakuya said that you are narrow-minded, well, this is indeed Kachiki Byakuya's own problem. What about Kabuto? Akatsuki hesitated and said, "Rukia Kachiki was originally the child adopted by Kabuto Yakushi. If you treat her like this is just a slightly torturous process." Uehara Naraku shook his head and continued softly, "Secretly reveal this to Captain Aizen, and let him sneak into Soul Society to take away the other half of Rukia Kachiki's body, and let Captain Aizen see my growth. What do you think?" Of course not. Akatsuki and Akabito were too lazy to pay attention to him. Uehara Naraku has been performing in secret, and secretly asked them, the Deadpool officers, to cause trouble for Aizen Sosuke, which has already caused a lot of trouble for Aizen. Didn't Aizen lock him up for a few minutes with the anti-membrane bandits? Now Uehara is going to fight Aizen Sosuke in person. This guy can't hold back anymore. Is he going to let Aizen Sosuke experience the fear of being dominated? You guys go. There was a hint of nostalgia in Uehara Naraku's eyes. He looked at Ichigo Kurosaki on the screen and chuckled, saying, "By the way, please report to me. I have to go on a tour of the human world, and I just happened to meet this very interesting high school student." Uehara Naraku slowly turned his head and looked at his two subordinates with anticipation. If someone uses his status as a noble of the Soul Society to bully Ichigo Kurosaki, and I go to save him, will he think I'm a good person? To be continued tomorrow. Chapter 673, Is Your Brother of Noble Status? The Present World. 2 months later, an ordinary high school in Karakura town. An orange-haired boy turned the pen in his hand boredly, looking at the sky outside the window boredly, and his mind was a little more thoughtful than before. It was Ichigo Kurosaki. In the past 2 months, Ichigo Kurosaki's worldview has been greatly subverted. He came into contact with a god of death named Rukia Kachiki, and obtained the power of the god of death, becoming a proxy god of death, accepting the responsibility of strangling hollows and protecting the present world. To be honest, Ichigo Kurosaki feels pretty good. At least he doesn't have to live in the same muddle as in the past. Recently, Ichigo Kurosaki has come into contact with the strange Quincy Ishida Ryu, a very stubborn but arrogant guy. After the two of them worked together to repel a Jillian Hollow, their relationship has improved a lot. Speaking of which, although life has encountered some twists and turns since becoming a god of death, it is more interesting than in the past, and Ichigo Kurosaki has slowly accepted his identity as a god of death. The only problem is, Rukia Kachiki's mood has become a little strange during this period. She is not as cheerful as before, and even likes to be alone in a daze. Occasionally, she will say some old-fashioned words, which makes Ichigo Kurosaki feel a little uncomfortable. "Good afternoon, Ichigo-san." A lively girl suddenly appeared beside Ichigo Kurosaki, scaring him so much that he grabbed the pen in his hand in a panic, and a sweet smile came into his eyes. "Ah, Inoue, don't be so sudden all the time." Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help shaking his head, and his heart relaxed a little. Since becoming a Shinigami, his mental state has been obviously a little tense. This girl is Ichigo Kurosaki's friend Orihime Inoue. Similarly, she is one of the people who know Ichigo Kurosaki's identity. Inoue Orihime scratched the back of her head and asked with a smile, "Isn't Rukia here today?" It seems that she often asks for leave these days. "Do you want to visit her after school?" Kurosaki Ichigo nodded indifferently, and then shook his head hurriedly. "Well, it's not necessary. Rukia doesn't seem to like being disturbed. I'm leaving first." How can anyone visit Rukia? Now Kachiki Rukia lives in the closet in his room. It's just that Kachiki Rukia's condition has been a little wrong recently. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned,
said goodbye to an Oeorihime, and left the school. Karakura Town, Kurosaki's house. Kachiki Rukia sat in Kurosaki Ichigo's room, wrote a secret letter with a heavy face, left the secret letter on the table, and left the place where she had lived for 2 months. It can't go on. Ever since she shared the power of the God of Death with Ichigo Kurosaki, she has violated the rules of the God of Death, which is absolutely not allowed to be violated by the Soul Society and the Gotai 13. Moreover, Rukia Kachiki has met other God of Death. The fact that she shared the power of the God of Death with Ichigo Kurosaki has been exposed, and the Gotai 13 will probably send someone to deal with it soon. Once this matter spreads throughout the Soul Society, her brother Byakuya Kachiki, who is strict and almost flawless, will definitely deal with her, right? The family tradition of the Kachiki family will never allow a shameful person like her, especially since she has been raised by Byakuya Kachiki with a strict attitude. Rukia knows very well what her adopted brother will do. Byakuya Kachiki will not even let her sister go, so how could he let Ichigo Kurosaki go? At that time, in order to eliminate her sister's shameful past, Ichigo Kurosaki will fall into danger. During this period of time, Rukia Kachiki has actually been having a good time, compared to the complicated environment of Soul Society and the strict family education of the Kachiki family. The time spent at Ichigo Kurosaki's house was undoubtedly the most relaxing time for Rukia Kachiki. Of course, Rukia Kachiki didn't know that Ichigo Kurosaki was the son of the former captain of the 10th Division, Isshin Kurosaki. In this case, she might feel a little more relaxed. Unfortunately, Rukia Kachiki joined the company too late. By the time Rukia Kachiki joined the company, the captain of the 10th Division had been replaced by Tawashiro Hitsugaya, and the former captain had long since retired to the human world. Night gradually fell. Forget it. That's it. Rukia Kachiki left the letter on the table and quietly left Ichigo Kurosaki's house. She was going to Karakura Town and the entrance to Soul Society, waiting for the messenger from the Soul Society to come and recruit her. But when Rukia Kachiki saw the messenger from the Soul Society who came to arrest her at the entrance, her expression couldn't help but become a little ugly, because the first figure she saw was her companion who grew up with her in the orphanage, Abairarenji, who is also the vice-captain of the 6th Division. And next to Abairarenji stood a man full of aristocratic aura. Byakuya Kachiki personally rushed to the human world. Ever since the news that Rukia Kachiki secretly shared the power of the God of Death with humans in the human world was passed to the Soul Society, there was no need for the Central 46th Room to dispatch. Byakuya Kachiki personally applied to come to the human world to arrest his sister. The reason why Byakuya Kachiki came was naturally to investigate the specific situation in the human world and see if he could help Rukia get rid of the crime. He didn't want this kind of thing to fall into the hands of others. Ha, Rukia, you really did that? Abairarenji carried his Zanpakuto and flew in front of Kachiki. Rukia, a mocking sneer flashed across his face. You don't need me to tell you how serious the consequences of sharing the power of the God of Death with humans are, right? I know. Kachiki Rukia had no intention of arguing with Abairarenji. Because of the appearance of Kachiki Byakuya, she didn't dare to talk back. Kachiki Byakuya slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of cherry blossom petals surrounded him, setting off his extraordinary appearance. This man who always paid attention to his appearance had a slight flash of coldness in his eyes, and asked in a cold voice, "Where is that human?" The air seemed to drop a few degrees. A chill appeared in Kachiki Rukia's heart. Anyone could sense the coldness in Kachiki Byakuya. This usually steady man was angry. Rukia Kachiki turned her head slightly, recalling the little things she had experienced with Ichigo Kurosaki during this period, and slowly shook her head and said, "This is none of his business." This was the first time that Rukia Kachiki went against Byakuya Kachiki's words. The next moment, Byakuya Kachiki's coldness became even more intense, and his body instantly appeared in front of Rukia Kachiki, and his cold eyes fell on the girl. "Rukia, are you trying to say that this happened voluntarily?" Yes. "Then let's go." Byakuya Kachiki's eyes slowly narrowed. Just as they were about to leave, a black blade and a blue arrow flew towards them, and someone rushed here. It was Ichigo Kurosaki, who realized something was wrong after returning home, and the Quincy Ishidoraya who came to stop them. They had already regarded Rukia Akatsuki, who had always helped them understand the world, as a companion. Unfortunately, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had just obtained the power of the god of death, and a young Quincy were not the opponents of Renji Aberai and Byakuya Akatsuki. These two young guys, they didn't even see Byakuya Akatsuki's movements clearly, and were completely defeated by Byakuya Akatsuki, and were almost killed by Byakuya Akatsuki. In this battle with a huge gap, Byakuya Akatsuki easily defeated the two, and directly abolished the spiritual power shared by Rukia Akatsuki and Ichigo Kurosaki with one sword, and even put Ichigo Kurosaki on his deathbed. This human, Byakuya Akatsuki's eyes narrowed slightly, ignoring the dying Ichigo Kurosaki, but his eyes fell on his sister Rukia Akatsuki, and he said softly, "Your spiritual power should not exist." Byakuya Akatsuki shook his head to himself, and continued calmly, "Forget it. I have already abolished his spiritual power. He is dead. Let's go, brother." Rukia Akatsuki slowly clenched her fists. This is something Rukia Akatsuki never thought would happen. Ichigo Kurosaki was killed by Byakuya Akatsuki, just because he was implicated by her. This is something Rukia Akatsuki will never forgive herself for. Just when Rukia Akatsuki gritted her teeth and wanted to stay and live and die with Ichigo Kurosaki, who was in a dying state, suddenly revived inexplicably. Even though he had fallen to the ground and had lost his spiritual power, Ichigo Kurosaki's palm still stretched out and tightly grasped the trouser leg of Byakuya Akatsuki. "Hey, if you want to take Rukia away, at least make sure that I have stopped breathing." This guy's vitality is really beyond imagination. After being stabbed in the vitals by Byakuya Akatsuki, he was still able to survive and even keep a clear mind. But, for the noble family head Byakuya Akatsuki who loves cleanliness, grabbing his trouser leg is undoubtedly an offense, especially Rukia Akatsuki, who knows her brother. Her expression suddenly changed. Ichigo Kurosaki, this idiot, will definitely be killed by his furious brother. If Ichigo Kurosaki is not stopped, even if he survives for some reason, he will not be able to live for another minute. The next moment, Rukia Akatsuki suddenly appeared beside Ichigo Kurosaki, kicked away Ichigo Kurosaki's hand that was tightly grasping Byakuya Akatsuki, and said with gritted teeth, "You are just a human. Who told you to offend my big brother, Rukia?" Ichigo Kurosaki's face suddenly became confused. The whole street fell into silence. Rukia Akatsuki slowly lowered her head, and a painful voice suppressed in her throat. "Ichigo Kurosaki, recognize your identity. You are just an ordinary human." Rukia Akatsuki covered her eyes with her hands, and after a moment of silence, she raised her head and looked at Byakuya Akatsuki. "Big brother, I am awake. He is just a human. Just leave him here and let him die in pain. Let's go, big brother, back to Soul Society." Byakuya Akatsuki fell silent. The next moment, the noble family head slowly nodded. How could Rukia's little trick be hidden from his eyes? However, as a brother, Byakuya Akatsuki did not refuse Rukia Akatsuki's request to make her sad. Moreover, according to Byakuya Akatsuki's own judgment, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was stabbed in the vitals by his Zanpakuto, would definitely not live too long. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the street. A figure slowly walked over from the darkness, and the gentle voice fell into the ears of everyone. "Well said. This little guy is just a human being. How come I didn't know that there was such an arrogant student in the Mao Spiritual Academy? I haven't seen him for more than 2 months. How could you become like this, Rukia, huh?" Byakuya Akatsuki frowned slightly. He had already heard who the voice was. Whether in the past or now, every identity of this guy is a trouble, especially his identity that even Byakuya Akatsuki has to face up to. The identity of the head of the Akatsuki family is not worth mentioning in front of him. Of course, there are also friends of the visitor present. Renji also heard the voice of the person who came in an instant. A strange look flashed across his face. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the person who came. "Hey, Uehara and Naraku, how come you were here?" They are old classmates. Renji is not shy at all. Of course,
Uehara Renji didn't expect that Uehara Naraku appeared in front of them this time, but he really wanted to cause trouble for them, just happened to come to inspect the real world. Uehara Naraku's figure appeared under the street light. He was wearing a white captain's uniform and had an indissoluble sorrow on his face. I just didn't expect that Senior Kachiki Byakuya would intend to kill humans in the real world. Uehara Naraku raised his head and looked at Kachiki Byakuya, and continued calmly, "Please tell me, Senior Kachiki Byakuya, is there any difference between you and those hollows who invaded the real world?" Kachiki Byakuya frowned even more tightly. To be honest, he didn't dislike Uehara Naraku very much, but he always looked down on this wealthy family head who was a bit of a spendthrift. Almost every god of death in the Soul Society knows that Uehara Naraku is known for his soft-heartedness and treats no one with dignity. It is okay for a god of death to kill a human being. After all, the battle between god of death and hollow cannot be problem-free forever. The life and death of human beings are not a problem for god of death. After the death of human body, the soul will definitely go to Soul Society and survive in another way. However, this kind of thing is forbidden on the surface. But in private, god of death never cares much about human life, especially with the identity of Kachiki Byakuya. Not to mention killing a human, even killing a god of death will not cause any trouble. All of this is based on the fact that no one is investigating. The Central 46th Chamber will definitely not investigate the noble family head Kachiki Byakuya, and the other members of the Gotai 13 will definitely not care about this kind of thing. The only one who will care is probably Uehara Naraku in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter from which aspect, the dual identity of the captain of the 5th Division and the head of the Uehara family makes Uehara Naraku qualified to care about Kachiki Byakuya. Rukia-san. Uehara Naraku glanced at Kachiki Rukia, whose expression was complicated. His expression gradually became serious. I heard it. It sounded like Rukia-san was a little arrogant when she talked about her brother. What do humans mean to you? After saying this, Uehara Naraku's eyes fell on Kachiki Byakuya. Rukia-san, then please tell me, your brother, is he of noble status? Chapter 674. Senior Kachiki Byakuya can experience the life of an ordinary person. Byakuya Kachiki was in a bad mood. Was he deliberately humiliating them? If they didn't know Uehara Naraku's saintly character, Byakuya Kachiki, Uehara Renji, Rukia Kachiki and others present would think that Uehara Naraku was looking for trouble. Uehara Naraku, he is obviously the most distinguished person in the world, but he is acting like everyone is equal here. This guy was really born in the wrong family. He didn't even think about it. If he didn't have the aura of the head of the Uehara family, how could he be qualified to communicate with them here? Hey, Uehara. Uehara Renji frowned and explained, it's not what you think. This human, Renji. Byakuya Kachiki interrupted Uehara Renji's words, and without looking at Uehara Naraku, he continued in a cold voice, Rukia, Renji, let's go. Obviously, Byakuya Kachiki didn't bother to pay attention to Uehara Naraku. At this time, Byakuya Kachiki was more concerned about the crime committed by Rukia Kachiki. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Naraku Uehara, a kind-hearted guy. What? Naraku Uehara's eyes flashed with a light, and his face became colder and colder. The head of the Kachiki family seems to be disdainful of explaining to an ordinary human. And look down on me, the captain of the 5th Division? At least leave a few words of explanation. Byakuya Kachiki clenched the Senbonzakura in his hand. Even though Byakuya Kachiki thought that Naraku Uehara really wanted to seek justice for Ichigo Kurosaki on the ground, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. Rukia Kachiki and Uehara Renji watched the conflict between the two captains, Naraku Uehara and Byakuya Kachiki. They both felt a little nervous, because they knew Byakuya Kachiki's character. This man who was born in an aristocratic family was not willing to waste words. According to Byakuya Kachiki's pride, he would not succumb to the threats of others. If a conflict really happened, what should they do, and whose side should they stand on? Just as Rukia and Uehara Renji expected,
Akatsuki was still too lazy to argue or defend with Naraku Uehara. He just raised the Senbonzakura in his hand and wanted to open the door to the Soul Society. Akaya-senpai, Naraku Uehara suddenly appeared in front of Akatsuki. His eyes darkened a little, and his face was obviously angry for being ignored. Naraku Uehara looked at Akatsuki with a cold face, and said in a deep voice, Akaya-senpai, I can tolerate your rudeness, but this is not a reason for you to ignore me. Get out of the way. Akatsuki's eyes were still cold. There was even a hint of impatience on his face. If Akatsuki hadn't known that taking action here would affect the relationship between the Gotai 13 and the Uehara clan, he would never have just swallowed his anger. Since they met, he has given Uehara Naraku enough patience. This guy, if he wants to continue, Akatsuki is not sure that he can continue to endure. Instead of stopping me here, Akatsuki slowly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku, not hiding the disgust on his face at all. Why not use your spiritual power to save the dying human? Isn't this what you like to do most? Uehara Naraku was silent for a second. The next moment, he slowly raised his palm. A ball of light green light fell on Ichigo Kurosaki, and his body healed rapidly in the blink of an eye, and soon his injuries disappeared without a trace. However, the spiritual power of Akatsuki and Ichigo Kurosaki was completely lost because the vitals were pierced. Even so, this healing method is amazing enough. Akatsuki finally breathed a sigh of relief. The entire Soul Society knew that Naraku Uehara had a strong healing ability, and Unohana Retsu even wanted to bring him into the 4th division as the captain. If Naraku Uehara had saved people, at least Ichigo Kurosaki's life could have been saved. Ichigo Kurosaki also touched his wounds in disbelief. He was healed by just releasing his ability casually. This ability was too amazing, that Akatsuki almost killed him directly. The guy who just came out pulled him back from the brink of death. Are the abilities of this group of so-called genuine Shinigami so terrifying? Of course, Ichigo Kurosaki had a good impression of Naraku Uehara who had just appeared. Not only did Naraku Uehara save his life, but more importantly, what Naraku Uehara said, this Shinigami was not as arrogant as Renji Abeiryan by Akatsuki. He looked like a good person. Akatsuki by Akaya watched Uehara Naraku instantly heal Ichigo Kurosaki. His eyes shrank slightly, and he turned around to bypass Uehara Naraku. If you want to know anything, go ask this human. Don't delay my mission. Who assigned you this mission? Uehara Naraku spread his arms and stopped Akatsuki by Akaya's steps. Who gave you the power to rashly kill a human soul in this world? It's none of your business. But I saw it. No one is obliged to explain to you. Is that so? Uehara Naraku slowly put down his arms, as if he wanted to let Akatsuki by Akaya leave, but his next words made everyone's face change drastically. If there is no reasonable explanation, let Akaya experience the life of an ordinary person. Huh? A hint of doubt flashed across Akatsuki by Akaya's face. The next moment, Akatsuki by Akaya saw Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly raised, with a strange spell floating on his palm, and slapped Akatsuki by Akaya's chest. This guy, what does he want to do? Akatsuki by Akaya's figure quickly retreated. No one had ever thought that Uehara Naraku would actually take the initiative, and even so fast. No matter how Akatsuki by Akaya dodged, the distance between him and Uehara Naraku had not changed at all. Uehara Naraku was extremely familiar with the instant step. After all, Namikaze Minato, the fastest god of death in Soul Society, was in the Uehara clan and was also a subordinate of Uehara Naraku. The problem was, how dare this guy? Why did Uehara Naraku dare to attack him? Akatsuki by Akaya couldn't figure it out. His body just retreated quickly. Whether it was his misophobic personality or the dangerous aura coming from the spell on Uehara Naraku's palm, Akatsuki by Akaya didn't want to be touched by Uehara Naraku. Seeing Uehara Naraku getting closer and closer to him in his repeated transfers, a solemn look flashed across Akatsuki by Akaya's face, and he waved the Senbonzakura Zanpakuto in his hand to force Uehara Naraku back. Interesting. Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly grabbed Senbonzakura's Zanpakuto, and the spell on his palm instantly continued the blade of Senbonzakura and covered the entire Zanpakuto. Strange spells flowed on the blade of Senbonzakura, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely covered, and its spiritual power was sealed and isolated. Kachiki Byakuya's brows frowned instantly. He had already sensed when Senbonzakura was sealed, and he subconsciously wanted to activate Senbonzakura's Shikai, scatter, Senbonzakura. However, the sealing spell on the blade suddenly lit up. Senbonzakura, which was supposed to turn into countless blade cherry blossoms in the Shikai form, was directly sealed by the dark spell on the blade. Senbonzakura is sealed. Kachiki Byakuya's face was extremely ugly. If Senbonzakura was sealed, his power would be greatly reduced. Kachiki Byakuya's brows were getting more and more furrowed, and he started to chant and wanted to activate the Bankai of Senbonzakura. Scatter Senbonzakura Kajiki. Unfortunately, nothing happened. The Senbonzakura, which was originally ready to move under Kachiki Byakuya's urging, seemed to be firmly trapped by a rope, and could not release any spiritual pressure no matter what. Kachiki Byakuya's Zanpakuto was directly sealed up. Abai Renji looked at this scene, with a hint of surprise on his face. How is it possible? The captain's Shikai and Bankai are both ineffective? Are you kidding? Is there any ability in this world that can seal Zanpakuto? Compared to Abai Renji, Kachiki Byakuya seemed to be calmer. He held the Zanpakuto in his hand horizontally, and slowly put his fingers together with the other palm. A ball of spiritual pressure covered his fingertips, trying to use the spiritual pressure to eliminate the sealing spell on the Senbonzakura blade. But the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the corner of Byakuya Kachiki's eyes. Uehara Naraku appeared in front of him again at some point, and slapped Byakuya Kachiki on the chest. 4 symbols seal. The sealing spell that appeared in Uehara Naraku's palm quickly passed through his clothes and stuck tightly to Byakuya Kachiki's body. As the sealing spell took effect, the spiritual pressure on Byakuya Kachiki's body quickly declined. He himself could feel the horror of this sealing power the most. Under this sealing power, Byakuya Kachiki couldn't use his spiritual power at all. You guy. A hint of anger finally flashed across Byakuya Kachiki's face. Both his Zanpakuto and his own spiritual power were sealed by Uehara Naraku at this moment. What made Byakuya Kachiki a little ashamed was, facing such a junior, he had no power to fight back. As for the seal that Uehara Naraku had placed on Byakuya Kachiki, he would have his own way to remove it. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to break through the shackles of the seal. However, this sense of humiliation could not make Byakuya Kachiki forget so easily. I almost forgot. Uehara Naraku calmly withdrew his palm, and 5 balls of spiritual power slowly emerged from his fingertips. His voice became more arrogant. If there is only the 4 symbols seal, perhaps Senior Byakuya will soon break through. The next moment, Uehara Naraku turned his palm over, and 5 fingers glowing with spiritual power slapped Byakuya Kachiki's chest again. 5 elements seal. The power of this palm was so great that Byakuya Kachiki was slapped away at the moment the seal was applied, causing him to fall directly to the ground in embarrassment, and his white clothes were instantly covered with dust. This was the most embarrassing state that Byakuya Kachiki had ever been in. He seemed to be a flawless noble at all times, and his clothes were always clean. Even in battle, Byakuya Kachiki had this almost pathological cleanliness. Now, Byakuya Kachiki revealed a murderous look. If looks could kill, Byakuya Kachiki would definitely not be stingy. Uehara Naraku stood where he was, looking down at Byakuya Kachiki with murderous intent on his face, and said as if he was unaware, "Now you can experience the life of an ordinary person. I was too busy last night and fell asleep again." Chapter 675, Kachiki Byakuya remains in the real world. Kachiki Byakuya was arranged clearly. Uehara Naraku actually didn't dislike Kachiki Byakuya, a Shinigami captain who looked and had a bit of an ascetic personality. He even had a good impression of Kachiki Byakuya.
The problem was that Kachiki Byakuya often habitually told others that the heads of the previous generations of the Uehara clan were actually narrow-minded. He secretly said bad things about people behind their backs. Is this what a Shinigami captain should do? Now Uehara Naraku just sealed up Kachiki Byakuya's spiritual power and Zanpakuto, letting him experience the life of an ordinary person, which was already considered tolerant. Hey, Uehara! Abarai Renji hurried a few steps, holding his Zanpakuto and blocking Uehara Naraku, and explained, "We are here to arrest Rukia." When he said this, Abarai Renji's eyes fell on Ichigo Kurosaki, who had recovered, and continued to explain, "It's just that this guy and his companions came to stop us, so the captain took action against this guy. This reason is enough to deal with anyone." If Byakuya Kachiki wasn't too arrogant, and he explained his reasons as if he was reporting to his superiors, Naraku Uehara shouldn't have taken action. No, it should be said that Renji Abarai explained too late. As a vice captain, he should be the one to explain in this conflict. After all, Naraku Uehara and Byakuya Kachiki are both captains of the Gotai 13. They should be of the same level. According to Byakuya Kachiki's proud character, someone naturally needs to help him explain. Unfortunately, Renji Abarai doesn't have that brain. To be precise, Renji Abarai thinks Naraku Uehara is his classmate and friend, and he is not used to explaining in this way. Now that his captain has been sealed, Renji Abarai began to explain the reason. "Is that so?" Naraku Uehara frowned, his eyes turned slightly, skipped Rukia Kachiki, and fell on Ichigo Kurosaki, and whispered, "Human boy, do you have anything to defend yourself?" Ichigo Kurosaki was surprised for a second. Ichigo Kurosaki didn't know the identity of the person in front of him. Just when Ichigo Kurosaki scratched his head and was about to speak, Rukia Kachiki stood in front of him with a nervous look and said first, "Captain Naraku, all this has nothing to do with Ichigo, it's my own fault." "Hey, Rukia, shut up." Rukia Kachiki interrupted Ichigo Kurosaki and continued in a deep voice, "Brother and Renji are just here to carry out their mission. It has nothing to do with them." Ichigo, this idiot. This is definitely not the time for him to interrupt. "Did I do something wrong?" Uehara Naraku's eyes seemed to be a little ashamed. "No problem." Kachiki Byakuya glanced at Uehara Naraku. His face was still calm. "Just unseal it." Uehara Naraku frowned slightly, and walked towards Kachiki Byakuya with a little apology on his face, as if he wanted to walk over and unseal Kachiki Byakuya. However, at this moment, a space-time vortex appeared, and two figures appeared beside Uehara Naraku. Akatsuki and Akatsuki suddenly appeared. Akatsuki suddenly grabbed Uehara Naraku's arm and stopped him. "Lord Naraku, please remember your identity. How can you bow down to the head of the Kachiki clan?" "Your identity." Akatsuki stood beside Akatsuki and said in a cold voice, "As the head of the Uehara clan, this is not what you should do." These two people always come out when Uehara Naraku is weak. Now that Uehara Naraku has just admitted his mistake and unsealed Byakuya Kachiki, the two of them suddenly jumped out. Byakuya Kachiki is guilty. Akatsuki looked at Byakuya Kachiki, and a red light flashed by. "As the head of the Kachiki clan, you are not respectful enough to Lord Naraku." Akatsuki stared at Byakuya Kachiki coldly, and continued in a deep voice, "Tolerance is only a gift from Lord Naraku. I hope Lord Byakuya will remember that the Lord's first identity is the head of the Uehara clan, who is also a noble." What the hell is this reason? On the surface, the status of the Uehara clan and the four nobles should be equal. It has always been because of the strength of the Uehara clan that the four nobles would retreat a little, but this is not a reason for the Uehara clan to bully others. According to the agreement between the Soul Society and the Uehara clan, only attacking Uehara Naraku will be regarded as a violation of the agreement, right? How can Akatsuki bully others? This time, Uehara Naraku took the initiative to attack without any reason. Akatsuki, the Deadpool chief officer, just because their head Uehara Naraku wanted to apologize, he suddenly showed up and tried to find a random reason to save face. This is too bullying. Everyone present looked a little ugly. and Kurosaki Ichigo's expression became more and more surprised, and he looked back and forth in the eyes of everyone curiously, especially when it came to Uehara Naraku. This man called Uehara Naraku seemed to be a little troublesome. Small punishment, big warning. Akiyabito's voice was a little hoarse, but his cold voice seemed to be sentencing. Seal the spiritual power of the head of the Kachiki clan for a month to live in the world and experience the life of ordinary humans, as a punishment for the Kachiki clan. I think the head of the Kachiki clan should accept this, right? Wait. Uehara Naraku looked a little surprised, and immediately opened his mouth to stop him. Senior Byakuya is also the captain of the Gotai 13. I accept it. Byakuya Kachiki lowered his head calmly. Sometimes, as the head of the Kachiki clan, he should never bow his head. Sometimes, as the head of the Kachiki clan, he must bow his head, although it seems a bit humiliating. Byakuya Kachiki has already heard the implied meaning of Akiyabito. If he does not bow his head, the Kachiki clan may face the impact of the Uehara clan. This is an unexpected disaster. That couldn't be better. Under Akiyabito's tiger-striped mask, his voice gradually became clear. To be honest, although Akiyabito looks very majestic, but Akiyabito still wants to curse in his heart. He probably has already understood his identity. Whenever Uehara Naraku wants to do something good, he asks him and Akaichi to play the good cop and the bad guy. Can this guy do something human? It's a good thing that the two of them are just passers-by in this world. If they were in the ninja world, who would be able to bear so many blames for no reason? Of course, Akiyabito has already endured this kind of thing. Let's go. The figures of Akiyabito and Akaichi turned into a vortex of time and space and disappeared on the spot. It seemed that they appeared just to help oppress Byakuya Kachiki. This is a bit bullying. And Byakuya Kachiki, who had just experienced the coercion of the Uehara clan's chief officer of the dead attendants, his face remained unchanged, and he didn't even feel humiliated. The always cold captain of the death god just glanced at the people present, and softly ordered, "Renji, take Rukia back for trial." "Captain, what about you?" "I want to stay in the world for a while." "But." "No buts. I have already promised." Byakuya Kachiki interrupted Abirai Renji's words in a cold voice. His eyes fell on Uehara Naraku, and then slowly moved his gaze away. Abirai Renji had no choice but to take Kachiki Rukia away first. Before leaving, Abirai Renji asked Uehara Naraku to help protect Kachiki Byakuya when he patrolled the human world. Although the 13 dead pools of the Uehara clan did not look like good people, Uehara Naraku seemed quite reliable to Abirai Renji. Uehara Naraku seemed a little guilty, and naturally would not refuse Abirai Renji's request. He seemed to really intend to stay with Byakuya Kachiki in the human world to protect his safety. Only 4 people were left at the scene. Uehara Naraku, Byakuya Kachiki whose spiritual power was sealed, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the seriously injured Quincy Ishida Ryu. Kachiki Byakuya did not stay. Even though he lost his spiritual power, he did not lose his character. He left the place without saying anything more, and did not seem to care whether Uehara Naraku would protect him. Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards Uehara Naraku first and thanked him earnestly. "I am Kurosaki Ichigo, thank you for saving me just now." "You're welcome." Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a gentle smile. "I am Uehara Naraku, a Shinigami from the Gotai 13. Maybe I will stay in the human world this month. If there is any trouble, please give me your guidance, Mr. Ichigo." "Ah, you're too polite." It was the first time that Ichigo Kurosaki had seen such a kind god of death. Even compared to Rukia Kachiki, Naraku Uehara's attitude seemed to be more friendly than he could imagine. Especially, this guy's identity seemed to be unusual. Byakuya Kachiki, who had just severely injured him, didn't seem to want to provoke Naraku Uehara. This person's identity. I must find someone to find out. It seems that this guy is not so easy to mess with, either in terms of strength or identity. He is even more troublesome than Byakuya Kachiki. Fortunately, although Rukia Kachiki left, she also allowed Ichigo Kurosaki to meet a lot of people, including Akatsuki Uehara and Yoruichi Shioing, who were stationed in seclusion in the world. Whether it was to regain the power of the god of death or to get away to rescue Rukia, Ichigo Kurosaki also happened to need to contact Akatsuki Uehara. Ichigo Kurosaki didn't know Akatsuki Uehara and Yoruichi Shioin were hiding around here. It was not until Kachiki Byakuya left Uehara Naraku's sight that Shioin Yoruichi appeared in front of Kachiki Byakuya, with a teasing smile on her face. Well, let me guess, you want to take this opportunity to stay in the world. For what? To save your sister? It's you? Kachiki Byakuya's eyes flashed with a cold color, and he shouted Shioin Yoruichi's nickname, Cat Demon. I don't understand what you mean. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.